monster underneath the crown. It's just a one-shot, stay locked, cloak and dagger, what you're after, but I'm not your hired gun. Bullets to wars and nothing's won. This might be your one chance, you can withdraw. I'll take all your deep cuts, I'll take it all. I am every mirror, you're just a wall. Even if I cry, you will watch yourself fall. All talk and never answers, you spread your hate like cancer. Take a pick, either path is reckless. All talk and never answers. All talk and never answers. All talk and never answers. It's always consequences on the fences, not my best. It's our choice to stand behind.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, XQ10. Welcome in, XQ10 again on the other one. Oh, no. Thank you. That's very sweet. I'll address that in a second. Welcome in, City. Welcome in. I just want to watch. Welcome in, Dat Noob. How are you all going? Welcome in, Jolie. Welcome in, Hypnos. Welcome in, Eggy. Lovely to have you. Welcome in, Subathon. No worries. Have a nice lurk, man. And thank you so much for the anonymous 5 subs. Hi, my finger slipped. Thank you, Marshu. I had assumed because you're doing... No offense, I had assumed because you're doing that bit. But no, thank you so much. That's very sweet. And welcome in, Marshu. How are you going, man? You changed your chibi? Yeah, I didn't do anything. I think I'm just stuck as the latest operator. Gotta keep Timer-chan alive. Well, yeah, that is plus 25 minutes. Timer-chan is technically above 10 hours again. Welcome in, Golf. Welcome in, XQ10. Lovely to have you all. How is your day going, everybody? Also, I'm not bald. I'm not bald. My hair is graying. I'm not bald. Holy sniped my gifted sub. I didn't even have Twitch open. Let's go. Welcome in, Erixene. Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. Oh, we have another kickbot. Let me take him out back. Mods ban this guy. I'm Mods. There we go. I'll be on Twitch this time. Lovely to have you, City. Hope you're having a great day so far. And welcome in, Erixene. No, I'm not bald. Your picks for the Aura tier list are bald? That doesn't even make sense. Alright, so you're saying that every single person on this Arknights Aura tier list is bald. That's what you're saying. So, Heliga, bald. Texas, bald. Crown Slayer, bald. Why do you think she's got the helmet on? Shining, she's got the hood to hide the fact that she's bald. Is this... Am I understanding what you're putting down, Dat Noob? Is this what you're really arguing? Lapland, obviously bald. That's how you can tell the fake ears. Right? Your hair is turning silver. You're turning into the white-haired girls you like so much. I know, it's absolutely peak. It's only a very small part of my hair, though. Again, I am quite young. This is very premature balding. No, not balding! Fuck, I'm talking to... I'm not balding. It's premature graying. Ranking operators by how well I could pull off being bald. All of them S tier, for real. All of them S tier except Saleech. You can't have Among Us tits and be bald. You heard him? No, we didn't. Did we rate Constantinople? Which character is that? I don't recognize that name. Do you mean, Mika Sparata? That's the only person I can think of. Or are we rating the concept of the country of Constantinople? City. Fuck, I can't talk. Hello, South. Welcome in, Sten! How are you going? Number 1 is bald heart violence. No, just because 90% of you insist I'm bald doesn't mean that's true. And thank you again so much, Marshu. That's very, very sweet of you. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge that properly earlier. I wasn't around last time, and it looks like Lapipi still got peaked. Oh, of course. Lapland absolutely aura farms like crazy. Okay, before I forget, let me turn on the BGM for all of you. Bald heart violence number 1. I'm still not bald. That's also not my name. I don't know what to tell you. I rate Constantinople as peak aura. Who is Constantinople? That was the question. I wasn't asking if you agree, I was asking who. Bandwagon fallacy. Welcome in N2G. What do you mean bandwagon fallacy? How is this a bandwagon fallacy? This is my opinions. Not a single person has bribed me into changing my opinions for, like, a couple days. Aren't I a streamer of integrity? Condition, you know, Concord, Cognuts, Conviction. Yeah, we did rate Conviction. Conviction does not have any aura. Wait, well, shit, where did we put Conviction? I thought we put Conviction in no aura. Wait, am I blind? Oh, man, I might be blind. Oh, no. I'm blind and balding. What am I gonna do? No, we didn't. Well, we'll get to Conviction when we get to Conviction, then. Yo, my favorite Toddy Fonz main is live. I'm not a Toddy Fonz main, but it's lovely to have you, Billy Bob. How's your day going? Okay, now before I forget, let me turn off sub only. I don't care if this is a bit early, I'm scamming you all. Blind and bald, now all you need is a broken back. I've got broken shins. Clip it? No, don't just clip me jokingly saying I'm bald. Welcome in, Ducking! Lovely to have you. Yeah, sorry. We get that out of the way nice and early. Welcome in, Jason. How are you going? Wonderful to see you, man. Oh, this is gonna be the entire day, isn't it? Okay, get it out of the way, stalkers. Type 1 in chat if I'm bald, 2 if I have hair. There you go. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's see a wall of the correct answers. Welcome in, Dwight. Lovely to have you. Also, a Matoi Maru main. Based as hell. Have we rated the best character Degenbecker? Not yet. We got roughly up to Piss Ginger or Skadi Alter. We did get some of the children out of the way, just to save time. For example, I'm pretty sure it's indisputable that you official does not have any aura. Neither does Miss Christine. 69, interesting. Welcome in, Shadowonics! Welcome in, Generic Potato! Oh, I see. So there's a lot of hipsters saying 3, and then everyone else is saying 2. Legitimately, every single person typed 2. That's crazy. That's messed up. We got some children out of the way. Yeah, that's me when I'm carrying an axe, for real. Welcome in, Gene! Lovely to have you! I hope you're having a great weekend so far. Look, all I'm gonna say is that your life goal should always be to be the second worst thing to happen to those orphans. You make them really want to miss the orphan. Sorry, that's mean-spirited of me, and I'm just stealing a Technoblade joke, so I'll refrain. So, yeah, how has everybody's weekend been so far? I would say some kind of weird anecdote on what I got up to, but I woke up at 2 a.m., I edited a YouTube video, I stole someone's meme and made a community post, and then I did a whole bunch of chores and cooked mac and cheese. That's all I've been up to today. I ate cement for lunch. Let's go! Wait, just to clarify, are you talking you ate cement as in The Rock, or did you have some kind of sexual intercourse with the character Cement from Arknights? Because one of those is really exciting, and it's the first one. Welcome in, UI! Welcome in, Gilong! Hey, it's me. I was applying for another job, so pretty well. That's wonderful to hear. Fingers crossed this is the one. I just woke up, and I hope you slept well, and it's lovely to have you. Aren't we a bit early, Mr. Streamer? I said I was going early live an hour early. But yes, we are. And welcome in, Alu! Rocks, let's go! That's absolutely insanely pog. Eating rocks is insanely awesome. That's concrete, baby. Yeah. I absolutely love that Cement is Australian. Australia now has the best character in the entirety of Arknights. It's that easy. What do you think about the Ave Mujica collab? I don't know much about it. I haven't seen any of the leaks. I haven't seen any of the trailers. I just know it exists. Bread fact of the day. 17 buried. 0 found. Only 17? Yeah. 17 crates of bodies buried. Obviously. It goes without saying. What kind of pansy measures corpses buried by the body? We're talking crates, obviously. I need an Irish operator. Well, you've got Scottish in the form of bagpipe. And you also... Wait, isn't Lo Shinny Irish? Isn't Reed and her sister Irish? What did you say? Ave Mujica? Is that not what it is? That's what it's spelled as. Mujica? I thought it was Japanese. Thanks for coming, darling. No worries. Have fun in customs. Salah is Irish? Okay, I always mispronounce her name, but there you go. By the way, she counts as French because she looks like Jeanne d'Arc from Fate Grand Order. So, sorry, the entirety of Ireland. You've had your culture stolen. It is what it is. I would make a joke about you potentially being used to it, but that's probably controversial, so let's not get into that. Alrighty. The goal of today. The reason I've gone live early. I have a lot of characters left to tier list. Like a lot of characters. A lot of characters. So, hopefully, I can maintain the same rough pace I set last time. And I'm hoping I got roughly half of the characters done and can finish today. Worst case, we'll do a part 3 if needed. Mujica, Dios mío. No hablo español. Inglés, por favor. Mud is always oraphoning. We're not up to Mud yet. We haven't... Wait, have we done Mudrock? I thought she came out with Calzi. Is this slightly out of order? Yeah, we haven't done Mudrock yet. I just can't see her. Wait, where did you put Matoi Maru? I don't remember all of the... Oh, Matoi Maru I can see. She's 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer, which means goofy and cool. Salish is Irish? Yeah. I know the name is Irish, so that makes sense. Looks like more than a few for sure. Welcome in, Jester! Mudrock was with Rosmontus. Ah, gotcha. So I was looking at the wrong anniversary. Did I rank her then? I think I did. I don't remember where I put her though. Look, you can't expect me to remember 180 rankings and the justifications for them. If you want to learn where and why I ranked Mudrock, watch the VOD. Welcome in, Cozy! Wonderful to have you. Mud is in the same place as Matoi Maru. Yeah, look, they have a few cool moments, but mostly aren't cool. They're like 50% cool, 50% not cool. No, Marshu, I'm not. Actually, you know what? You gave me money. I will accept you calling me bald. Yes, Marshu, for you, I'm bald, baby. My sweet oil prince. Sorry, I'll say I'll try to refrain from being cringe. I'll try to refrain from being cringe in that specific way. I thought it was funny at the moment. Oh, thanks for the check-in, Marshu. Thanks for the check-in, Cinny. I'm gonna sit and watch now. That's absolutely fair. Tachanka at the top of the list. This is the reality we live in. Look at this man. He's so fucking cool. Excited to see where Gnosis goes. Don't worry, he'll be relatively soon. Relatively. He's like halfway in. Welcome in, Hypnos! Oi, bonk. Note, pay South in order to call him anything you want. Yeah, sure. You give me a sub and insult me, I will accept that insult and pretend it's true. We have an accord. You really think I'm that easy to bribe and that $5 is enough? You're goddamn right. And yeah, I am excited to do the Kajerag operators because generally all of them look cool. Wait, I was responding to that. I'm stupid. My Ablana is about to be S3, M3. Mine is still E0 level 1 because I'm stuck leveling other characters. I've spent all of the resources I got from this event, by the way. I almost finished leveling Leonhardt with that. Because I am a well-known Leonhardt enjoyer. If there's one fan of Leonhardt left in the world, you're going to be looking in my direction. So I'm really glad to have finished leveling that punchable twink. A Honda Accord? Yeah, for real. Speaking of, I absolutely love the, what's it called? Conspiracy theory. Elden Ring named your horse Torrent, so that when people search up Elden Ring Torrent, they weren't able to pirate the game without taking additional steps, making it slightly harder than most games to pirate so that more people would just give up and buy it. I failed El Banana 4 times, that is tragic. I also did so. I spent 170 pulls, and I lost half of my monster savings. Crown Slayer in Peak, I request elaboration. Thank you very much, Pokums. Welcome in. You don't need to say hi with money, but thank you. How's your day going? Lovely to see you. There you go, Ducking. No ads for you. Why is Crown Slayer not in the Crown Slayer tier? I thought about it more. Crown Slayer is constantly aura farming and thinks she's important. She's constantly acting cool. It's just when things happen, she then loses. But she tries to look cool while losing, so it is what it is. Why would Crown Slayer not be in Crown Slayer tier? Is she a bully? Yeah, I made this tier for Crown Slayer, 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer, and then she didn't even end up in the tier. Crown Slayer's Vegeta. I actually haven't watched Dragon Ball, so I can't agree with you or disagree with you. But someone else agreed with you, and that's close enough. Acceptable, I can see. Yeah, like, when you stop and think about it, Crown Slayer is constantly aura farming and trying to look impressive. That's more than half, wasn't it? I'm not 100% sure, because we're up to Skadi Alta, and the game has something like 330 operators plus 10 on CN. I'm pleasantly surprised you put Silver Ash up top. Have you seen this man? What do you mean you're surprised that I put Silver Ash in God tier? Ratatos. Where's this CG? There we go. Have you seen this motherfucker? Of course he's in top tier. He's just sitting there smugly grinning while burning to death, confident someone else will save him. Crownslayer farms Aura the same way she farms Els, very efficiently and consistently. For real, for real. Talks herself up and then gets bodied. Yeah, but then she talks herself up the next time. She never learns. That's why it's hilarious. I already said hi offline, but you refused to check. I'm so sorry, Morgan. I didn't see the message. But thank you. That's very, very sweet. You never need to do that. Silverash is the OG Aura farmer. Exactly. Schwing is the OG Aura farmer. How dare you disrespect him. Welcome in, Blue. Speaking of Crownslayer, to make her overpowered, give her a module where she gives Fragile. For what it's worth, Crownslayer's second module does fix basically all of her issues. It's just not out on EN yet. We'll be getting it relatively soon. It takes her to a very run-of-the-mill average 6-star. She's not amazing, she is stiff competition because we've got Texas, Alter, and Kirito, but she becomes quite a solid operator, which is pretty impressive given how dogshit modules usually are. I sure do love a module which gives my Blaze 10% extra attack on units she's blocking. I finally got top up. Let's go! Hey, who'd you get? Congratulations. Did we rate Degen Breaker? Not yet. No, we have not gotten up to Degen Breaker. She's relatively late. We got up to Skadi Alta, so we're most of the way through year 1. Or actually, are we up to year 2? I think Skadi Alta was the beginning of year 2, right? Or am I misremembering? Because Rosmontis and Mudrock, that was the... Yeah, that was the year 1 anniversary. So Kalzi was the year 2, so we're most of the way into year 2. She's gonna... she gen on my dare until I break. What in the hell does that mean, Eggy? Groundslayer was rather important to CC4 max risk, which is a thing. Hung was necessary for CC9. Let's not talk about max risk CC. Skadi Alta was second Aniv. Yeah. Skadi Alta and Kalzi was second Aniv. It took me a while to remember. I was actually around way back then. That's why I have grey hair. Schwing isn't actually slashes, it's just Silverash asserting dominance and scaring people off. Yeah, he doesn't have any form of wind power. He just flexes and looks cool, and the wind decides to back him up. Responsible spending? Who's that? Anyway, it was a 6-month sub? Wait, was it? It just says a tier 1. Wait, Pokem's, did you buy someone else a 6-month sub? Because... First off, why? Second off, Twitch did not show me. Third off, Giga Chat emoji. She crown on my sleigh until I Crown Slayer, I barely know her. Welcome in, Joshua! Lovely to have you. How's your day going? Yeah, Morgan, I want you to know, if you did that, I would believe you, but it did not show. What I meant is we got a power creep Therm X with her module later on. Yeah, but that would be tragic, because then we're power creeping a 1-star. I like the fact that all of the 1-stars except Justice Knight are pretty solid. She violence on my heart until I south. So, the implication there is that I punch your heart out with my fist. Because that is lore canonical with what South would do. Welcome in, Mio. Lovely to have you. I'm talking about mine I did yesterday. Have you shared it? Because I did not get a pop-up. Twitch has not given me a pop-up. Sometimes you need to share the fact that you've bought subs, otherwise it just doesn't appear. Hello, welcome in, Lilift! Lovely to have you. Doing good, just chilling? That's wonderful to hear. South punching us? I said a hole through your chest. I don't know if you even can gift 6 months to anyone. I didn't think so. That's why I was so confused. Is El Banana S tier? We're not up to El Banana yet. We're currently up to Toddyfons, right at the end of year 2. Not the year 6 operators, like we're currently getting released. South fisting us? I suppose that's one interpretation. If you really squint, you could consider it that, XQ10. Hello, South. Welcome in, Mashiro! Welcome in, Grim! Lovely to have you both. If she violenced on your hearth, then things clearly went south. What does that mean? Put my racist queen in top tier? No. We will be... Let's get started. Toddyfons is one of the ones I'm not certain of where I'm going to rank her, which is why she's perfect to get started. So, she does definitely have some degree of aura farming with her racism. Can I pay to expedite... You know what? That's funny. Sure. 1 sub and I'll do Degenbrecher next, mysteriously. The tier list will mysteriously be out of order. However, it's free content, you do not have to, but that is funny enough that sure. Welcome in, Talos! Lovely to have you. Scotty getting a comeback? No, she's not. Not there yet, but I know where I want Reed, Alter, and Oblana after reading the recent event. Yeah, they both do aura farm to a significant degree. So yes, if you want to bribe a character to be next, sure, you can do so. That's funny. I'll check my finances. Oh, please do not spend money you can't afford, Eggy. And no worries. Okay, let's take a look-see. I've actually got to see, does Toddy Fons have any CGs? I don't believe so, but it's worth checking. No, she does not. So we're going purely based off of her story feats and her art. Now, Toddy Fons, correct me if I'm wrong. Toddy Fons' only story feat is having a rivalry with Eunectes about who can blow shit up with their tools best. Yes, she's a professional racist. That is not aura farming. Unless you're the Burger King guy, that is not aura farming. Toddy is crazy strong's Voiva genes. She also asks to bomb cities instead of just sorties because she's bored. Yeah, she definitely has some aura because she's ridiculously strong and enjoys collateral damage. I'm just trying to think of where I would actually put her. She does not have that much aura. She has story feats? Unfortunately not. Our resident professional racer. Yeah, if you enjoy racing, that makes you a racist. Who here's Sarkaz that hates Sarkaz. She's not actually a Sarkaz, she's a Voivra, which is slightly different. She does use a big-ass ballista. It is pretty cool that she uses a siege weapon. I would even say it is cooler than Rosa's siege weapon. She has story feats. Look, keep your feet fetish away from me. Whatever you do is up to you. I think she's got minor aura. Potentially. No, actually, let's go. I would say Toddy Fons is cooler than normal. I would say she's cooler than normal. We don't know much about her, but compared to your average Joe, I would say she is in fact cooler than normal. She's constantly ready to scrap. She's asking to blow up cities. She carries a massive ballista at all times, and she looks kind of cool. Her voice lines give her aura? Yeah, I was thinking of her voice lines. She does have a very nice aura-filled voice. She's female Uncle Ruckus. Sir, you need to prevent evidence. I don't need no evidence. Hang that man right now. I got the rope right here. Where'd you put Godsinger? We're not up to Godsinger yet. He's in 2 characters. He's right after Heavy Rain. Speaking of, does anyone want to debate me on this? Of Heavy Rain having negative aura? Does literally anybody disagree? Welcome in, Moonlight! So, these characters are the roster from the mobile game Arknights. So, every single character on this list is a character from the mobile game Arknights. Hello, lovely to have you. I hope you're having a lovely weekend. So, sorry, some of what we're saying will go beyond you. I'll try to give an explanation on what all of the characters have done so that you can follow along. No, exactly. She literally moves the aura. Yes, so, Heavy Rain is a very waifish, depressed girl. As in, she's like 17. She's constantly depressed. This is the happiest she's ever looked. And her whole gimmick is that she turns herself and everyone else invisible because she can't handle things. She wears a pretty dress on missions and a normal outfit in the workshop. It is pretty funny. I do agree that that is pretty goofy. But no, this lady does not look cool in any way. She has 0 story feats to consider. She just actively hides herself and others so that others can aura farm in her stead. Her camouflage is so good, I forgot about her. Yeah, it's like... No, I won't get into that. That's a fun... I won't get into that. I read the event she's in, she's got none. No, I also read that event. She is legitimately 0 aura. She accomplishes nothing. She just acts scared and tries to hide. I can relate to this girl. She is very cute, but it's just 0 aura. Just to clarify, lack of aura does not mean you're cringe. Unless your name is Laios. Laios is pretty cringe in a funny way. Now, let's get to Piss Ginger. Also known as Passenger. I want you to know, this is going to be very hard for me. I try to be very honest, upfront, and legit. Unless someone bribes me or it's funny. But in this instance, no one has done so. The hell you mean Laios is cringe? He's the most based man. No, he's so cringe it loops back around to being based because he commits. Minus aura, I am leaning that way as well. But I think he has potential, as much as I hate it. So, Here's what we know about Piss Ginger. He's really important and cool in Sargon. In Reclamation Algorithm, this guy is a noteworthy, mysterious figure who shows up and helps you out. However, the entirety of Reclamation Algorithm fucking sucks, so no one cares that he is the feared and terrible Sand Soldier. He has godly aura. No. I'm recontextualizing this. I'm explaining my point of view. The only 2 times we meet this man, he's dressing like a twink and being one-upped by Kalzi. What has he actually done outside of kill someone that gives him any aura? So I'm thinking he's got a little bit of aura, but we'd need to see more about him. Because he does definitely not have aura visually. He looks like a Sailor Moon villain. He's even got the weird little marking on his forehead. He looks like an outright Sailor Moon villain. This guy, yes, he kills a guy, which is pretty based. But outside of being hyped up as this really cool Sand Soldier in Reclamation Algorithm, he doesn't accomplish anything. He ate a rock on purpose to get Erypathy. That makes him a discount version of Mephisto, who saw his friend get infected and decided, okay, if you're dying of turbo cancer, I'm dying right alongside you. Let's do this. Fuck it, we ball. L-Take and Godsinger, Dwight, you are very, very welcome to argue a different perspective. I will always explain mine, so even if you disagree, you at least understand where I'm coming from. I mean, he got buffed by HG, isn't that enough aura? Think about it on the other hand. He is the only character who's been so utterly dogshit that the devs needed to emergency buff him. There is a reason we call him Piss Ginger and Clown Slayer, and that's because he is the first character in the game who is so non-functionally bad that the devs needed to buff him. He swoops in the hardest fight in Reclamation Algorithm to make everybody behave. Yes, but Reclamation Algorithm does not have any powerhouses. None of the characters participating in the Reclamation Algorithm campaign are massive powerhouses, so while that does give him some aura, it's hard to judge just how strong lore-wise everyone is, because lore-wise, we're basically just taking Eunectes out to the desert with Manticore. We don't, like, we're comparing him to Tuye and Kestrel. Yes, he is indisputably cooler than both of those characters. However, it's hard to accurately assess your aura if you're fighting level 1 kobolds, because anyone with actual aura wouldn't be involved in that situation in the first place. Unlike Mephisto, he did it solely for revenge, and revenge is based. I'm biased, but I sent this man so hard I smacked him. No, look, that's absolutely fair. I can definitely agree he has some aura. I could see why he'd be cooler than normal for some people, but just his visual appearance to me holds him back a little bit. Bro has wilted rose aura, that's how I feel about it too. Passenger made modules exist, that is a conspiracy theory. Am I saying you're wrong? No, I'm just saying, look, it is what it is. Okay, now Arkafuyu. Yet another character, obviously as a 5-star, she has legitimately 0 story feats. But I think we can all agree she has at least some degree of aura. She is dressed up as a badass crab samurai. She also fights with a sword despite being functionally blind. Now, to clarify, I'm not saying she's super cool. I'm saying she's definitely not negative aura. She's motivated. She's a Virgil reference. Bro said you can't aura farm killing mobs when Goblin Slayer exists. Goblin Slayer is indisputably cooler than Piss Ginger. That is disrespectful to Goblin Slayer. Hello, welcome in Rosen! Lovely to have you. She's blind? Yes. Arkafuyu is not entirely blind, but she is so close that it's basically blind. Can't see well without her glasses form skin? Yeah, she can barely fucking see it all. Oh, thanks to the follow, Fern Michi. Lovely to have you. She's the Higashi General? Yeah. She is a blind swordswoman with no real arts capability, who's just impressive enough that despite all of the things holding her back, she's considered a big deal. I would say she's cooler than normal, but only barely. I think she's enough to edge out on Crown Slayer. Look, I may be biased. Not Crown Slayer, Piss Ginger. I may be biased. I want her to be higher up than Piss Ginger. If you equip her glasses, she stops squinting in the base. That's pretty funny. She also has homophobic eyes, as I'm sure you've all noticed. Virgil, daughter, auto, max aura. I wouldn't give her max aura. She hasn't done enough to earn that. However, by nature of being a blind samurai, she is cooler than most just by default. Even if she's completely useless with a sword, this CG lets you know she's aura farming. Blind Swordsman trope is cool a bit, so at least something. Exactly. We don't know much about Akafuyu. She's a 5-star, she's barely appeared. But what little we know, she's a Blind Swordsman, and that's pretty cool. Let's take a look-see who's up next. Is it anyone? Oh, okay. Okay, now we're getting somebody with some story relevance. Now we're cooking with gas. Up next, we have Skadi, the Corrupting Heart. Now, you might be thinking, South. She's not canon. Yep, Lily just said the same thing. She's not canon. She doesn't count. Consider this. Skadi is so aura farming that if she is canon, the world ends. She is the remnants of an eaten seaborn god, brought forth by one moment of weakness in a character we recruit and trust. And in the name of her one-sided confused love, she destroys the entire fucking world individually. Ishar Malar is cool as hell. Absolute top tier aura through not understanding social cues. Show the good skin? I am showing the good skin. There you go. Is it really Skadi though? No, it is Ishar Malar. This is basically if the Seaborn God took over Skadi after she ate her. But yes, Kya Skadi. When your voice is the boss theme, exactly. Her fucking voice is a boss theme. Skadi Alta is pretty peak because if she exists, the world ends. Skadi's dead? Technically, yes. Basically, her personality gets subsumed by the Seaborn. Now, is she as cool as some of the other bosses? Absolutely not. But by virtue of being an enemy, she instantly does gain some degree of aura. Ishar's like a Fate character in Arknights to me, at least. Yeah, she doesn't fit to 1-to-1. I do agree with that. But she's definitely pretty up there in terms of aura farming. You know, given there are 2 people alive, and I would say she's cooler than the Doctor. So when you really get down to brass tracks, if Skadi Alta is around, there are 2 people alive, she's definitely farming some aura. I want to pet him? What, the Seaborn God or Skadi? Okay, next up we have Gladia. Now this might be a little bit of a controversial take. I don't think Gladia has much aura. I think she's a little bit of a poser. The Seaborn God, based as hell. Gat, what are you talking about? Gladia's all about those thighs. And her tits. I still appreciate how amazing the Eldritch Horror the Seaborn provides. I really loved... Okay, little bit of a tangent. In Undertides, I absolutely loved the storyline of the villagers saying, there's a load of Seaborn in the sea. We send one person to walk on the beach, and then the next morning, food is scattered all around the beachfront. I was under the impression, as I was reading that what was happening was the Seaborn were butchering that person, and then everyone else in the city would eat their remains under some kind of delusion. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and the end result ended up being a little bit lamer than that. However, the Seaborn still absolutely do have aura. Did someone mention petting Skulter? Yeah, but like, not the Skadi part of Skulter. The white pants combined with a black outfit. Look, Gladia is a slightly lamer version of Hunters from Bloodborne. Her skins definitely hold her back. Look at this goofy ass. I also thought that, yeah, they were definitely implying that. Seaborn are not a threat. Laios ate them with no effect. That's Laios. So yes, look, Gladia does have the one CG that gives her a little bit of a buff. She does have a few... Okay, I'd forgotten one of her CGs. She does also have this one. Never mind. I still don't think she has that much. Gladia's slide in deployment. Ah, shit, you've got a point, Kingsman. Ah, shit, you've got a point. Okay, I've got to come around to reality. She aura farms like fucking crazy. She's constantly looking disaffected and annoyed at the situation. She's constantly looking ready to stab a bitch. She slides into combat at Mark 10. Her body gets so superheated that she needs to douse herself in ice after combat so she doesn't give people 3rd-degree burns just by touching them. And she is the captain of Skadi and Spectre. Fine, fine. I'll embrace my inner edgelord. She's peak, okay? You caught me. I was trying to argue against my own biases. It didn't work. Don't forget she's the GOAT of CC3. No, Weedy is the GOAT of CC3. Thank you very much. Now zero aura, no aura. No. Gladia does not have no aura. Calzi does not have no aura. If you think Calzi has zero aura, you are actually crazy. Now, she definitely is not peak because of how much time she spends yapping. But bruh, even just at face value, she has a stand. Even at face value, she stands there looking cool and impassive while telling her spine to kill you. Think about that for a second. This hundreds, if not thousands of year-old badass just stands there looking like you're the scum of the earth while her spine manhandles you. In addition, Calzi does actually have some really cool CGs. Let me see if I can find any. Cal Tits spine has hella spine, she really does. So yeah, Calzi definitely has some degree of aura. Unfortunately, the reason I say Calzi is not peak, we've got to take into account the fact that she gets absolutely mogged by Teresis. Old Hag loses aura when she puts on the maid outfit? No, in the maid and butler outfits, she shows that she's competent at any job. That gives her aura. Bro, Cal has that JoJo stand? She does. How is Calzi not peak? I've got to consider how much Calzi getting slashed by Teresis makes an impact. Let me see if I can find her other one with W. Yeah, there we go. Like, this is why I'm considering Calzi is not potentially peak. Potentially. Calzi also have that one anime scene? She absolutely does. But look at this old hag looking absolutely miserable. Then again, it does look kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Anyone who gets mugged by Teresis has negative aura. That is the only thing preventing me from giving her an easy S tier. No, ducking, you're biased. This is the only thing that stops her from instantly going into peak. I've got to consider this. Actually, wait. Hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Right after Calzi had her throat slit open by Teresis, she sat down and continued monologuing. Okay, you know what? Never mind. While she had her throat cut open, she sat down and continued monologuing. Because someone needed to give the info. Okay, never mind. I'm right back to where I was. Calzi is peak. You'd be miserable if you were that old? Nah. Being that old while being a cute anime cat girl, that's pretty awesome. What on earth are you talking about? Now, she looks way too hopeful and happy in some of these CGs. Yes, she yaps a little bit. But when push comes to shove, she is ready to aura farm at a moment's notice. She just indulges in other hobbies to make herself look cooler. But no, look, even as she's getting herself sliced open, she's kind of posing to look cool. Credit where it's due, she does look pretty impressive. Aura farming after being humbled? Exactly. Her first response to being humbled by Teresis is to continue aura farming. Slit her throat open, she can still yap. She's built different. She must be a streamer for real. Callie still doesn't compare from Mr. Bearbull from Fallout New Vegas. I've never played Fallout New Vegas, so I can't weigh in on that one. Callie is happy and hopeful anywhere. I know, it feels morally wrong. Now, Carnelian. Carnelian is definitely... I would say Carnelian is definitely not peak. However, I've got to actually think about this. To be fair, that slash was her taking a hit from us, wasn't it? From memory, no. From memory, Calzi taking that throat slash is Teresis walks up through the battlefield, ignores everyone else, and cuts her throat open because he's really pissed off at her. W serving, for real. Her winter coat goes hard. Yes. Default Carnelian E2 looks cool as shit. This is the most aura Carnelian has, ever. This is the absolute peak that she achieves. But it's not that high. Welcome in Shangri-La, exactly. I was thinking of actual events because her yapping detracts, but she was aura farming with her throat slit open. Carnelian's a real aura farmer, I use her a lot, and all she does in the singles... Okay, wait, that is actually... I do have to consider the fact that as a Phalanx caster, she stands there looking cool until it's her time to act. Let's take a look. See, her swimsuit does hold her back, though. Her winter coat goes back to being cool, but the swimsuit is goofy. Max stats on aura farming instead of damage. I wouldn't necessarily give her peak. I've got to think about this. Story-wise, she's not that strong and hasn't done much. Gameplay-wise and art-wise, outside of the swimsuit, she's got a fair bit. Wintercoat plus no BG lobby is aura. I do agree to a degree. It's just to what degree? That's what we've got to think of. Aren't Phalanx casters kind of aura? Look, here is where I have a bit of a conundrum. I think we can all agree that Mlinar and Tequila, both Liberator guards, are cooler than any Phalanx caster, right? They do what the Phalanx casters do better, which means inherently, Phalanx casters cannot be completely peak. They can still be close to peak, but I would say they cannot be completely peak because Liberator guards are just exactly what they do but slightly cooler. She leveled Charisma over damage. Yeah, shout out that the one launch code, right? Let's not get into that. Okay, but no. Carnelian definitely looks cool. I would say she is consistently a badass. I just would not put her at peak. I don't think Carnelian is as cool as Gladia or Sculptor or Calzi. Speaking of, where the hell is Calzi? Wait, where'd I put Calzi? I thought I put her in peak. Oh, I put her in the wrong tier. She's literally on the battlefield looking pretty until it's time to attack. Yeah, but when she attacks, it's disappointing. That's the problem with it. I do think she's cool, but Mlinar and Tequila are cooler. Uncle reading his newspaper, you say he has more aura? Yes! Can you imagine the Flex Platypus agent of standing in the middle of a battle zone, sword tucked to your waist, completely uncaring of what's going on, reading your newspaper, until it's time to step in, whereupon you one-shot everything in a massive area around you. That is cooler than what Carnelian does. Tequila's a bit of a poser, he's sharpening his sword, but Mlinar even goes, "These so-called foes, not even worth drawing my blade." But compare Carnelian to Lyn, I would say Lyn is actually cooler than Carnelian, feat-wise, if you don't count side stories. Okay, so no. I do think Carnelian's a consistent badass, but because there is a better version of what she does, which is Mlinar, I don't think I can put her in peak. If you have a directly better version, you just can't be that cool. Now, Kirara. This is another freebie. I'm sorry to the 0 Kirara fans out there, because legitimately, who cares? This is a girly pop girl. And there is nothing wrong with that. But in terms of aura, there is none. She's way too cute to have any aura whatsoever. She dresses up like a gamer girl who doesn't leave her house. It is what it is. Yes, she's cute, but that is negative aura. There is nothing this lady could do that would make her look cool or intimidating. She's just cool gamer. No, she's not. Flametail pulls off the gamer look and looks kind of cool. I have a friend who's hard simps Kirara. I do know a couple. But no offense to them, generally the people who like Kirara also have no aura. Sorry for the random strays. She's playing Monster Hunter? Yeah, but I'm pretty confident every single person here could beat Kirara in a fight. You know what I'm talking about? She looks a bit Seaborn for negative aura. Yeah, but that's the thing. She manages to look so unimpressive despite being a Seaborn. Think about that for a moment. She is an eldritch monstrosity, and Deep Color looks so much infinitely cooler than she is. So Kirara, unfortunately, just does... She's not it. She's not it. She's a mega aura when she's gaming. Look, I am a gamer. There is nothing cool about gaming. There is nothing badass about gaming inherently. Maybe you can pull it off, I do not believe that she can. Monster Hunter, yeah, she's hunting Calzi's spine. Doesn't it make it true Lovecraftian horror actually beyond our understanding? No, she's too girly pop. She can say the gamer word. No, she can't. Okay, now let's check out Indigo, one of the first 4 stars added. I think Indigo is just normal. I think Indigo has some degree more aura. I don't necessarily think she's got negative aura. Yeah, exactly, mid. I don't really think she has potential to have aura, but I wouldn't put her as negative aura as characters like Swire. She's relatively stoic, very serious looking face, pretty eyes, pretty hair. She's just neutral. She is beautiful, that's it. Exactly, that's how I feel as well. She's just neutral. I wouldn't put her in negative aura, but she doesn't really have any potential to grow beyond that. Natural, exactly. Pallas, I actually do think Pallas will be the same. Let's take a look-see to be fair. Because, from memory, Pallas's only contribution to the story is basically being a worshipper of a bunch of gods, including Conviction. And if Conviction is your god... Unless you know hit Absolute Radiance, there's no aura about gaming. I mean, I haven't beaten it yet, so I can't weigh in. The most aura she has is her hair. The fact that her hair covers her face slightly does give her a tiny bit of aura, but I don't even think it's enough to count. Cool character. She is a really cool character, but not in the sense of she's really cool. She does have chains, and that more than makes up for the fact that her shoes look like this. That's right, she has goat hoof shoes. It's not her feet, by the way. It's only in this skin. She intentionally styled her shoes to look like that. Welcome in, Warzone! Lovely to have you! Oh no, not Pallas's hair. Pallas's hair is a bit goofy, especially the giant horns. But the fact that her weapon is a chain whip gives her a little bit of aura, and I think it's just enough to keep her out of negative. I don't think it's enough to put her in potential. It's more a case of that chain is hard carrying. Yes, she looks okay in this skin, but it's nothing special, and then that's completely nullified by this bad boy. Minos story when you'll never get Minos lore, apparently. You will never get Minos lore. They are allergic to giving it to us. It is crazy that 6 years later, we have not had a single Minos event. Like, actually stop and think about that. It has been 6.5 years since Arknights came out. 0 Minos events. We've even had Black Steel Worldwide events and still nothing for Minos. It's so fucked up. Alrighty. Who is after Pallas? Oh, thanks for coming, Ducking! Have a nice... Oh, have a nice meal! Okay, so... Cholta, Chen the Halungde. Now... Everything cool about default Chen is gone. 100% of what is cool about Chen is gone. The only part she looks cool is her E0 because she has a knife's jacket and has a sword behind her while wielding the gun. The base art is objectively better, I would agree. Her E0 is objectively better. What the fuck is that skin? Yeah, don't worry. The fact that this stripper skin is an upgrade tells you all you need to know. She has aura. To clarify, I'm not saying put her in negative. I'm not saying put her in negative. I don't think Chen has negative aura. But Chen Alta is just less cool than default Chen. Like, why is she wearing a thong underneath her low-cut, normal... bikini bottom? Is that the term? Her E2 holds her back? Oh, massively. Enormously. Very thin woman carrying around massive gun can be really cool. Like, look at this shit. But then you see her E2, and this just looks so stupid. So I think she has minor aura. I think she could look cool again if she stopped dressing like a stripper. But the thing is, her dressing like a stripper is cooler than her E2. It's such a low bar. But yes, inherently the fact that Chen gets a downgrade from picking up a store-bought water gun versus her legendary one-of-a-kind sword is all you need to know. E2 before was worse, it was crazy worse. And yes, I'm fully aware that her water gun is from an illegal weapons manufacturer. That just gives Tequila more aura, though. The fact that Chen's water gun is more powerful than her one-of-a-kind legendary dragon sword is immense Tequila aura farming. It is nothing about Chen. Mizuki. Mizuki does actually have a little bit of aura. He is a Seaborn. It might seem really silly, given how happy he constantly is. But I would actually say Mizuki is pretty cool. Her sword sensed her aura farming off. Yeah, it fell off. The sword could tell. So, Mizuki has in fact eaten and consumed bandits, and is incredibly apathetic to human life. In addition, he basically individually saves small pieces of the world from ending during IS-3. He pretty much saved all of Terra. Exactly. He also can become a boss of Izumik. I don't think he's top tier. I would say he's maybe 50-50. I think he is too goofy to be seriously cool. I don't think he can be cooler than normal because in most situations, you'd look at Mizuki and think he's a goofball. But I think he's cool enough that when he's trying to be cool, he's incredibly cool. It's just a problem if he's usually not trying to be cool. Mizuki's peak. I would not put Mizuki in peak, given he's wearing boy shorts. This is unfortunately not peak. I love Mizuki as a character. In terms of coolness factor, this is not peak. Cannibalism is great aura farming. He's not actually a cannibal, because he's technically not human. He can be giant sea monster in IS-3. Yes! Izumik is Mizuki backwards, to let you know that it's Mizuki. They don't do that for any other character, just Izumik. Boy shorts are very peak. No, they're not! Look, he's too much of a goofball sweetheart for him to be truly and utterly peak as a badass. This is just your uncle, who happens to be a femboy, hosting a barbecue. The soft armpits, the fact that you're considering how soft his armpits are, say more than I ever could about how quote-unquote cool he is. He's peak boy wife, that I would agree with. But in terms of being cool, he's not. Oh, not Mizuki backwards. Yeah, yes. Sorry, you're right. It swapped some things around. You is peak boy wife? No, I would say Mizuki is cooler than you. In terms of being a boy wife. Wow, I stuttered there. That's fine. So I would say he's 50-50. He can be really cool because he has menacing aura, because he is a villain, a seaborn monstrosity, and also can save the world. But most of the time he's being goofy. Damn it, South, say he's cool or Nami will come and get you. Nami already stole one of my kneecaps. That was the cost of getting her signature at the latest convention I went to. I never thought there'd be a day where uncle and femboy got combined. Yeah, look, he just feels like your femboy uncle. What can I say? That's my impression of him. Have you gotten to reserve support? I don't believe so. I'm not sure. Also, welcome in, Soup. Lovely to have you. Boy shorts are the anti-aura farming. Exactly. I love how he invited Lahaimor to eat her own legs. Yeah, exactly. He definitely has some. La Pluma has aura. I would agree with that. La Pluma and Tequila both have some degree of aura, but in different ways. La Pluma comes across as brain damaged, I'm not gonna lie. I love La Pluma, but she comes across as dopey and brain damaged. However, her being just an outright psychopath who just gets into crime because her adopted dad is in crime and she just wants to help out, and cutting people down with a scythe while dosing herself incredibly high on drugs so that she doesn't need to think about the moral implications of doing so. She definitely has some aura. I would even say she's cooler than normal. She doesn't have any core weakness that holds her back, so I would put her in cooler than normal. She's not consistent badass. She's nowhere near as badass as someone like Carnelian. But I would say she's about on par with Akafuyu, where in most situations she's looking cool. Look at that badass scythe, it is really cool. Small girl with massive scythe is just pretty peak. Plateau sandals, yeah, and she also has that ridiculously long torso. Her torso is like 6 inches larger than it should be. Really think about the proportions here and how ridiculously long her torso is. That's some wild backstory. I was here for the scythe. Exactly. Having a scythe does inherently buff you up a few tiers. Her outfit's my favorite. I really wanted to like her outfit, but again, she has too long of a torso and I can never unsee it. Now, Tequila. Tequila's a bit of an oddball. He does have a lot of aura when he wants to. This guy runs a underground black weapons shop. He's pretty cool. However, he is very literally a golden retriever. And he acts like it. He has sunshine written on his boy shorts. So, I'm gonna be honest, I think he's a 50-50. He tries to aura farm, but he just doesn't quite get there. He would arguably even be engaged here. But I personally wouldn't put him there. I think he's 50-50 or Gage, where yes, he has a lot of cool moments, but then you've also got to contend with his personality and sunshine on his boy shorts. He's so peak, he is. He is very peak, I love him. Wearing sandals should be negative aura. Look, you can pull off sandals, but Tequila does not. And it is very cool that he sits there sharpening his sword, but that is way too tryhard when you compare it to someone like Mlinar. Okay, who do we have up next? Salish. Do I even need to pull her up? Let's be dead ass. Do I even need to pull up Salish? He runs an underground weapon shop, but he's a golden retriever. Says you're the same. I'm not a golden retriever. What are you talking about? Salish wears stirrups to show off her nice feet. She dresses up in a slutty wedding dress, and she wears a pearl necklace to imply you can... not safe for work bonk. She does not have any aura. I wouldn't necessarily put her in negative aura. I think she's just normal woman. She uses a flag as a weapon. No, she's a non-combatant, basically. She's just constantly carrying around a flag. And she does have a sword, to be fair. She just doesn't really use it. This is why I'm saying she's not negative aura. She does have a sword and she does fight sometimes. She is the aura of a true nation lover. No, Eggy. Look, think of it this way. Jeanne d'Arc is a cooler version of Salish. Just in terms of feats. What has Salish actually done throughout the story? Fucking nothing. If you cut off her head, 2 more grow back. Oh, I see. Now that's a bit sus. She's pretty. She is very pretty. Throw S3 like flag on your face. That is a League of Legends reference. That is in reference to Jarvan IV from League of Legends. So look, she's just a normal pretty woman. She doesn't have much aura. Mulberry has negative aura. I'm actually surprised I didn't rate her last time when I was going through the quick negatives. This lady is just small child who happens to be a medic. Mulberry does not have any aura at all. This is the closest she gets, and the best she can do is sometimes look like normal woman instead of incredibly insecure. Salish feet, you say? Yes, I did say so. Why would you want the head of Salish? Yeah, let's not talk about decapitating people. That's actually a valid point. Pretty sure that's against Twitch's terms of service. She works in a disaster relief operation. Everyone does. Look, think of it this way. Would you consider Popukar really cool and badass and intimidating? Not really, despite the fact that she has a demon. So yes, Mulberry works in a disaster relief thing, but she's just a medic. And yes, it's impressive, but it's not cool. Let's talk about it, do so in Kick Chat. Salish's sus aura, that's called horny. You're horny. Bonk. It is what it is. Okay, now we're up to Penis Sylvestus. Ashlock. I'm gonna be honest here. It's been a while since I read Penis. I'm gonna get some of their feats confused with each other. From memory, the cool thing about Ashlock is that she uses artillery, hides behind a shield, and shoots it at people, and that's it. Welcome in, Mickey! No, nothing to be sorry for. Real life always takes precedence, and I started an hour early. That's to be expected. No, look. Grey Nutty Ashlock, as her name is, yes, she does have an inherent bit of cool with how she dresses and her weapon. Feet, sir, just look back at Salish. I would say Ashlock, I don't think she's quite cooler than normal. I would say she has potential. We need to see more feats of her. She hasn't done much. I forgot everything about them. Exactly. Like, she's definitely not negative aura. She's definitely not no aura. She manages to look cool in a night competition. But she doesn't look cool enough to be memorable. And that kind of says it all. Pinus Sylvestris, no, that's an Alu Bonk. Nutty as a name is L Aura. It is very unfortunate that her name is Grey Nutty Ashlock. South is live, guess I'll watch. Welcome in, Suki! I'm so sorry you have to put up with watching my content, but it's lovely to have you! Nah, just kidding. I'm literally the #1 streamer on the platform. I know, crazy fact. You're lucky to have me. Alrighty, let's move on to the next Penis Sylvestus. Who's up after Ashlock? It's Fartooth. Okay. Now, I love Fartooth. Oh, welcome in, Amberisk! Lovely to have you. I love Fartooth, and I hate to say this. I love Valentine. I love Fartooth. Justina, you're really cool. However, Fartooth's plot relevance is that she's supposed to fight alongside Blemishine and gets jumped by random civilians. Has Cantabile appeared yet? Not yet, Amberisk! Not yet. We'll get to her soon. So look, as much as I love Fartooth, I can't give her higher than work in progress and potential. She could eventually be cool, but her main story beat is getting jumped. So that's kind of an L. If you were really that cool, you wouldn't have gotten jumped. I'm a bit late, but straight to one of my favorite gals, Pinus Sylvester's peak. Welcome in, Rex! I really love Fartooth. I don't like to do it. But her main plot relevance is getting jumped and not being able to fight. She's ranged and does bad in melee. She fights using swords. Yes, she uses them in a bow, but still. She's a COD camper. She is a COD camper. I love her. I think she looks really cool, but she's just too soft, unfortunately. Fartooth, one of my favorite operators in the game, very easily. That doesn't make her cool, unfortunately. We have different definitions of civilians. Look, compared to everyone else in Null Light, they were basically civilians. Her skin is cute. It is. It's too cute to be cool. Then we have NTR Knight. And I'm gonna... If your nickname is NTR, can you really be aura farming? I would actually say NTR is too busy looking hot to properly aura farm. She's the Fate Archer we never asked for. Khalad Bolg! Don't you dare put her anywhere but peak. No. Warzone. Okay, look, to be fair, when you actually think about Null's story beats, yes, she's pretty peak. I do agree. The fact that Null heli drops herself by leaping multiple kilometers away from the city and arrives in the middle of the tournament is pretty fucking peak. So, despite the fact that her nickname is NTR, she's showing off a ridiculous amount of skin, and she's constantly farming, looking sussy. Consistent badass? It's hard to say. If she's inconsistent badass, she absolutely ratios everyone else. Wait, actually, no, you're right, Suki. In that one animation, she gets her ass kicked in a 2v1 versus Platinum. Right, I'd forgotten about that. In her one animation, she gets her ass kicked versus Platinum while fighting alongside Flametail. Unsubbing now, I'm so sorry, Warzone. It is what it is. Look, I'm a streamer of integrity. I would say she is top of consistent badass or bottom of peak. Because you've got to take into account her nickname's NTR. She's dressing very sluttily. She does not look visually cool, even though she has cool story beats, unlike original Null, and she canonically gets her ass kicked by Platinum. God, I love NTR. Okay, look, I'm trying to remember more of her story. I just think there's too many aura farmers in Null Light. Platinum also gets her ass kicked by Silver Lance Knights, so that debuffs NTR by proxy. It really does. You've just got to think, Null Light is filled with so many aura farmers. In any other event, NTR would absolutely be peak. But you've just got to actually think about all of the other shit that happens in Null Light. I actually do think she's more on par with Shining. I think she and Shining are roughly equal levels of cool. I must have missed the memo, but why is Crown Slayer so high? Welcome in, Knight! Okay, so Crown Slayer, I made a tier called 50% Cool, 50% Crown Slayer for Crown Slayer. And then I thought about it more. Even when she's losing, Crown Slayer is going out of her way to look cool. So when you actually stop and think about it, yes, she accomplishes nothing. Yes, she's terrible in a fight, but she is constantly trying to appear badass. And if that's not aura farming, what is? Platinum was playing that fight well and smart, so less Null getting bodied and more Platinum being skilled. Look, if you are fighting alongside a top-tier competition knight, and you are a top-tier competition knight, and it is a 2v1, and you lose very definitively, you are getting bodied. It doesn't matter how skilled the opponent is, they are more skilled than you. I can't see it because that one anime scene where she screamed out scared and almost got lasered by monster. Exactly. She's not, like, she has a lot of really hype moments, but she's brought down by other feats, and it's just, Neural Light was filled with so many ridiculous aura farming moments. Cal made her lose 1,000 aura. Yeah, she does get very frightened by monster. Do you think Lord Tachanka would look scared at monster? No. Do you think Silverash would flinch if he was attacked by monster? No. Even if he was about to die, he would stand there looking smug about it. It's monster. Do you think Texas would flee from monster? Or would she get serious, draw out her blades, and go to town even knowing she's gonna lose? Do you think W would get scared by monster? No. You know for a fact W isn't scared of monster because she repeatedly gets manhandled by monster, and you don't see her complaining and crying and screaming. So, when you actually think about it, yes, monster is terrifying, and yes, Neural is a badass, but she is being hard-gated by Calzi. Double, you already got yeeted? Yeah, but she wasn't scared of monster when she was getting yeeted. She was just kind of annoyed and surprised. Neural screamed like a coward when monster showed up. So I'm sorry, if you can't we're talking peak here. We're talking top of the top. If you can't match up with the best, if you can't stand shoulder to shoulder, you're simply not on their level. It's the unfortunate reality of it. If you cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with Cal and try to look cool while monster's doing its thing, are you really peak? Crownslayer screamed, yeah, but outside of that, Crownslayer always... Look, Crownslayer talks about, Doctor, I'll slay the crown. Call me Crownslayer, it has a lot of meaning to both of us. She thinks she's so important. Crownslayer thinks she's so much more intimidating than she is. That's why even when she has moments of weakness, it doesn't matter, because she comes back trying to look cool yet again. Now, as a reminder, aura does not mean competence. If this was a competence tier list, Crownslayer would be much lower. But in terms of aura, she's always at least trying to farm it. Neural does have a few moments of weakness. Okay, now let's grab Flametail. Flametail has the exact same problem as everyone else. Welcome in, Onigiri Man! Lovely to have you. She will be with Module. Yeah, she'll be a perfectly fine run-of-the-mill 6-star. It's so disappointing that with one of the best modules in the game, Crownslayer goes from being the worst 6-star in the game to okay. I like Crownslayer, I really do. I was very excited. She got a massive glow-up art-wise. But in terms of kit, she just kind of sucks. Gamer Aura. This is an example of Gamer Aura. Flametail looks drastically cooler than Kirara. Is she cool? Yes. I don't know if she's consistent badass, though. Now, Flametail does get a few extra points. Flametail, from my remembrance, I could be wrong, is the mastermind behind the Civil Uprising. Mastermind, I know, that's a bit of a strong word. What I mean is that she is the figurehead and the one spearheading it. Losing a 2v1 versus Platinum is a pretty big hit. Look, you've got to understand, Flametail is an underdog. She is fighting against a system that is more powerful than her. So while it is still a hit, it is not as big of a hit as Neural, where Neural came in as an already established badass and then got her teeth kicked in. Flametail was kind of a nobody, who's fighting desperately to make herself something of value, but isn't there yet. Neural is there yet and still lost. I'd say I'm a Flametail M9 enjoyer, but I don't like her skins. I understand why plenty of people don't like this. I personally do. I like it more than her defaults. I think the defaults are a bit goofy. So no. I don't think Flametail's very high up there. I think she has potential. She's a work in progress, similar to Ashlock. Not quite as cool visually as Ashlock, not quite as cool weapons-wise as Ashlock, but story feat-wise, she makes up for lacking in visual appeal by actually doing something of value. Mulberry. Why did I... How did I miss... Oh no, that's not even Mulberry, this is Honeyberry. So, I missed Honeyberry at the end of last one. Is anybody going to debate me if I say this lady has negative aura? Is anyone gonna disagree? She looks like she's 12. Much like Suzerain, there is nothing she could do that would make her look cool. Her name is Honeyberry. Yeah, I just made an oopsie. I forgot she exists. It is what it is. Right up there with Mulberry, she is just no aura. How much aura does the Doctor have? A lot, but not quite as much as Priestess. If we were ranking NPCs, I say that the top 3 would be Priestess, Doctor, and Patriot in that order. Daughter aura needs to protect aura, exactly, but she's not cool. Now, I gotta be honest, Wildmane, I think Wildmane might actually be neutral. She's way too goofy to be taken seriously. Look at her smug-ass grin and stupid outfits. Even though she's a competition knight, she just looks like a generic normal woman. Tomboy, exactly, she's too happy with life. She's enjoying herself too much. She just can't aura farm. She looks way too thrilled to be here. In all of her art, she just looks pretty happy. It looks like nothing's really got her down. Patriot doing a 1v12 and almost won. Yeah, and that was Patriot at like 5% strength. Dr. Aura is eating instant noodles inside the hood. That is immense aura. That's goofy, but it's cool enough that it leads back to aura. Pouring boiling water directly down your throat. Just for shits and giggles, basically. Oi, platypus bonk. No, not every horse character is Futa. Only platinum. If we're talking lore-wise, it's only platinum. Which makes her the second man alongside Silverash who flirts with the Doctor. Pudding, once again, I don't know what I was thinking. I must have had a stroke and missed her. Pudding does not have any aura. Is anybody going to doubt me on that? Does anybody need any further explanation? Look at this woman. Woman feels too strong of a term. She once again looks like she's 12. There's nothing... Pudding could be stabbing you in the chest and she would not look intimidating doing so. Old Grant teaching the young what a war was. Yeah, I really love Patriot. He is the coolest. Yeah, look, there's just... She hasn't accomplished anything. Now we're getting back up to interesting characters. This next little gamut, they have some potential. Let's start with Gnosis. Do I think Gnosis is peak in terms of actions? No. I do not believe Gnosis is quite up to the same level of peak as all of the other peaks. However, it is undeniable that this man is constantly and actively trying to look cool. There is no reason for him to be trying to look this badass. He is absolutely aura farming 24/7. It's just a case if he has a moment of weakness during the Kajera event, where he starts getting a bit too invested in the outcome and his secretary kills herself. It is what it is, but this man, absolute consistent badass, just through sheer appearance mainly. Pudding stabs you in the guts, oh you're adorable. That's definitely what it feels like for me. Friendly fire indeed. Gnosis has the actually aura, but the thing is he pulls it off. Gnosis should be lame as shit. He's a goose operator. He's based off of a swan. He should be lame as shit, but look at how fucking cool he manages to be. Hello, welcome in Lipioma, lovely to have you. He gets manhandled by Degen. I'm not saying he's peak. Do I really need to... Look, let's be real. Everybody here knows I'm putting Dagenbrecher in peak, right? Obviously, Dagenbrecher is a level above Gnosis, but he still manages to look very cool. How you going, Lipioma? Lovely to have you. Alrighty. Now let's take a look. Who's after that? Aurora? I gotta be honest. I like Aurora. But she does not have much aura. He's not cool, he's just sober. No, he's definitely cool. So, look, I like Aurora. But lady, it doesn't matter that you've got a badass clawed shield that you wield with that much force when you're dressing in a half-length crop top and booty shorts. The only aura she has is in her name. Those shoes, yeah. This is one of the goofiest attempts to make him look like a character we have had. Me taking my South out at 1 AM instead of melatonin. Oh, sleep well, Haishi, and lovely to have you. Come on, her name has the word aura in it. It does. But, like, the only gif we have of Aurora is her carrying the Doctor. Let's actually, on the off chance, let's see if she does have a CG. She does not. She just has horny fan art. She is a polar bear. Oh, yeah, she can absolutely maul you. They did a good job of making a polar bear into an attractive waifu. But her only story feat is running away with the doctor, carrying him, and the fact that the reason she wears so little clothing is she's constantly overheating. Her yawn is cute. Yeah, but Cozy, you understand. Everything we're talking about Aurora is moments of her being cute. We're not sitting here saying Aurora's cool. We're saying, damn, what a heckin' cutie. She does manage to look relatively serious. I think she's potential. I think she has a small amount of aura. But that is the best I can give her. Look at this fucking outfit. Look at this outfit. It doesn't matter that she's a skilled combatant. Even if she was actively mauling you, you would not be sitting there thinking to yourself, damn, that lady is cool. You'd be sitting there thinking, oh, hey, she kinda cute, though. Carry the one who cook instant noodle in his mouth, aura indeed. No, that's negative aura on the doctor. That is not aura for Aurora. Silly outfits, absolutely. I do like that they found a lore reason to make her basically naked, though. Aurora is basically superheated, so even this, she would be sweating her ass off. She has a booba zipper. Exactly. She has a booba zipper. How can you be a cool character with a booba zipper? Midriff, exactly. She also wears random see-through plastic over her stomach just to emphasize her waist a little bit more. I can't take this woman seriously, which is a shame, because I absolutely love her. Aurora's great. But she does not have aura. Kajera... I think Kajera has some. She's hard to rate. Kajera spends all of her time cosplaying as a maid. So it's definitely a little bit goofy. Kajera is very hard to rate, because she's a literal goddess. Yeah, exactly, Owari. She just feels like your mum. My first ever Pod 6 5-star. Hey, that's awesome, Cozy. Ayo, everybody. Welcome in, Salty. Lovely to have you. Still a god? Look. She is dangerous, but that doesn't make her cool. Her main contribution to the fights are breathing on us, which causes everyone to freeze to death. Kajera's an aura farmer, Mashi. She spends her days cosplaying as a maid and pretending to be one. Yeah, no, exactly. She's a god and a troll. That doesn't mean she's got aura. She doesn't do shit. Yeah, but she's not actively not doing shit. She's not doing shit to look cool. People worship her and she doesn't do shit. She doesn't get involved. She doesn't solve any problems. She just spends all day, every day, acting as a mother figure to Pramanix while cosplaying as her maid. If this was a troll tier list, she'd be absolutely peak, same as Mr. Nothing. But in terms of actually looking cool, she just doesn't. She's just a normal woman. She spends her time cosplaying as a maid, that's not cool, is a bold statement from a maid bottle. Fair enough. Welcome in, wife, and thanks for the follow, Blue Welcome Marine. It means a lot to me, man. But look. My maid outfit, if you look closely, has torn sleeves with a badass bodysuit underneath. I came from YouTube, yeah, but it's wonderful to have you either way. I see. But no, look. What does Kajera do? I'm gonna do some high IS. Have fun, Joshua! She's a retired aura farmer. I could agree with that. But her current level of aura is normal woman. The coolest thing about her is that her tongue is blue. Her only contribution to fighting is breathing really hard. And while that sounds really cool, the rest of the time she's just being a maid. She does me? I see. So you're just horny for her. That doesn't make her cool, though. It's the same way as Ling. Theoretically, Ling is very cool. Theoretically. Wow, apparently there's a lot of Lings. Where is the actual Ling? Where's the 6-star Ling? Where the fuck are you, Ling? There we are. Look, Ling is another good example of this. The troll never does aura farm. Exactly. The troll is never the aura farmer. Ling, theoretically, is the strategic mastermind of the Sui. The puppet master, pulling the strings behind the scenes, guiding all of her unsure sisters and brothers to their correct place. But then, instead, she's constantly drunk and saying poetry really lame. Retired, but unlike Helga, she didn't keep it up without trying. That's a good way of putting it. Like, as Rosen says, Kujera is the reason there's no calamities in Kujerag. However, she's not an active aura farm like Helga is. Ling is too drunk to be cool. Exactly. If Ling ever becomes sober, I'm not going to put her on negative aura. Ling going sober and getting serious, that could be incredibly cool and could very quickly shoot her up to peak. As she is now, though, she has potential, but she is not acting on any of that potential at the moment. She is just a drunk wine aunt. Ling held the walls of human. No, exactly. Ling could be really, really cool. She could be, but she is not. Maybe one day, if she ever sobers up and goes serious, she'll be an actual badass. But as it is now, new tier, too drunk to aura farm. No. That's just work in progress. We could maybe put her in 50-50. Actually, yeah, I think she's roughly on par with the rest of the characters in 50-50. Now that I think about it more. Because she is that archetype of a hidden dragon, very literally. If we get the Sui finale and she gets serious, she'd be easy peak. Absolutely. As it is now, though, the best I can do is 50-50. She has better things to do, like drinking. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Work in progress. The progress is Alcoholics Anonymous. Hey, look, every step, right? Now, Lee. I really do like Lee, but he is just not cool. Part of that's him being a scaly, but the other half of that's his personality. Even if he wasn't a scaly, look at how smug he constantly looks. This may sound weird. This may be a bit of a strange take. I think Lee looks too good to be an aura farmer. He doesn't look good in the edgy way. He looks like a very well-dressed, trollish gentleman. Lee's just a merchant? Exactly. This just looks like a scumbag who's gonna rip you off, but like in a really charming way. And you're gonna thank him for the privilege. Sleep well, Jolie! Thanks for coming by. Fish, he is a fish, but that doesn't inherently make him cooler. I think he's just a normal-ass dude. I gotta be honest, I think he's just a normal-ass dude. He looks like a family man, for real, for real. This looks like the kind of guy you'd see at the daycare, also dropping off his own kids. His S3 is aura pushing you away. No, it doesn't matter that he's a skilled fighter when he looks and acts this goofy. He dresses up in a fucking stage magician suit. He actually would rip you off, he would, and it would be hilarious. I think Lee is actively hiding his aura. My guy is hiding it too well then, Klutzkopf. It's the meme of they don't know I'm cool with that one person standing alone in the corner looking lame as shit. Waifu and Akdu count as his kids. Exactly, he's just a family man. He rips off your DP? That he does, because he's not worth the deployment cost. Lee is just chilled vibes? Exactly, different kind of aura. Black Knight, I gotta be honest, I remember reading everything Black Knight did. The closest she has to aura is just how she looks. But even then, she just looks like a runway model, or a normal-ass woman. She's based off of a fucking gecko, so the fact that they made her look this cool is respectable. But she also dresses up in her 90s. Wrong Black Knight, not Black Knight. It is crazy that Degenbrecher was originally called Black Knight in lore, and then we were looking forward to Black Knight, and they gave us Black Knight instead. South, really? Rosen, she is a... I'm not saying she has negative aura. I know she's a mercenary. No, not a bounty hunter, right? Is it Goanna? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just mean lizard. She showed up to try and steal the cup in Ling's event, and that's about it. Exactly, she's just like an F-tier bounty hunter. Not a gecko. I don't know my lizards, okay? I don't know my lizards. I don't know what the difference between a goanna and an iguana and whatever I said the first time are. I apologize. She kicks her pet, so that's auto-negative. It is pretty negative. But look, her pet is way too cute for her to have any aura. Goannas are Aussie natives. Well, look, who's to say I'm actually Australian, mate? How do you know I'm not just putting on an accent and streaming in every Australian time zone for no fucking reason? How about that, mate? Is she selling car insurance? It's just impossible to take her seriously. She's just normal woman tier. But no, I don't know much about Australian wildlife outside of the main ones. Look, I live in Canberra. Nothing ever happens here, Rosen. She's a helicopter. She is. But no, nothing ever happens in Canberra, so I'm not too familiar with the wildlife outside of spiders. Affectionately? Oh, no, you're absolutely... Yeah, don't worry. It's all in good fun. No, don't worry. That's very sweet of you, Rosen. Not to worry. I was not at all offended. I know you were just teasing me. Okay, let's take a look-see. Cruce. I do actually think Keen Glint has some aura. I'm trying to think how much. The problem is... Cruce is also traumatized. Genuinely. Hear me out. I know this sounds bad. But how can you seem cool when you're traumatized from accidentally shooting one ally one time? Get over it. Shoot him on purpose next time. You have the potential to be so cool, and trauma is usually a plus, but she's constantly worrying, oh no, I let down my team. Oh no, I accidentally shot Fang in the gut. Get over it, lady. Also, she shows off her stomach way too much to be super cool. Like, outside of her E2, she goes, her E1, E2 looks cool because the bayonet on the crossbow, and then she goes back to looking goofy as hell. Hello, South. Welcome in, Toby! Lovely to have you. She keeps her eyes closed to prevent the rise of God Cruce. Cruce with her eyes open, I think that could be peak. But as she is now, I think she's at best a work in progress. Meanwhile, actively killing my operators. Exactly. I didn't like to do it, but from memory I put Ak pretty high. Yeah, I put him in cooler than normal. You know how difficult that was for me? Cruce's eyes are just green. Look, she gets a bit of a benefit from keeping them shut. I will say that. Having your eyes constantly shut while wielding a crossbow, that's pretty aura. But then she loses a lot of it as well by sitting on a giant plushie and being traumatized about accidentally shooting one of your allies. Oh no, we mildly hit one. Killing himself in the progress? Act actually stops killing himself in a few months when we get Lemon. They actually changed the entire archetype to buff Exusiate Alter. They realized after making Spurrier, oh, we're not going to be able to make another geek ever if we don't change how the archetype works. So they no longer kill themselves. They now function more as Fear Meta. She should shoot Fang again for exposure therapy. So fucking true, bestie. Also, a certain op kills Ak when he tries. Yeah, let me guess, Hoshiguma, right? Wait, is Ak... No, Ak isn't affected by, counter damage. Who kills Ak if he tries to, then? Because from what I remember testing it, Ak is not affected by counter damage. He is? Really? No, because I've shot Penance with Ak before. Really? Hoshi does? That's crazy. I've never seen that. That's hilarious. Oh, I've got to test that out. That's funny. Hoshi versus Ak counter damage. Let me just jot that down so I don't forget to check. I just got Vulpes and Avonballs from Oblana. This is so arse. That's what you get for laughing at me. That's what you get for laughing at me. It is what it is. All of yesterday, people were making fun of me. Okay, Shalem. You know what? Maybe we do have some fast ones. Is anybody going to blame me if I say this guy looks too much like a twink to be intimidating? He's too much of a depressed twink. He does not have any aura. He has negative aura. His smolder here is the only instance he has any degree of aura. He's too busy being a depressed twink. He does not look cool. Which is a shame, because he could, but he's just too small. He's got a cool coat hanger. Yeah, he's got a cool coat hanger. My bad, I should reconsider. He looks like a theater kid? Exactly. Shalem is just discount Walmart version of Phantom at clearance sale level 99% off. He's apparently in Tragodia's event story, but I have no idea how. Maybe it will change once we have feats for him. I can only go off of, what we can see. Oh my god, let me reset it. I can only go off what we can see because he hasn't really appeared in any events because he was an IS operator. But maybe he'll appear in Phantoms. Is there any twink with aura? Unfortunately, Ak. Unfortunately. I hate it. Ak does have some aura. It is a true Greek tragedy. I'm not a big fan, but I gotta be honest. Alrighty, Golden Glow. Another nice and easy one. Golden Glow has negative aura. The only thing menacing about her is uncontrolled explosions, but she is too worried about them. Golden Glow is way too worried about all of the uncontrollable explosions, And once she does learn to control her explosions, she becomes a hairdresser. I love Susie, she's incredibly cute, but there is not a menacing bone in her body. It's another case of if she was actively stabbing you, you would not be intimidating. Way too lewd of a design, that is true. Golden Glow is basically a filthy, degenerate slut, and anybody who likes her should be ashamed, and they're just a massive pervert. Can you believe how hypersexualized this design is? It's actually so fucked up. Way too cute, exactly. Even though she's causing explosions, she's way too cute. She's more afraid of her arts than she'll do damage to you. Exactly. If she hurt you, she would cry. I remember that thread. It was so funny to me, because it was just one person as well. Everybody disagreed with him. I got her going for Banana. Oh, she is very amazing. She is very amazing as a unit. It's just, she's way too wholesome. She's Susie the hairdresser. She's not cool. Her summer outfit is cute. Yeah, she's very, very cute. All of her outfits are cute. Just, if she stepped on an ant, she would cry. You know what I'm talking about? If she accidentally crushed a beetle underfoot, she would break down in tears. It is what it is. Quercus... Quercus is just normal woman, isn't she? Does anybody know anything plot-wise about Quercus? I don't recall seeing her in any event ever. That's the great part. Yeah, there was no big drama, it was just one idiot. Even the Genshin community joined in on clowning on him. So it just turned into a really wholesome moment. But yeah, like, I'm actually trying to think. I know nothing about Quercus other than she just looks like your mum. Does she even appear in any events? I'm being serious. I don't actually remember. Does Quercus show up in anything? She owned a flower shop. Oh, well, that's something. Okay, here's actually a good way to put it. This is her in combat, and every single generic reserve op behind her looks significantly cooler than her. Every single generic reserve op looks cooler, and even though she's posing dramatically, she still doesn't look cool. This is her trying her absolute best to aura farm, and she is not succeeding at all. She's just a normal-ass woman. You cannot aura farm. It's not that she has negative aura, but even when she's actively trying to look cool, it completely falls flat. Every single other character on screen is cooler than her. She's kind of silly with her skin animations. She is very, very silly. Okay, who's after Quercus? Fiammetta. Okay, now... it's worth thinking about. Fiammetta's actually going to be a little bit difficult. Fiammetta's combat style is very cool. She shoots artillery, arcs it down on you. Fiammetta dresses up and looks very cool. She's got a very dirty mouth. She's very angry and willing to express it. But at the same time, outside of cussing out Mystima one time, I just don't think she has that much aura. KFC the carpet bomber. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she's just a really easy 50-50. She can be really cool if she wants to, but her default is an absolute goober. Her S2 is cooler than her S3. Her S2 is pretty cool. It is. It really is. But I like the S3. The operator with many nicknames, for real, for real. Welcome in, Ancient! Lovely to have you. Her one Latin line exudes so much aura, exactly. She has so much aura when cussing out Mystima, and then she also lets her co-workers put stickers on her. I think she is just the freest 50-50. She's either incredibly cool or absolutely lame as shit, and there is no in between. I was thinking, how am I gonna rate her? But she is perfect for that category. Her holding Anduin at gunpoint when he opens the door was great. It was. But then she lets Lemoen put stickers on her. That's the thing, like, she alternates between being really cool and then being super fucking lame. Suffering feels weird, man. It was very great that she was initially introduced as Suffering, and she was just absolutely suffering from the nickname. That was an OG meme. You're a boomer like me, Onigiri. I did for a while still call her Suffering. It took me a while to get used to calling her Fiammetta. Fiammetta's incredibly silly or peak. I love her. Yeah, exactly. Like, Fiammetta is either in peak or negative aura, and there is no in between. So she is exactly a 50-50. Every scene, she is either peak or negative. Now, Mika Sperato, he is Aura, so she should take pointers. The problem with Mika Sperato is basically all I know about him is all of the fan art of him being fully armored except for his cock. So, I'm trying really hard to be objective once we get to him, but I want you to understand the context. That is the only thing I know about it. So it is a very uphill battle. South Zaguna? No, I'm not trying to find it. I'll look up fan art of Exusier, and then I'll click in. Oh, what's the first thing I see? 3 pixels of Exusier in the background. 90% of the screen is Mika Sperato's dick. Search history reveal when? No. Why would I choose to do that? That was a flashbang of a sentence. How do you think I felt clicking onto Exusier fan art and seeing that? I wasn't even looking for not safe for work Exusier fan art. I wanted wholesome fan art of Exusier. I wasn't even on a porn site. I was just looking for normal Exusier fan art. And the fucking wall of Mika Sperato with like a 3-foot-long penis. Fully erect, standing at attention, with him exuding smugness despite being fully armored. So when we get to him, please do describe his actual story beats, because that is the only context I have for him. I will work to be as neutral as best I can, but I don't know anything other than that. Kazamaru. Kazamaru is canonically a spy, but I feel like she's another case of just too cute to be scary. She dresses up as a catgirl maid. Even in this one, her clone has aura, but she does not. Kazamaru's clone is the one in black wearing the dramatic mask. The normal Kazamaru is just injured. Kunoichi? Yeah, she's a Kunoichi. Also, by the way, I always used to think it was Kunoichi. But no, it's Kunoichi. I don't know why I'm stupid. As an Eku simp, I can relate. Yeah, look, it's not just me. I'm not crazy. You'll be scrolling through just wholesome pictures of Exusier looking cute, and then it'll cut to her being raw-dogged by Mestima in Texas. Or Texas in Texas, you never know. And then you're back to Exusier, and then you're back to Mika Sperato's penis, and then you're back to Exusier. It's just an unfortunate necessity of trying to find cute Eku art. Everyone else became corporate, and she just went, nah, I'm good. Yeah, that is a fair assessment. It's just, Kazamaru is a spy. She does have some degree of aura, but I think she's just minor aura. I wouldn't even say she's cooler than normal, because she usually just dresses like a bit of a girly pop girl. When did they add South to Arknights? I am not a spy! Despite popular request, I am not a spy. I know, it's been multiple days, and I'm still not a spy! Isn't that crazy? But yeah, because she just dresses up as a maid, as a cutesy maid, I don't think I can give her that much. I think she's a work in progress. If she's farming aura, she's doing her job as a spy wrong. And as the spy, I should know. So, realistically, the best she can get is minor aura, because if you're revealing your aura, you look too important. That VTuber's a spy? No, I'm not. Sounds like something a spy would say. I'm not a spy. I don't know what to tell you. She's dressing as a maid to steal a diamond, skill issue. She's also poking her tongue out and looking at the camera in a cutesy way. Aussie spy in the base. Bro, it is... TF2 has been dead for 10 years. Look, listen to me. Team Fortress 2 was tired and dead 10 years ago. You need to start playing other games. This is an intervention. I know. You really like Team Fortress 2. The game died 10 years ago. Pick up you can keep playing TF2. Just start playing another game as well, okay? Just pick up an additional game. Not everything is a TF2 reference. I play other games and TF2. No, you don't. The community keeps it on live support. No, the community is fucking manually pumping their heart at this stage. The community has been giving CPR to TF2 for the last 3 years, trying desperately to stop it from flatlining. Alrighty, now Enforcer. I do actually... Okay, part of it is just biased because of his name. Enforcer is an aura-filled name. But he also just looks so cool. I think he's just either consistent badass or cooler than normal. I'm trying to remember his story beats. He mostly helps an orphan and basically passes on will advice to people. He's not as cool as Executor, but he's still pretty cool. I'm trying to be fair and ignore my own biases, but I think he's just stanced up enough. I don't remember enough of his story. He was kind of a minor character. Enforcer's a twink that knows how to aura farm. Exactly. I actually think he might be a consistent badass. He's dressed incredibly well and carries a shotgun. Oh, okay, no. Enforcer is consistent badass. I'm sorry. Executor, rather. Enforcer, you are not as cool as Executor. You are cool, but you're not as cool as Executor. He got some aura, not that much. I would say he's cooler than normal. He's carrying around a shotgun, dressed well in a suit. He does look kind of cool despite being a twink. That's some dedication. But no, yeah, if Executor's a consistent badass, he needs to be lower. It is what it is. You are just less cool than Executor. Thinking about twinks with aura, Logos is up there. Look, it's hard to take Logos seriously when the only reason he's not being dressed up in a dress by his mum is his mum died. Rip Bozo. But she is a robot, so maybe she'll keep dressing him up. Alrighty, who came after Enforcer? Logos' mum, though? Yeah, she's so bad. Okay. Horny? No, wrong horn. No, wrong horn. I don't want thorns. There we go. There we go. I think we can all agree she's pretty peak. Or would she be consistent badass? Let's actually think about it. Story beats wise, she doesn't do things that are as cool as a lot of the other consistent badasses. But she is pretty consistently being a badass. Kuto in a certain language means big D. Yeah, much like hung, for real, for real. Okay, let's actually... I haven't really read Chapter 11. I got the Cliff's Notes. Horn definitely had a badass last stand. Victorian, she's badass. I think she's more consistent badass than Peak. I agree. Because while she has a very badass last stand, I just don't... I think she's more on par with someone like Executor than she is someone like Texas. I don't know what it is, because she doesn't really have anything holding her back from Peak. I just don't think she's quite at that level. I think everyone above her manages to look cooler than her. So even though she's fully dedicated, she's just not quite to the same level as someone like Gladia. Horn is Captain Price of Arknights. Who's Captain Price? At least badass tier. Yeah, like, we're arguing if she's peak or one off of peak. We all agree she's at least above cooler than normal. But I think she's a consistent badass more than she's actually peak. I feel like everyone in the peak tier is cooler than Horn. I don't know what it is, because she does have a lot of cool moments. I feel like Victoria, just as a plot, was just too lame. She refuses to die and just stands there after getting shot by a cannon. Yeah, but Platypus, the thing you've got to understand. Spectre already did that better. That's the problem. That is a really cool scene. Standing there, shot by a cannon, injured, refusing to die. Spectre's entire gimmick is that as her bones are being shattered, she just decides to disagree and keeps fighting anyway. So, like, it's such a shame. Everything about Horn should be peak, but everything she does better. She doesn't have the best last stand in the Victoria arc. Like, actually stop and think about that. In the Victoria arc, Horn has the second best last stand moment. She gets absolutely ratioed by Scout. It's kind of tragic, because Horn tries so hard to look cool, and does succeed a lot, but I just don't think she's quite on par with the rest of the Peak characters. I think she's just a tiny bit worse than Peak, unfortunately. I do think she's in the upper tier of consistent badass, but I feel like she's more in line with Federico than she is with characters like Lapland or Texas. That's just me personally. I could see the argument for her being Peak. I can't fully articulate why I don't think she is. Her last stand is up there, so consistent badass feels right. Yeah. Horn is always being a badass, and she does have moments of peak. I just don't think she's consistently peak. From COD Modern Warfare. Oh, got you. I never really played COD. Lumen, let's be real. Lumen has negative aura. Right? Anyone? Speak now or forever hold your silence. We all agree, right? Lumen is too busy being a soft boy twink to seem cool. The closest he got to cool was running up a lighthouse to start a generator while Dario was being a Giga Chad. Welcome in, Sephi! How's your week going? Lovely to have you. I hope you're having a great day so far. Is there lower than negative aura? Yeah, you know what? Let's put him at the absolute bottom of the tier. Who do you think has more aura? Suzerain or Lumen? I actually think it's Suzerain. Like, I'm actually being dead ass here. I think in a competition between Suzerain and Lumen, Suzerain is more intimidating. Because while her art is of her as a very young child, when she grows up, and she has canonically grown up, she now looks basically identical to Vulpesfolia. So she does inherit some of her mom's badass. Suzu's a child, I know, but I would say Suzu as a child is still cooler than Lumen. Because at least she has intimidating parents backing her up. Like, deadass, I asked the question as a joke, and then I realized my answer is legitimately, I think Suzerain is cooler than Lumen. Because Suzerain's got a bunch of mystic stuff. Lumen's just a normal mechanic. That's his plot. He's a normal mechanic. That's it. Suzerain has the domain expansion. Exactly. She's got cool arts shit. Lumen doesn't. Okay, Heidi. Heidi is definitely busy farming, but what she's farming is trying to make Kowsey horny for her. That is what she's farming. She is not really interested in doing anything cool. She just wants Kowsey to flirt with her. It is genuinely pretty funny that Kowsey was impressed, Heidi got a crush on Kowsey as a kid, and then something like 20 years later joins Rhodes Island, basically to flirt with Kowsey. So I feel like, even though she doesn't really have any aura, she's gotta go in the gauge tier. Her entire personality is being down bad for Kowsey. I'm not even saying I blame her. We've all seen Kowsey as a butler. We remember the butler CG. But Heidi could theoretically have been a great aura farmer if she wasn't too busy being incredibly gay for Kowsey. Rock is like Heidi, except without the gauge. She's just too busy looking hot. I'm sorry. Someone who dresses like this, she does have a little bit of a punk aesthetic going for her. And I'd actually never thought about this. She looks like, Mita from My Side. She's got the same kind of hairstyle. And the cap. She actually kind of looks like Cappy. Damn, I hadn't thought about that. Rock or rock. Yeah, I was very happy with that video. I'm so glad people enjoyed it. I was really, really happy with that. You can't have aura with a name like Rock. Exactly. Mech Accord Caster Rock. What if instead of Rock it was Cock, and instead of building drones, she had a massive Fuda cock? Yeah, thought of the day. I hadn't thought of that, XQ10. So, look, let's be real. I wouldn't put her at negative aura. She's just farming, like, looking pretty. She just looks like an OnlyFans model more than anything. She has rock in her name is the only thing I know about her. Let's go! She has some minor aura. Her voice line does deliver some aura. Yeah, like, I wouldn't put her at negative. It's just her life goal is not to look cool, it's to look pretty. So she's sort of like the female version of Stainless. I would say Stainless is the exact same thing. You should check her voice. Oh, I've heard her voice. Her voice lines are kind of cool, but if you're dressing like this, it doesn't matter how dramatic your proclamation? Shit. Proclamation, that's the word. It doesn't matter how dramatic or cool your proclamation. If you're dressing like this, people aren't going to take you seriously. So I'm sorry. I love Rock. She dresses amazingly, but not in a cool way. Spectre Alta. Now, what we need to consider. This is not Spectre we're talking about. This is Laurentina we're discussing here. Just to clarify, I put Spectre in peak. OG Spectre is peak and looks incredibly cool. All Laurentina does in the entire event is aggressively flirt with Irene. That is the only action she takes for the entirety of Stultifere and Navis. And even her skin is her basically flirting with herself. So, while OG Spectre was peak, Spectre Alter goes in the Gauge tier. She is very capable of being peak, but she's way too busy flirting with Irene and making her uncomfortable because she thinks it's funny. Spectre Alter is amazing. Also, no, she also murders tons of Seaborn. Oh, yeah, no. Like, she does still kill things. It's just, now that she's sane, she is way busy flirting with people. She doesn't want to look as cool as she used to. How do you aggressively flirt? Read Stultifera Navis. Read Stultifera Navis, that is how you aggressively flirt. She is constantly finding excuses to flirt with Irene, despite it making Irene uncomfortable. We need a peak Gauge. Yeah, look, she's at the top of Gauge. I know, I do get what you mean, Sten. She's definitely still capable of looking cool. There's a reason normal Spectre's in peak. It's just she's busy with other things. If you don't put Irene in anything but peak, I will find you. She is peak bird wife with one of the biggest glow-ups. Have I ranked Irene yet? I mean, I must have, right? Did Irene come before Spectre? Oh, no, she came with. Okay, gotcha. I was going crazy. I was thinking to myself, wait, I don't recall ranking Irene. Okay, let's genuinely deadass consider Irene. She does get it. Even in her maid outfit, she does manage to look cool, so that's not too much of a debuff. Let's actually think about this. I would definitely say, at minimum, Irene is a consistent badass. At very minimum, she is a consistent badass. There is an argument for her being peak. I do agree. There is an argument. I'm trying to actually think about it. Plot-wise, she starts off very low with her mentor's death, but once she gets a glow-up from being an actual operator, she very easily fills into the role of being a full-on Inquisitor and doing a lot of important and difficult things. So she does absolutely have my respect for that. Omega Forehead, she does have a massive forehead. Forehead docks a lot of points. No, it doesn't. No, that's mean. She's just a very petite lady. That was good. Her only L is from Undertides, where she was a failure. Yeah, exactly. Her only L is when she's still a student, and once her master dies, she steps up and starts farming as necessary. 5 head? No, it's more like a 7 head. I don't necessarily know if she's done anything cool enough to be in peak. I feel like, without a doubt, one day, Irene will be peak. I'm quite positive that Bloodline of Combat Irene would be peak, but we don't have Bloodline of Combat yet. It's much like Angelina. Later in her life, I'm quite positive Angelina will be an absolute badass, but I just don't think Irene is there yet. However, unlike Angelina, who is really low because she's just girl next door flirting with you, I feel like Irene is already a consistent badass and is meeting the expectations of her very, very lofty title. I just don't quite think she's peak yet. Peak tic-tac-toe playing board. Yeah, so who wants to play tic-tac-toe? For real, for real. Irene was the first op to save Kevin. Yes, but saving Kevin is ultimately not important and didn't canonically happen. Kevin canonically fell through the trash chute. So yeah, I agree, Sten. She did get a massive glow-up. I just don't think she's peak yet. I have no doubt she will be. I just think she's still got a little bit of a path to go. Old Irene, Bloodline of Combat Irene, or if we ever get her in an unlikely scenario, Irene Alter, that will 100% be peak, and she will most likely move up. But as it is now, I don't think I can give her that, given how new to it she still is. She's not accustomed to aura farming just yet. Winflit. Winflit, am I crazy? Am I misremembering, or is Winflit literally an assassin for the Syracusan Mafia? That's fine, Arknights has such peak birds. I love the birds of Arknights. I would not give Telopsis peak, though. Telopsis, the only thing she's doing is peeking out from under the desk. The only thing holding Irene back is not flirting back with Spectre. I know, right? I know, it's crazy. Negative Twink? I don't actually think he's negative. Winflit? Okay, wait, he's poking his tongue out at me. I never noticed that. Windflit, I feel like, despite his best efforts, he's still a minor aura or work in progress. Because he just looks like he's an assassin. I don't even think he is. I think he just looks like one. So this is almost despite his best efforts, but he does have a little bit of aura. If he leaned into the assassin style, he could very quickly rise up the charts. As he is now, I think he's got a little bit of a core there. He isn't? Yeah, I figured. Welcome in, going, Spade? Lovely to have you. I figured as I was looking at him more that I was misremembering, but he definitely looks like one. He has the same sort of aura as one, even if he isn't. So he has the appearance that maybe one day he could look cool, but for now he absolutely just doesn't. It's tragic. How you going, Spade? I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. Arado. Arado, I feel like she's more on the normal woman tier. She's definitely not negative aura like a lot of the other girly pop characters, because her hair makes her face look a little bit menacing. The assassin looked older and is dead, I think. Yeah, I remember him. I remember something to do with an assassin with Winflit, but it's been a while. Yeah, I know he's an engineer. I just remember something to do with an assassin. The more I think about it, the more I might be confusing him with someone else. He looks like the cleaner. Yeah, so it's not just me, right? It looks like he would just be a cleaner. You hire him after an assassination and he takes care of things. Arado ZZZ, that's funny. Okay, I feel like Arado is just normal woman. I don't think she looks cool. I don't think she looks lame, though. She has potential, even though she's using a giant fucking harp as a weapon. Welcome in, Choo Choo! I eat new doggo girl now to sleep. Sleep well. Thanks for coming. What's the yap about, Shadow? Welcome in. Lovely to have you. Are you really saying, streamer, you're yapping too much? Aura ranking account reviews when? Oi, Shangri-La, I've already said next month, which starts in 2 days. I'm doing 2 account review streams. What do you mean that's not enough for you? I can't just do account reviews all day, every day. I'd get so fucking bored, and then it would stop being fun, and people would no longer have fun, and anyone who got their account reviewed would feel scammed because I would do a bad job. Hi, welcome in, Wishanelle! Lovely to have you. I hope your weekend's going very well so far. Ah, damn it, I was clicked in. That's fine. But no, I'm not reviewing the aura of your account. How would that work? Yeah, I feel like Arado's just normal woman. Now, Abenholtz. I'm really sorry, Abenholtz. You're way too sad to be edgy. Like, am I crazy? By rights, Abenholtz should be edgy. He's the Witch King. He's this terrifying demon that summons hell upon his enemies. But then he's also just a twink who mourns his boyfriend. Like, he should be so cool, but he's just not. How about reviewing every map in Arknights? That would take me like 1,000 hours and no one would care. Gauge 100? Yeah, I feel like that's actually a good way to put it. Abenholtz could be incredibly cool, but he's too busy being gay, same as Spectre Alta. So I feel like he goes in the gay tier. He has potential to be cool. AK decided to angst up his entire lore and ruin everything I liked. He's definitely very angsty. Another one for the Gauge tier. I had briefly forgotten the Gauge tier exists. You're absolutely right. Abenholtz is a perfect fit for the Gauge tier. Xerny. Despite being British, I actually think Xerny's kind of cool. His British accent is genuinely kind of badass, and he walks around attacking you with a piano. He's a butler who hits you in the face with a giant piano. Think about that for a second. Genuinely stop and think about it. I don't think he's quite consistent badass. I definitely think he's cooler than normal. Stoic butler, incredibly well-dressed and spoken gentleman. Okay, actually, he might be a consistent badass. Xerny's the only op that isn't censored while swearing. I know, it's so hype. He's German. Ja, natürlich. Aber hat ein English Voice Actor Aussprachen. Ich vergesse die Wörter, es tut mir leid. Xerny's my favorite music composer. Yeah, he composes music with your face and his piano. I wouldn't want to be hit by that. I wouldn't either. I actually think he's a consistent badass. He doesn't really accomplish anything. Nah, I think he's more in line with the cooler than normal. He's not as badass as someone like Gavial or Gravel or Ash or Blitz. But he is kind of on par with Carnelian. Does anybody remember what he does in the story? Because I've forgotten. I forgot what he did in the story. I feel like he's either top of cooler than normal or right down here with Carnelian, inconsistent badass. And he's cool despite being British, Platypus, so that's a mark in his favor. Despite his over-the-top British accent, despite being German, he manages to sound and look cool. I feel like for now, I'll put him in consistent badass, because that's what my heart tells me. He attacks you with a giant-ass piano despite having a sword. That's pretty hype. I never read the AK German events, busy with Eblana than Kajera. No, that's very fair, Sten. I still haven't read, like, any of Arc X2. He just kept judging Ebenholz when he was trying to play his music for a show. Okay, no, sorry, that drags him down a tier. If he's just constantly backseating Ebenholz. I finally eaten Grey Altar. Let's go! I'm happy for you, Josh. Alright, by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention it earlier. Today's YouTube poll is South bald, yes or no? You can go over and vote. The answer is no, by the way, I'm not bald. And if you do, please consider liking the stream. It means a lot to me. But no pressure, that's the trade-off. I give you a poll, and if you vote, you like the stream. But no, yeah, if he's constantly backseating Ebenholz's music, that definitely drags him down a tier. Hibiscus Alta is nowhere near as cool as Purgatory. I don't think she's cool at all. I think she's just normal-ass woman. Bald or bald? Bald, as in lacking in hair. Sorry, I know it's hard to read an Australian accent. Hibby Alta has twice the aura as her OG one. 0 times 2 equals 0. Exactly! Hibiscus is not cool. No, she's not a hag, UI. Bro, she's like 22 at latest. She is not older than 22. That is the absolute oldest she could possibly be here. What do you mean she's a hag? But nah, she's just dead-ass a normal woman. I don't think she is negative aura like her E0, her previous version does. She's definitely gotten out of negative aura tier, but now she's just normal woman. She has a glow-up. She does have the Sarkaz genes. I tested the AK counter damage thing on Hoshi, Penance, and you. He doesn't get blown up, so I'm missing someone, or he doesn't... Yeah, I could have sworn he didn't take counter damage. Because counter damage only applies to enemies. 22 equals hag. No! Okay, she's 19. Thank you, Spade. She's 19. She's not a hag. Also, are you calling me old just because I've started graying? Damn, that's crazy. I'll have you know I'm a zoomer. She does cooking damage. Yeah, but the fact that she can't cook doesn't make her look cool. Once you can, in your own time, I tagged you in something. Oh, of course, of course. Do you want me to check it on stream or do you want me to check it off stream? My default is off stream, but if you really want me to check it now, I can do so, I don't mind. I'm celebrating 300 hours in Baldur's Gate 3, haven't finished the game. Hey, let's go! I never could get into Baldur's Gate 3, it just doesn't look like my cup of tea, because I'm not a D&D enjoyer. So, it's just, I'm not the target audience. But I'm very glad it exists, because it seems like people really, really love it. Do now? Sure. Let's have a look-see now. What did you tag me in? What did you tag me in? Oh, goodness, oh, man. Wow, that's crazy. Where did Ducking go? Where did Duck go? Where'd you... Oh, you just vanished. That's crazy. Where'd you go? Wow, that's crazy. That's messed up. What happened to you? Wow, you just disappeared. Oh, I guess you must have left. Mods, get that guy. Yeah, mods, take that guy out back and strap him into the toe extractor. Ducky, do you happen to have a favorite toe? I'll let you keep one. I'm very sweet like that. Oh, I smell a band. Don't worry, I took him out back. Okay, Dorothy. I'm so sorry, Dorothy. You have negative aura. You might be thinking I'm crazy for this. And it's not because I'm salty about someone rubbing in the Ablana salt. Look, Dorothy looks really cool. I don't? Okay, then I'm taking your toes and fingers. Enjoy. Now, Dorothy looks cool. What happened? Ducking was bragging about getting 2 Ablanas and 1 Tenpool just to rub salt in the wound. He also got Wolfenite. Dorothy is peak and I love her, but she has no aura. She's just a great character. Exactly. She looks really cool, but her whole gimmick is crying about how she can't save everyone. She has no aura. Like, literally crying. Not metaphorically weeping dramatically. She just tears up and breaks down because she wants people to live happy. All she has is trauma. Exactly. She looks way cooler than she is. She's a crybaby? Yes, exactly, Joy. Dorothy is too much of a crybaby, unfortunately. I don't have Dorothy. She looks kind of cool, but it is what it is. Okay, now is this... This is Asked Jean, right? Yeah, okay, I remembered. It's hard to tell the two apart. I have a pot 6 at Blana, but you didn't see me bragging. I got her in 80 pulls. The second and third are in the same pool. I'm not bragging totally. Wow, that's crazy. Did anyone happen to see who said that? Wow, that's crazy. Did anyone see the guy that said that? I can't find him anymore. Asjean is cool. I don't think she is. I've got to be honest. Asjean is way too happy. She's just normal woman. I got Necras in 30 pulls. You know what? I don't see any proof of that. I feel like you didn't. Wow. Oh, sorry. Who said that? Who said that? Crashing out against Ferdinand was hilarious. It is, but again, she just seems more like a normal woman. Hey, chat, let's flex. No. Third time's the charm. She's slightly cooler than her sister, otherwise the same. Yeah, that's how I feel. They're just both on the normal woman tier. She is slightly cooler than her sister, I agree, but they're both just normal women. Must have been the wind, for real. She has the "this is fine while the room is on fire" face. Exactly. She's not looking cool. She's not sitting in the fire like Silver Ash. She's going, oh, this is fine. Hey, South BTTV counters it. I can still see it. Oh, that's fine, don't worry. I only timed him out for 1 second. I can't. I got a bladder on my 91st pull, so my luck is like South's. Salty, I got a bladder on my 170th pull. My luck is more than twice worse than yours. This is like you stubbing your toe and going up to someone in a wheelchair and saying, yeah, basically the same thing, right? Speaking of Silver Ash, who's that with him? Franca? No, it is an NPC by the name of Ratatos. Ratatos Browntail. It is in the Kujera event. She's one of the main NPCs. 61 pulls for Banana. That was my only 6-star. Now that is lucky, but also unfortunate. Look, it is what it is. There's no use comparing trauma, especially because I'm still upset about it. In my one pull, I got a pot 1 Thorny Altar. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you think you got South luck, you haven't seen the Pepe video. Exactly. Do we want to watch my Pepe video of me having to spark both of them? Yeah, that's right. I had to spark both characters on a banner. Can you measure up to that? Oh, no, Lapland Altar, at least I got pot 6 Lapland. It's fine. Okay. I gotta be real. Grey Altar and Minimalist also have no aura. They are too much like Twinks. They are negative aura. Grey looks like a puppy dog, but unlike Tequila, doesn't have any level of edge. And Minimalist is like 3'2". Why is Lumen in negative aura? Spade. Answer genuinely. Who is cooler? Not a better character. Cooler. Suzerain or Lumen? Like, genuinely think about it. Who is actually cooler of them? Grey Altar is super cute and saved to lobsters in silence. Yeah, but he's a really wholesome, like, soft boy save the world type. He's not looking cool while doing so. Lumen, Suzu. I feel like you're outvoted. Lumen, look, even if you think Lumen is cooler than Suzerain, they're definitely comparable. Lumen is basically just the male version of Suzerain. He's just a cute soft boy mechanic. Swire, it's her personality that drags her down. Lumen has a scene of him holding off Seaborn during Path of Life by himself to save an Eager. Yeah, that is fair, But I'm just thinking about everything up before then as well. Like, maybe I could see him going up to normal dude tier, but I think it's funnier to ignore Path of Life for this. How about this? Before Path of Life, we can agree Lumen has negative aura. With Path of Life, maybe he has minor aura. But it's way funnier to keep him at the bottom of negative. Swire is higher than Lumen. I would agree with that. SMH negative aura my ass outside of Path of Life. To be fair, I'd forgotten about Path of Life. I don't like Suzerain because of her fans. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Okay, Gaviel Altar. Look. Gaviel Altar is Gaviel, but actually in combat form. Do we need to debate this? Do we need to think about this? She's just normal Gaviel, but cooler. Like, deadass. Is there any scene Gabrielle Alta shows up where she is not actively aura farming? Or even passively? Because she doesn't have to try to do so. This is... We don't need to spend time on that. We don't need to spend time. That one's just obvious. So let's move on to Pazemka. Pazemka is the type of edgy where it can be cool. Really? Posy doesn't show up with that. Alright, I mean, I guess her name is E with umlaut. Pazemka's very hard to rate. Because she's both very pretty and also depressed, but somehow manages to look cool despite that. I feel like she's not quite... I think she's work in progress. I think she's potential. She's definitely not quite... She has a bit more aura than most generic women. And most generic men. She's not quite generic normal-ass woman. Posy is Gage for Duran. Okay, actually, you know what? That feels more comfortable. Posy's entire personality is loving Durans. She could be cool without that, but given that is the case, her new skin is gorgeous. It really is. I love all of Posy's art. She's just so pretty. Like, her hairstyle on her face and her E2 is gorgeous. This entire artwork is gorgeous. It's just, they really nail her face and hair. I really love Posy's outfits. I can only think of her loving Durans, yeah. Posy Gage, just to clarify, Gage is not only about being gay. Characters like Franca, where their personality is basically being gay for Liscom, go in the Gage tier. Other characters, it's for other reasons. It's just a case of their personality is dedicated to something else. Like, Heidi is busy looking hot for Cowsey. She doesn't care about anything else. Actually, I would say most of them, yeah, most of them it is the Gage tier. This is not a negative, by the way. Lurk, have fun ducking! Thanks for coming. But yeah, basically, Pazemka has the potential to look cool, but instead her entire personality is about loving Durans. She's busy. No, have fun ducking. Thanks for coming. I think she can aura farm, but mummy aura... Yeah, she's depressed enough to aura farm, but she just doesn't. She's busy. Haiti has said Heidi. Ah, gotcha. I will forget that, but thank you, Rosen. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll remember one day. Heidi. Maybe. Okay, now Cantabile. Cantabile, like with Posy, is depressed in the right way. It is right up my alley. I do love Cantabile. Let's actually just type her name so we get to her easier. But does she really have aura? Heidi is a German name. Ah, gotcha. That would explain why I fuck it so much. Welcome in, Asnaf! Lovely to have you. Acid Peak. Sorry, I don't have TTV. It breaks some other things. Apologies. Also, Amberisk, I love how you and Hypnos have absolutely gargantuan chibis and then everyone else is normal size. Similar to Dorothy Trauma, that is. Yeah, but Cantabile's Trauma is more about being stoic, which leads to being cool, whereas Dorothy's Trauma is breaking down crying. Cantabile's cooler than usual. That's how I feel as well. I feel like Cantabile is cooler than usual. Just because she's a highborn turned assassin, basically. Not like full-on assassin, but she gives assassin vibes. Oh, Origin is an assassin. Oh, wait, no, she is a full-on assassin then. Hey, let's go. Okay, yeah, I'd definitely say cooler than normal. That is where I would rank her. If I thought she was just a former noble. I didn't realize she was literally an assassin. Yeah, she's definitely... I would say she's cooler than La Pluma, but definitely the same tier. She's a governess turned assassin. Ah, gotcha. She gets yet another skin? Of course she does. It's coming out soon, and it's gorgeous. Cantabile's art is so unfairly pretty, man. How do they keep doing this? There are a couple characters like that. Cantabile is absolutely one of them, where every time they get art, they just look absolutely gorgeous. I feel the same way about Pazemka. It's just kind of unfair. You can't just make characters look this good. My OP is cooked? Yeah, so's mine. Yesterday I had more than 100 OP more than I do now, and I also had 100,000 around them. And now I have nothing. Now I have nothing but copium for my Pod 6 monster. Okay. We finally gotten there. Do we even need to debate what rank Mlinar is? Genuinely. Does anybody need an explanation for why Mlinar is peak aura farm? I am very happy to do it, but I feel like inherently we all know. Like, I would love to spend 10 minutes ranting about Mlinar, but I think we all know why he is in peak. So let's just move on. We need another tier Mlinar. Dead ass. I actually think we do. You know what? Let's add a row above. Let's add a silver row. Oh, no, let's add a row above. Yeah, there we go. Let's change this bad boy. And this can just be the line art here. Because let's be real here. Let's be real here. Not a person alive can match this man's dedication to aura farming. Even gameplay-wise, he's aura farming. He even has that tragic hidden dragon style of looking like a generic salaryman until he decides to be an absolute badass and save the day. He is actively and passively aura farming at the exact same stage. I can't words. My newspaper is more important than you. Yeah, exactly. He will be getting hit in the face by a dragon's fire breath, and he will not stop reading the newspaper, even if it costs him his life. The newspaper adds so much to it, because he would already be peak just based off of his lore. But the fact that he just stands there gameplay-wise reading his newspaper while his niece dies next to him. Okay, Pruvence. Pruvence is just normal woman. She's just a lawyer. She's a horse lawyer. Is this Pruvence? Or am I... No, shit. What's her name? No, I just saw her. Why am I thinking Pruvence? That's not her name. Proviso, that's the one. That's the one. He gets hit by the Sui boss in Link's event and just goes, you'll heal something. That was one of my favorite shitpost videos I've ever made. Fact it's implied that he gets his news no matter where in the world he is wild. Exactly, he's got a spy network. And him showing up to deal with Darksteel right after Marie and Nell was so fucking aura-filled. Also, he has a gay boyfriend. Saul Goodman, yes, this is Saul Goodman if Saul Goodman was an Uma Musume. So, Proviso, she's just a normal-ass woman, let's be real. Yeah, she's just normal-ass woman. She does not have any aura. She doesn't quite have negative aura, she's just normal woman. And Knight Onyx, thank you both. I had forgotten briefly, but I did manage to find her. I appreciate that. Highmore. Highmore's hard to rank. Highmore's hard. In theory, having a scythe makes her cool. However, she is just so girly pop. She walks around footless, looking cute. She is La Pluma without... Ooh, her skin is kind of cool, though. She is La Pluma without the things that make La Pluma look cool. What if he's been reading the same newspaper for 20 years? Yeah, for real, for real. Fish, that's it. Exactly. Even the boss version of Highmore just doesn't really have any aura. I think she's also just in the normal woman tier. Which is kind of pathetic, because I feel like she'd be negative aura if it wasn't for her scythe. I think her scythe is the only thing keeping her out of negative. I prefer La Pluma over Highmore. Yeah, La Pluma is just cooler Highmore. Highmore is we have La Pluma at home. She does have a monster boss form. Yeah, but that's not even cool. It's just like a giant floating jellyfish. Even Highmore's monstrous seaborn boss form isn't cool. Tulip, once again, another case. Do we really need to discuss? Tulip is... Ooh. Actually, no. Tulip is consistent badass. Tulip is a discount version of Gladia. Much like a couple other characters, she is getting hard gatekept. The only reason she's not in contention for peak, everything that's cool about her, Gladia does cooler. That is the only reason I would say Tulip is not peak. But she's definitely still up there. I love Tulip. Let's take a look-see at her art. Let's remind myself, because no, I spelled Tulip wrong. That's embarrassing. Oh, this doesn't even have her. But look, I feel like Tulip is not as cool as Sharp or Touch. So even compared to the other generic operators, I feel like Tulip is not as cool as Sharp. So I think she's more consistent badass. I think she's more in line with Pith and Stormeye. I feel like she's between the two. She's cooler than Pith and Stormeye, but nowhere near as cool as Sharp and Touch, in my opinion. Morning South, good morning, hello guy! Lovely to have you. Julep is an IS? Yeah, she's an IS only special. But no, I feel like she's not as cool as Sharp. Okay, why did I not rank the cat? The cat has negative aura. Isn't this... I think his name's Lua Zhaohe or something like that. He doesn't have aura, he's a cat. Much like Christine, you can't look cool while literally being a cat. Not even a lion, a house cat with goofy anime eyes. Stainless, I feel like much like Rock, just generic normal person. Where did I put Rock Rock? Did I put her in Gage? No. Really? Ah, I guess that's fair. He should just be normal woman, right? Why can't I see Rock Rock? What the fuck did I do with her? Call-up character, for real, for real. Place him next to the 3 cats. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Let's assemble the cats together. Where was the other cat? Isn't it just those 2? I think... Oh, yeah, Terror Research Commission. There we are. We've assembled a wall of cat. The engineer is engineer. Look, I feel like he would say that. That's the problem. He's just too silly. Neutral, yeah. Stainless is just too neutral. He's just normal guy. Oh, there she is. There she is. Stainless and Rock Rock are one and the same. They have cool moments, but they're usually just such goobers. Way too cool. I watched The Legend of Hay. I have not, so I'm just going off of appearance. But no, Stainless and Rock Rock are too busy looking silly, being silly and looking hot. They could not aura farm if their life depends on it. His grandma has more aura. She absolutely does. And speaking of more aura, I love Dagda, but I gotta be real, she is a 50-50. Dagda has a very strong Cockney accent, and is short, and wants desperately to be taken seriously. Oh hey, we have another Kickbot, let's take him out back. Yippee! But no, I love Dagda, but much like Fartooth, I gotta be honest. Only argument for Stainless is that skin, but even then it looks like someone photoshopped Stainless onto a more attractive, more cool guy. If that makes sense. I like the skin, but it doesn't feel like Stainless. Wakanda forever. No, Dagda isn't Wakanda forever. Dagda isn't the Cockney character? Yes, she is. I'm a knight. Isabella Montague. Indra is... Oh, no, sorry. You're right. I'm confusing the name of the accents. I do remember Dagda's voice. I forget the name of her accent. You're right. Indra's the Cockney one. And yeah, she is a knight, but she's desperately trying to be taken seriously. So it's hard to take her seriously. She tries so hard to aura farm, but her outfit is way too goofy. She's 50-50. So let's just move on. I love Dagda, but that's the best I can give her. Paprika, girl, you have negative aura. You're not even normal tier. Paprika is what W would realistically be. A traumatized, idealistic child dressing badly. Do we even need to pull up Paprika? Her clothes have holes in them, and she's way too wholesome. She's too happy to have any aura. She looks adorable. Exactly. Dagda is terrifying as a fist fighter with claws, but she looks way too cute. So, let's move on to Totta. Jesus himself. Too wholesome, oi bonk. Sounds accurate, yeah, exactly. It is what it is. Totta, I don't know if he's necessarily cooler than normal. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Oh shit, welcome in, Seishun! Lovely to have you. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you going, Seishun Days? Lovely to have you. Thank you for coming by. Peak? Totta is definitely not peak. No, I know he's useful. Glasgow forever. Why are there so many Siege Sims? Anyway, my name is Southhard Violence. I'm a cringe Lord Assassin VTuber. Lovely to have you. How is your day going, everybody? Last time I heard you talking about someone wholesome, it's Ace from One Piece. No. No, I've never watched One Piece. Totta is handsome. He really is. Hello? Lovely to have you. How is your stream going? He does have a skin. Yeah, but his skin... He looks coolest in his E0. He looks less cool in his E2, but still cool. He's too pretty boy, despite his otherwise hunter aesthetic. And then his skin, he's just dressed up as Jesus. I feel like he has slightly more aura than all of the mummy characters, but he's still mainly a daddy character. So I think he has potential. I think he's a work in progress. He's not quite as held back as all of the mummy characters, because at least he looks like a hunter. But that's the best I can do. Raider killed my internet. Yeah, the raid did also cause my stream deck to have a malfunction. I was trying to wave earlier and it glitched out. But no, we all love Totta. It's just, he's too pretty boy to be super cool. And then his skin, he is literally just Jesus. Doing good but got a raid and run? No worries! Have a fun rest of your day. Lovely to have you. His name does not sound masculine. Totta means killer. Tod is death in German. So his name is Killer. On a rip rate? No, it's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for coming by. Have a lovely rest of your day, Seishun. Lovely to meet you. But no, his name is cool if you know a little bit of German. But Totta does sound kind of goofy, I do agree. But his name is Killer. That would be Tota. I know, Klotz. I'm huffing copium. I know. I'm huffing copium, okay? Let me have this. Die anderen sprechen kein Deutsch. Wir könnten, sagt ein nicht richtig Sätze zu dem. Es ist einfaches. Es ist sehr einfaches. Toddler, you know, say... No, Tota. Or Tota. Would it be Tota or Tota? Ah, I forget how to pronounce that. Ah, that's fine. I need to practice my pronunciation a bit. Okay, now Penance. I actually do think Penance has a little bit of aura, but not as much as you'd expect when you first look at her. Her holding a bloodied gauntlet that rips into her hands so that she never forgets the weight of the law, that's metal as hell. The fact that she is a one-woman army against corruption in Siracusa, that is also metal as hell. But at the same time, she spends like half of the latest event berating... Vigil, that's his name. Berating Vigil, and the other half flirting with Vulpus Folia. She loses her aura by being a lightweight. Exactly, like, she would be peak, but then she just has things like this holding her down, where she's just your drunk aunt. Drunk skin minus 3,000? Unironically, yes. Mlinar tier? No. No. At first glance, Penance appears as badass as Mlinar, especially when you get into her character. But then you learn more about her, and while Mlinar, there's layers and layers of edge backing him up, Penance is just your drunk aunt. She's either flirting with Vigil or Vulpus, but she's still pretty badass. She's still cool. I'm not saying negative aura. She's such a baddie, though. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Judge with 0 combat experience? I know, it's so fucked up. What do you mean this lady has no combat experience? Shining level of coolness minus the drunk part? Yeah. I do think she's cooler than normal, but I feel like that's the highest we can give her. Because she starts off so strong, but she has a lot of things holding her back. 0 with that badass hammer? I know, right? It's so fucked up. I don't like her Christmas skin. No, that's fair. I like it. I personally do like it. I don't like this skin. I think this skin is goofy. I don't like how they did some of the shading with all of the weird curves. Skill 3 increases her attack by how much? Oh, you know, just a casual 400%. What's the concern here? What's the worry about her skill 3 giving her plus 360% attack at Mastery 3? It is what it is. But yeah, Penance canonically doesn't really get into fights, she just has balls of steel. So she's still definitely cooler than normal, but not as cool as she first appears, especially because she's a lightweight. Now, this one may be a bit controversial. Texas Alta. I still think Texas Alta is peak. However, she is a step down from normal Texas. Texas Alta is a slightly less cool version of normal Texas, in my opinion. However, she's still absolutely peak. She's still a stoic badass assassin, last of her family, having butchered everyone for the sake of the greater good. She's still incredibly badass, it is just slightly less cool than default Texas. Still really awesome though. Not enough to bump her down a tier, she's still top tier. Now, Vigil! I really want to say this guy aura farms, but in the last event he was in, his entire plot was he got hit by a truck and spent the entire event in a coma. So I really want to give him something. I really want to give 2DP Man some kind of benefit of the doubt. But his entire plotline is getting hit by a truck, put in a coma, and being in a coma almost causing civil unrest. You know what that means? Isekai. I hard disagree, she's much cooler now. That's fair. There is definitely some degree of personal bias. I found Texas more stoic as normal Texas, and that was what made her cooler. Texas in Siracusa, it still feels like she has something more to prove. She's much more mentally involved, which stops her looking passively cool. It makes her a better character. It just makes her less directly cool for me. Deadass thought he was a girl first? Well, he is very hot. Look, it's Isekai protagonist Vigil. What's next after El Banana? Okay, sorry, 1 second. Let me put him here before I forget where he is. El Banana, we then should have Icebreaker Games 2, I believe, and then it's Chapter 15, which is Monster. So Monster is the next banner we have, but I think we have... I believe we have Icebreaker 2 before we get Monster. Yeah, I'm never gonna eat a banana again after she scammed me. And look, I feel like he is 50-50. I feel like Vigil is 50-50. In theory, he is a consistent badass, but he is not consistent. We had a data download. Monster is after Ablana on the 16th. Oh, let's go! Okay, I'm very, very happy with that. Chapter 15 is on the 16th. Okay, so they delayed Icebreaker. They delayed Icebreaker. I am very happy for that, even if that means my dreams of Pot 6 Monster are legitimately just dead. Isekai Protag is not cool at all. No, this isn't a coolness test. This is an aura farming list. Isekai Protag's definitely aura farm. I have 2 DP inside me. There are 2 wolves inside you. One of them is Lapland. The other is Texas. Your name is Exuzie. After Monster is Babel rerun, so Icebreaker games is probably before Eku. Yeah, Icebreaker is definitely one of those games they can absolutely put wherever, so I'm actually glad we're getting better events first. I would rather get actual events than Icebreaker. There's been concerning data mining news on the schedule front, though. Wait, if we're catching up, I'm happy with that. It will suck in the short term, but I would be happy to catch up to CN. Like, it would absolutely suck, but I would be happy. If we are actually catching up, that means they're likely going to try and sync the PC launcher once they put it out, which would be kind of hype. And at least we're not the Taiwan server, because holy shit. Taiwan gets like 4 days per event, and then no downtime. The 2 wolves inside me are Avdotia and Lavinia South. No. Lavinia is too busy flirting with Vulpes. Monster coming home, fingers crossed, Peter. I've heard they sped up Taiwan a lot. Yes. Taiwan is getting less, like just over half of the normal event time and 0 downtime. They are getting absolutely fucked over. I forgot about Sid Kagano. Exactly. You forgot about Eminence and Shadow. You forgot about I am. Okay, Lunacub. Lunacub has negative aura. I've got to say it. I said it, okay? Lunacub has negative aura. I like Lunacub. You might be thinking she's a wild child assassin. She's kind of cool. No. She is baby's first assassin. Maybe in the future will she be intimidating. But Red manages to look cool, Lunacub does not, and both of them get their teeth kicked in by Vulpes. She's too cute and clueless. Exactly, Cozy. I figured even you, the #1 Lunacub simp, would understand why I'm saying she doesn't have any aura about her. Despite being an assassin, she is just not cool. She's a cub. It's in her name. For real. Daughter material. I love her so much. Yeah, exactly. She's daughter material. By the way, I love the Eminence and Shadow used name. There's deadass, a guy called Gold Gilded Gold. Yeah, and there's also Perv Arsehat. One of the main antagonists is called Perv Arsehat. Just in case you're worried which side you should be rooting for. I love how they just accept that. No one in story acknowledges these names at any stage, but they just are blatant with it. They don't need to think about it. They know, they get across the point. Quartz, I've got to think about Quartz a little bit. Quartz, I feel like she's not quite cooler than normal, but she definitely has at least some aura. Where is Quartz? There you are. Dog Perv ain't even a main antagonist. He shows up for like half an arc. Sorry, to clarify, he is the main antagonist of an arc. For that arc, he is a main antagonist. Not overall, of course. Not overall. Too bad S2 wasn't as good for Eminence and Shadow. Yeah, S2 was still good, but S1 was so peak that you were never going to match it. Quartz is badass for me. I do think she's badass. I just don't think she's to the same level as consistent badasses. Because I'm trying to think, what does Quartz do? Outside of, is it Quartz or someone else whose mum died? No, that's that's Delphine. Never mind. I think she's cooler than normal. I don't think she's a consistent badass. She feels like generic background NPC who's kind of cool, but not cool enough to get fully customized art that you'd have as a recruitable. Like, you recruit an NPC company in a game, she's not one of the protags, she's not the NPC captain, she's like the second in command. She has unique art, but it's not top tier. Guts but woman? No, she's nowhere near as cool as Guts. After aura farming, you're doing troll tier list. Which is what someone becomes when they realize aura farming is not fun. No, I won't do another tier list immediately. But no, I definitely think she's cooler than normal, I just don't think she's consistent badass. She doesn't have any feats.
What's yours?
I made it. Welcome in, Corin! Lovely to have you! Also, look, incredibly based name. I personally never got into Fates. I tried it, it wasn't for me. But the gameplay was fun. I just didn't like the story. Fartooth Wear, it's so tragic. I couldn't justify it. I had to put Fartooth down in minor aura. I had to put Fartooth down in minor. Look, her only story beat was that right before she was supposed to help Blemishine fight against Corrupted and Withered Knight, she got jumped by a bunch of random nameless NPCs and got hospitalized. I really love Fartooth. She could one day be an absolute badass, but she's also like 15. Her name is Justina Valentine, and her only story beat is getting jumped. I love Fartooth. I hated to do this, but I really wanted to try and be objective. Reed Guard and Minor Aura fits. Yeah. All of Reed's cool moments are Reed Alter. She's tame. Yeah, it's tragic. Also, it's lovely to have you, Corin. I really hope you've been well. Lovely to have you again. I'll make my bird faith through the walls, if only, if only. Okay, now let's get up to Reed Alter. So, Reed Alter. I have not yet read the current event. How cool, on a scale of 1 to 10, is Reed Alter? I've seen the CGs, I haven't read the event yet. From my understanding, Reed is just a less cool version of her sister. I think she's consistent badass in her alter form, but she is hard gatekept by Ablana's existence. Look, it's much like how Tulip cannot be peak because Gladia exists. I feel like that's what's going on here. In a vacuum, maybe she would be peak, but her sister is directly cooler. Negative aura, she showed up to stop me pulling her sister. Oh, that's tragic. And welcome in, Yomu. I hope you're doing well. She's more majestic than cool. I'm just trying to, like, I haven't read the story. What does she actually get up to? I've only seen the CGs, and she does look kind of cool in the CGs. The fact that Reed Alter was the best caster for a while being a medic gives it aura for me. It was very funny. It was funny. Who's the best caster? Reed the medic. Who's the best medic? Sure, the defender. Who's the best defender? Blaze, the guard. Who's the best guard? Wishanel. Reed Alter is cooler than normal. Yeah, I don't even think she's a consistent badass, because she still has a few moments of... Let me see if I can find this specific CG. Where is it? Where is it? Like in this one. She's being ratioed by Bagpipe. She's being ratioed by an unironic farm girl. And yes, she still looks menacing here, but she is clearly less cool than Bagpipe. She is way too invested to be a proper badass. Her event made Reed my second favorite op behind Fartooth. I'm looking forward to reading the event. I'm just putting it off a little bit. I'm probably going to see if I can read it during work hours while on the toilet or something. You want context? Everyone is always very welcome to argue any character they disagree with. Just give me a short summary of their story and what story feat you're talking about. You are always welcome to argue my placements. She has some great moments. Yeah, I don't know if I haven't read enough of it to know for sure. I know she has some great moments, but doesn't she also have some weak moments? That's why I'm leaning away from consistent badass. From memory, she still has some moments of insecurity. That's what I'm thinking of. Kiss, kiss. Yeah, look, it's hard for me to take Reed Alter seriously, because basically all of the art of Reed Alter I've seen is her being banged by her sister. Being a dragon is inherently cooler than normal. Exactly, and she doesn't fumble the bag. So she does still look cool. And while we're here, let's just do Ablana, okay? I know we're skipping slightly out of order, but let's be real, they are basically the same character. Oh, sorry, my bad, Necras. I legitimately forget that her name is Necras, by the way. I legitimately forget. With the context of story, she deserves cooler than normal. Okay, so about... My instinct was correct then. She has some nice costumes. She does. Abana, El Banana. The hard part is explaining many of her good moments would be spoilers, so just trust me. No, that's fair. I feel like she is either consistent badass or cooler than normal. I think we can agree she's not peak, though. Now, here is a good way to sum up Ablana. Even in a slutty swimsuit, she looks cool. I think she is edgy enough to be peak. She is either peak or consistent badass. But I personally think she's peak. She gets a major buff from being an enemy. Welcome in, Silent! Lovely to have you. What's the tier list? Let me guess. You're asking where is Siege? Where did I put Siege? Where did I put Siege? It wasn't that high. Yeah, there we go. Siege, unfortunately, has minor aura, work in progress. Slutty, look, it's basically she's just really hot, okay? Her sister is way lewder, you are correct. Peak warm corpse. Look, she is a necromancer who's dead and revived herself. It's pretty based. And no, you're right, it's not really slutty. Ablana definitely up there, like she has really good moments. Yeah, she definitely has that villain buff. That's part of what lets Crownslayer still look cool despite all of her L's. I don't think she's quite as cool as Mlynar, though. I wouldn't put her quite as cool as Mlynar, but she definitely has some absolute peak moments. And yeah, no, Silent. It's just a normal swimsuit. Sorry, you're right. Now, Reed Alter's swimsuit. That's kind of slutty. I think you put her at 50%. Siege? Nah, Siege was minor aura, and we haven't got up to Vina yet. A swimsuit is just cloth? Yeah. It's just kind of her face. She just always looks smug and like she's flirting with you. Do operators get aura points off if their codename is very memeable? Look, if we're all willing to handshake, call her Ablana, which is her name, or even El Banana, she is in peak. If we are insisting on calling her Nakras, she is in consistent badass. Okay? So look, if we're treating her name as official, she is consistent badass, she goes down a little bit. But we're not. We're calling her Ablana. Careful not to put all former enemies in the same dorm, they may start conspiring. I mean, worth it. Don't you just love the kind of woman who would actually just stab you? Why do you think I love Spectre and Lapland? I'm fine with Siege being where he is. Hey, let's go, let's go. Read character development from skins are huge. Oh, I'm used to it. I play Azure Lane. Characters can go from B cup to fucking Q cup. Who's second after Mlynar? We'll have to consider that at the end of the tier list, but Mlynar is definitely a league of his own. Harmony is way too smug to have any aura. I gotta be real. Calling Reed Lotiony forever now? No, that's fair. That is her official name. Look, I gotta be real. Harmony's face is too smug and punchable. She could, again, be stabbing you, and it wouldn't be cool. It would be smug. Would definitely step on you. Exactly. Yeah, she goes with the cats. Despite being a human, she has cat aura. Harmony has aura, the lewd kind of aura. Exactly, exactly. But I don't even feel like she's in the gauge tier, where if it wasn't for her lewd aura, she would look badass. I think she's just busy being lewd. Are you doing Monster Operator too? Yes, Monster will be here. Because we're doing all characters including CN. I also really love that Exusier specifically gets her full art, whereas everyone else just gets their face. Harmony has aura, just not the kind we're talking about. Exactly. Q's Penance giving a speech about looking past crimes people committed in the past while going on a mission. Look, Penance has some peak moments, and then some less than peak moments. And then some very lame moments, like her being flirted by Vulpus. I could even see moving Penance up to consistent badass, but the fact that she's a lightweight and has a drunk aunt skin makes that very difficult. I do think she's at the very least high cooler than normal. But you're right, I could see her being a consistent badass, actually, now that I think about it more. Outside of her having that drunk aunt skin, everything she does in the story is kind of cool. So never mind, you're actually right, Shangri-La, your propaganda worked. Puzzle, I gotta think. What? I don't remember anything Puzzle does, at all. Drunk Penance is minus 1,000. It is. It really is. But everything else is so cool. But no, I don't remember Puzzle at all. He looks too much like a poser. I think he's just like minor aura. Maybe one day he'll have aura. He looks like just generic gang member 7, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think maybe one day. Work in progress. Puzzle is cooler than normal. Is he, though? Would you say Puzzle is cooler than Totter? Isn't Puzzle a spy? Yeah, but like he's a lame one. He had one cool moment in the PV. Yeah, but that's all. He had one minor cool moment, and that's all. He's Irish 007, but lame. He kind of reports things to El Banana, then fucks off. Based. They added spy South again. I'm still not a spy. I don't know what to tell you. But no, just like genuinely think about it. Would you consider Puzzle cooler than Totter? I would not. Would you consider Puzzle cooler than Angelina Bloodline of Combat? I would not. Would you consider Puzzle as cool as Vermeil or Cantabile? I would still not. That's why I think he's just, minor aura work in progress. We need to know more about him. The Brigadier clears Puzzle. He absolutely does. He takes on different identities, but yeah, he doesn't have a lot going on. Yeah, exactly. He could eventually be cool. He's just currently not. Okay, Lynn. Now, if we were talking up to about chapter 8, I'm not even going to find out that's going to be a nightmare. Hey, Chris, I heard you got shafted on El Banana after making fun of someone. Welcome in, Cyrus! I did. I made a video about it. Took me 170. I wanted to cry. I can imagine Vermeil doing a Monster Hunter charge shot. Exactly. When you see Vermeil, yes, she's young. Yes, she's kind of, small, but she's got a metal arm and a very badass expression. You can imagine Vermeil doing some cool shit. Massacring infected is kind of hot. Look, it kind of is, though. War crimes are kind of hot. If we're excluding all of the beach episodes, I would say Lynn is a consistent badass. Because of the beach episodes, I say she's 50-50. That's where I'm putting her. And an interesting artist. Look, the funny thing is, I actually do want an artist from the official... I do want a skin from the official Vermeil artist. They've gotten a lot better at shading, and some of the art is really good. Lynn is inconsistent badass. Exactly, exactly. She is a consistent badass some of the time, and the rest of the time she's a goofy goober, so she's 50-50. Shading? No, unironically shading. Lynn aura farming with her dad's code is enough to go to peak. But the problem is we see her act like such a goofball. That's why I'm saying 50-50. She's either consistent badass or peak, or she has negative aura, depending on the situation. That's why I think she's a good fit for that. South Aguna like us, how so? Rat King aura farmed in her own event. Exactly. In Lynn's event, it was still Rat King looking cooler than her. And Rat King is fucking ancient. Elaborate on the artist? Okay, so, I made a short video about this, because it was a funny topic, but basically, right after Vermeil was released, the official artist of Vermeil started drawing porn of her, where they really emphasized her being underaged. And in the 4 years since, they have not stopped drawing porn of her. So basically, right after since she released, to present day, they've been drawing porn of her. So it's not even really fan art. It is official nudes of Vermeil, for whatever reason. Dagda and 50-50 makes sense. I knew you would get me, Silent. I knew you would get me. Dagda is sometimes really cool, and then also a massive goofball. I've not found the guy somehow. Look, don't worry about it. If you search up Vermeil fan art, you will find him. That's the thing. If you end up looking up Vermeil fan art, you will find the official artist. Basically, the artist draws for Azure Lane? No. Worse. If nothing else, they have passion for real. Okay, now Xianghua. I feel like Xianghua is too much of a goofball. Am I crazy for this? Like, look at this man. He should be cool, but he's just not. Because also his entire event is him ranting about Kung Fu. No. He's not an aura farmer, he's a martial arts enthusiast. He's just way too calm and chill. He's like too much of a surfer bro. He looks like he should be an absolute badass, and then he just isn't. Like, I feel like he's still minor aura, but he loses so much aura. Xianghua goes to yap farming pretty much. The only OP with official not safe book art that we know of. Xianghua is true 50-50, his great moments. Okay. I'm probably just forgetting a few of his great moments, because I only skimmed the story and it was a while ago. Because I got really thrown off by the Kung Fu. 75-25, that's fair, but I think we can all agree Xianghua definitely has moments where he has negative aura. So even if he has massive aura, he also has some holding him back. He's unironically normal. That's what I was leaning towards as well. Being called Chongus isn't negative. He is called Chongus among us. Bro is not Jackie Chan. He really isn't, but he tries to be. So look, I'll put him in 50% cool. I'll put him 50-50. Fire Whistle. Fire Whistle, you're just a normal-ass woman. You would really think that a badass mercenary security company owner would be cool, especially when she carries around an incendiary cannon that shoots napalm. But when you read her story, basically her entire plotline is she started a security service herself and is struggling financially and trying to keep it afloat. And she's the only employee. That's her plot. She's just a normal-ass woman who happens to work in personal defense. Not even, like, to the point of being cool because her outfit's so goofy. Ji-Yoon, I know absolutely nothing about Ji-Yoon. Does anybody know anything about Ji-Yoon? Deadass. Legitimately anything. She's a loop shooter who's not Narantuya. What's more badass than trying to keep your finances balanced? Yeah, look, that's like trying to make an accountant badass. They had to make them a hidden assassin in the movie The Accountant. Arsonist? Is Ji-Yoon an arsonist? That's kind of hype. Oh, no, you're saying, yeah. She is an arsonist. She shoots fire shots, but that's all. She's AoE sniper. Oh, is she? I thought she was a loop shooter. Fuck. She's really forgettable. Well, look, let's see if she maybe has some art. Maybe Ji-Yoon has some good art to convince us, because her E0 does not. No, that's just so goofy. I feel like she's just a normal-ass woman trying to be a mercenary and failing. I think she just goes in normal, even though she is a mercenary from memory. My girl committed war crimes and can't even reach peak. Exactly. Despite war crimes, just normal-ass lady. She's so lame, her S2's worse than Shirayuki's. Oh, that's crazy. Could be work in progress. The problem is, Joy, she's not just neutral. She has active things working against her. Last time I saw her was IS5 Monthly Squad. Yeah, that was when I saw her as well. Are you a real lady if you're not committing war crimes? Why do you think I put Wishadel, W rather, up so high? Think about it. Warcrimes.jpg. Her skin is cooler than pretty much anything about her. I personally don't like her skin. I'm skipping this one. I've bought all of the other recent skins that just got added, but not this one. Might be work in progress if she didn't disappear. Exactly. She could be a work in progress if she made up for her one W and thousands of L's. Okay, look. Here's another easy one. Chobai. Do we need any elaboration? This isn't even necessarily saying Chobai is the coolest. But it is undoubtable she is actively aura farming. Like, even she's not the coolest, but she is actively aura farming. She defines aura, she really does. War crimes are basic criteria. Exactly. I love that one time in the story, we mentioned Rhodes Island has pretty stringent hiring requirements. And then people have just made the meme of, have you committed war crimes? Yes. If no, would you like to? Okay, now wind chimes. That is another easy one. You want to know who she goes directly next to? Utage. She killed the guy who saved her. That's aura. Yeah, Chobai is incredibly aura. The only skin from that line I skipped, so not peak. Look, her skins are kind of goofy, but her default is really peak. Now, wind chimes, for anyone who doesn't understand, because who the hell cares about wind chimes? Let me show you. Wind chimes. So, she has the Utage problem. How is anybody supposed to take you seriously, lady? How high have you put Inez and Nymph? I don't think we've rated them yet. We're not quite up to them. Apologies. Hey, Fever. She's a crush at a rival Utage. No. She is not a rival to Utage. Utage has tits twice that size. Who the hell cares about wind chimes? Mia, Crusher, and Joya. Look, I like wind chimes as well, but she's really bad. Gotta say, I don't even remember her face. Exactly. So much like Utage, it doesn't really matter how badass she is. She's being held back by something out of her control, shall we say. She and Quartz are the only crushes I built. That's fair. They're pretty based. I just look at that. Exactly. Once you E2 her, you just stare at the side boob. Look, here's a good way to put it. When I started talking about wind chimes a while ago in account reviews, no one remembered who she was. Since then, I've convinced like 50 people to E2 her just so they can stare at her side boob. Okay, now Kirito. This may be a crazy take. Kirin Yato is just a directly less cool version of Kirito. Of Yato, rather. So wherever I put Yato, she is exactly a tier down. Because she just loses the cool factor of the mask. Where did I put Yato, actually? Shit, I'm blind. I feel like she's just minor aura. Where's Inez and Nymph? Oh, we haven't got up to them yet. They are very recent, all things considered. Shit. Yeah. Okay, so Inez is very soon, and then Nymph is very, very recent. 50-50. I don't even think she's 50-50. She doesn't have many cool moments. Most of her cool moments come from her being normal Yato. Oh, actually, right. She did fight Rathalos, and she does have that CG. Kieran, Yato. Let's see if I can find it to share, everybody. You're right. You're straight right. No. Okay, I can't find the CG. Oh, yep, there we go. There we go. Yeah, you're right. I'd forgotten. Never mind. She's 50-50. Because her no longer having the mask is goofy as hell. But and the fact that she spends the entire event flirting with Noir Corn is goofy as hell. But outside of that, she's pretty cool. The mask gives aura. Yeah, normal Yato is still cooler, though. Noir Corn Rathalos is the upgrade. Oh, I agree. Noir Corn Rathalos is an upgrade. Kirito is less cool Yato. Less cool Kirito is the wild. There's no need to wonder where your god is, guy. There's no need to wonder where your god is. Because he's right here. And he's fresh out of mercy. But no, Noir Corn Rathalos. Let me see if I can find Noir Corn, because he is just a tier better. I'm pretty sure I put Noir Corn relatively high up. I don't think it was consistent badass. I think it was cooler than normal, right? Oh yeah, there we go. There's normal Yato. There's normal Yato. Where was... Noir Corn was in 50%... Was it? Ah, shit. Where is he? Why am I blind? I can't fucking see him. I did 30 pulls instead of 1. Didn't get banana. That's tragic. Loadnor. Look, let's just put Noir Corn in cooler than normal. Normal Noir is 50-50? Is he? Oh, yep. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yep, I think Noir Corn Alta is on par with normal Yato. So, that's actually... This wasn't really intentional, but this is genuinely my belief. Noir Corn and Yato do swaps. Noir Corn Alta belongs with the regular Yato, Yato Alta belongs with the regular Noir Corn. That is what I was saying. That was the realization I just came to. That wasn't intentional, but that was why I started laughing and stopped being able to speak. I realized that was actually the point I was making. No, that's tragic, Suki. Unfortunate. They reversed. Yato lost aura, but Noir gained it. Exactly. Noir gained aura by changing his mask. Yato lost hers. I realized that Agent Vanguard doesn't have modules. They do not yet. They are way too strong. They don't need modules yet. Now, Inez. Even with her thighs being such a focus of her outfit, is there really any debate on where Inez goes? Did Noircorn steal Yato's mask? No. He already had his own mask. He even talks about his lucky mask. Noircorn's a massive edgelord, and we all love him for it. We all do love Noircorn. Wow, I'm fucking blind. I've immediately lost them again. There they are. Oopsie. Yeah, for real. Dagenbreck I pulled 3 months ago, which was 70. Could have put me in a huge safe zone. That's tragic. Didn't Agents get modules? I think they have on CN. I don't think we have them yet. Yeah, they've came out on CN. We just don't have them yet. But yeah. Does anyone want to debate me on Inez? Does anyone need an explanation? She's kind of lame when you realize she's trying to aura farm as a sarcasm. Yeah, but Silent, you've got to consider. Inez did the equivalent of shaving her teeth to look like fangs. She's definitely aura farming. Whether or not you think she's cool, she is aura farming. No. She is not blind art tier. I wouldn't even say she's top of peak. I would just say she's consistently peak. Or at worst, consistent badass. She's a fraud. So is Crown Slayer. Aura farming is not about competence. If it was about competence, Crown Slayer would be much lower. It is about the act of trying to look cool. You don't even need to succeed. That's why Mr. Nothing, Flamebringer, and Crown Slayer are so far up. The non-Sarkaz debuff gotta bring you down. She does have Sarkaz-like tits, so it's okay. Morgan. Unfortunately, I've got to rank Morgan low. She dresses like a stripper. It's hard to take her seriously. Inez kind of had to do that because it was disguise or die. Exactly. Look at Frost Nova. So true, so true. It's about maintaining the agenda. It is. Now look. Morgan, without the weird mesh bra, maybe there would be a consideration. But she just looks like a stripper. I'm sorry. Who's Morgan? She's one of the welfares of the Victoria gang. She has negative aura. There is nothing... It's not even really her fault. It's just her fashion sense. She just dresses like she's a stripper. And there's no shame in being a stripper. No shade at strippers. Just in terms of looking cool. Monster besides Jessica Alta might make me use OP. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Worth she's too cool. Monster? I agree. Monster's really cool. I'm back. Welcome back, Spade! Okay, now we're going with Hummus. I've got to be real. Hummus also has negative aura. Like, let's be dead ass here. Let's be dead ass. This dude looks like a Bara character straight out of a yaoi. He does not look intimidating at all. He looks like he's about to kiss another dude in front of you. Shin's fine compared to another sarcasm stripper. Yeah, exactly. Yaoi nice. Exactly. This is just yaoi nice. Hummus goes in negative aura despite the fact he carries a scythe and is buff as hell. Where's Weedy? Weedy is kind of negative aura from memory, or at least normal woman. She doesn't really have much aura. I forgot where I ranked Reedy. Apologies, I did her yesterday. Let's see. See if you can find her, because I'm kind of blind. I didn't do them in order either, so that makes this much harder. Hey, that's Oda you're talking about? Oda looks like a child, despite having 18 years of fighting experience. I'd put it in normal. No, I can see the argument. He just looks... For me, personally, he has negative aura. I could see the argument for normal. Yeah, sorry, I'm blind. I can't see Weedy. She's in the bottom half of negative aura. Ah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Weedy's personality is being a massive neat freak. That was what I expected. That was why I was so surprised I couldn't find her. Her entire personality is being a neat freak and germaphobe. Unfortunately. Time to find out which VAs have voiced in Boys Love. Gotcha. Next to Weedy, KV. Oh, thank you. KV is much easier to find. And look, I would put him at least in the top of negative aura. He could sort of have aura if he put on a shirt. Sarkaz are long-lived, so Oda looking like a youngster makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense, but he still looks like a kid. Yeah, he has a lot of really cool story moments. It's just he's held back by his face. Once Oda looks older, he'll go significantly higher, but it doesn't look cool. It just looks like a child helping out other children. Son who's old enough to be a husband. Exactly. It's unfortunate. It's the same reason, even if Warmy was a canonical badass, we wouldn't be able to take her seriously. That's what I mean by that one. He's held back by his face like many people. Exactly. Okay, now, so... Once again, we have another very easy one that should require no explanation. I just joined as a Beanstalk lover. What is this disrespect? Welcome in, Angel. Look. Look me dead in the eyes. How can Beanstalk, with her current personality, be intimidating to you? She is a breeder. Her job is a breeder, and she is constantly trolling people. Hello, South Halcos. Welcome in, Fracta. Lovely to have you. Okay, so look, I've gone on record many times. I don't like using the word. I think the internet massively overuses it. But the only thing I can use to properly describe Holhiak is breedable. There is zero aura in this woman, and it is not even really her fault. And no, sorry, Angel. If you would rate her differently, that's absolutely fair. I rated her yesterday, so I forgot the... not yesterday, the last time I streamed this, so I forgot the exact reasons, unfortunately. Holhiak lost all aura the moment Tin Man used Mind Crush. Yeah. Beanstalk is horrifying to people scared of bugs. Oh, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. 2 hand waves. Yeah, basically, my rigger slightly messed up when rigging. Don't worry about it. Saving the species one breeding session at a time. Yeah, but that's not cool. What the hell? She's Dommy Mummy, though. Yeah, she's just... She goes in the gauge tier because her entire personality is built around breeding. So, it's what it is. Now, Muelsis. I would say Muelsis actually has negative aura. Does Equalta have aura? We're not up to Equalta yet. We'll get to her soon. I like Muelsis, but Muelsis is just too well adjusted. She just seems like actual sweet girlfriend material. She's way too cute. Sorry if I got this wrong. Isn't she a backstabber? Holhiak? I don't believe so. From memory, she's not. She's just obsessed with the continuation of her race. Moomoo's just a sweet girl next door. Exactly. Like, even if she was setting your house on fire, she's just cute girlfriend / wife material. Does Moomoo count as negative aura after reading the Ryan Labs manga? I would still say yes. She says, what a coinky dink. Exactly. Welcome in, Hiraeth. Hiraeth put it perfectly. If Muelsis was waterboarding you, you would like it. Even if she was torturing you, you wouldn't care. She's just too cute. Moomoo is the backstabbing wife that then became loyal. Exactly. She's the backstabber. Silence Altar. Silence, much like normal silence, is hard to rank. I feel like despite the fact that Silence was also minor aura, Silence Alter is also work in progress. Silence is just someone's mum. She has moments where she tries to look cool, but she's just... her personality is just being Ifrit's mum. So there's only so seriously you can take her. It's kind of tragic. Who's Silence? What do you mean, who's Silence? How do you not know Silence? That's crazy. Silence the Paradigmatic. She's a mum and manages to mum Doro out of committing an atrocity. Exactly. But, like, this is just... your mum or your aunt lounging at the sofa. She is a plushie of her adopted daughter. 10% of her personality is being angry at Saria or Control. Yeah, about her adopted daughter. She went on the ship to fight even when Ifrit and Saria said no, she's amazing. I love her too, it's just... she doesn't have aura, she has mum energy, if that makes sense. Ryan Labs need more stories. I agree, I like Ryan Labs. I hope we get Saria Alter one day. She belongs in the Gauge tier. What, so Silence Alter specifically belongs in the Gauge tier, not normal Silence? No, I don't necessarily agree. The fans shipping Saria and Silence, that is the fans. That is not canon. They are not actually canonically down bad for each other. We just memed them about being parents because Silence acts like a mum to Ifrit and is angry at Saria, so we memed Saria into being the dad. But no, I feel like she is still a work in progress despite getting an alter. Melanite... Melanite is at best minor, but I think she's just normal woman. Yes, they are. Is South stupid? For real, for real. Let's be honest, Ifrit does need a mum. She does. She absolutely does. Am I crazy? I just can't think of Melanite as cool. She just looks like normal woman. Silence and Saria kiss and make up. Oh, look. According to fanfiction, I would agree. Normal woman alert. Exactly. It's just normal-ass woman. And judging by the giant gun, Fractor, I didn't know you got isekai'd into Arknights. That's crazy. That's crazy. Judging by the giant cannon larger than your body you're touting around. Silence was angry with Saria, but now they're real life together and become friends again. Yeah, but like, they become friends. They don't start flirting with each other. Yeah, she's just normal woman. Normal woman alert. Even though I've known Silence, who's basically Ifrit's mum, I never considered her MILF, and suddenly I have a new outlook on her. Oh, you've had an awakening. I see. Melanite's taller than me. That's tragic. Back to Mumu, didn't she at least have a little aura? She did. She had aura. And then the next time she appeared, she said, "Doctor, what a coinky-dink." You are correct, wife. She had aura. Past tense. She lost it. Where's W? W is in peak. W is in peak. Apologies. She was one of the ones I did yesterday. She's in peak. She's one of the first ones we did. You know, fair point. Exactly. You can't take someone who says, "What a coinky-dink," seriously. She's normal at best, too little lore-wise. Yeah, Melnite, it's really hard to say. She doesn't have anything visually going for her. Fedora, he is just a less cool version of Executor, but I don't think it's by an entire tier. I think he's just back to being consistent badass. For real? What, coinky-dink? Yeah. Yeah, one of Meows's quotes is, "What a coinky-dink." She has aura to anyone not Doctor? Maybe, but we haven't seen it, because she's one of the operators who canonically flirts with the Doctor all the time. If it acts fatherless, that's enough reason for Silence to be angry at Saria. That's fair. I do really love the Ifrit family memes. Also the fact that, Saria... Okay, this is a very minor lore detail. Silence gives away her feathers to everyone who she deems really important. Saria has one of Silence's feathers and still wears it. So does Ifrit. So it is really, really wholesome. And there's a reason why people shipped them together. I just don't think they are actually canonically romantically engaged. They were just co-workers. But I understand the ship. FedEx's peak? I disagree. I disagree. Where's W? Zyrus. W is in peak, sir. You asked 3 seconds ago. FedEx still category of aura farming till he talks? Exactly. He has the exact same problem as normal, Federico. Which is he's really cool until he talks, and that just holds him back from being peak. Just a tiny amount. He's very consistent, but he's just a tiny bit too lame to be peak. I would say peak, he has 2 shotguns and scythes. Yeah, look, he's really cool, but at the same time, He's very hard to rate as peak. I'm fully aware of how cool he is. At one stage, he gets ordered to do an extraction, and he basically offers to blow up the building, saying, hey, it will be really easy to find the person we're supposed to extract if we level the building. Then they can't move. Why does Mlinar have his own tier? Because he's Mlinar. Spade, you haven't read Maria Nerl. I know that event is too old for you. Imagine getting gifted by a sniper on a wheelchair at close range. Exactly, exactly. He had to deal with a sister who commits war crimes. Yeah, he's slightly held back by his personality, despite his stoicism. Kubai and peak, exactly. Chobai is very peak. I can't wait for Toland playable. Yeah, Toland is Mlinar's gay boyfriend. But I do like his design. Okay, for Spade, and for anyone who doesn't know, because Maria Nerl was a while ago, here is a summary of Maria Nerl's Mlinar. Mlinar has spent 10 years playing the part of a beaten-down, depressed salaryman. Except the entire time, he's actually been working on a plot to hunt down and eliminate the Darksteel Hunters, the assassination gang. Platinum's bosses. And he spends the entire time aura farming and looking cool. He shows up casually reading the newspaper, and that is enough to get very dangerous assassins to immediately reconsider what they were doing and stop. Oh, thanks to the sub, Angel! Isn't Executor autistic? He is. He's very, very autistic. It's funny, though. Lapland is best girl. I agree, Adelon. And then, in addition to his incredibly peak story, where right at the end of the event, he hunts down these hidden assassins who no one else knows where are, just to intimidate them into leaving his family alone. His gameplay is him aggressively reading the news while not giving a shit. I'm doing a bad job describing this, but it is hard to describe just how peak this man is. Lappy says Texas is best girl. Personally, Texas isn't my best girl. But no, Executor is incredibly autistic. I don't mean that as a negative, he just, personality-wise, he is. And I love him for it. It's just hard for him to aura farm when he just has no understanding of social cues and turns people off whenever he starts talking. Outside of that, he's absolutely peak badass, though. Insider. I need other people to judge Insider for me. It was a mixture of both, because Shining is a form of Confessarius. Yeah, that's the thing. Shining was badass, and Mlinar still stole the show. That's part of why Mlinar's so peak. Maria Nerl is filled with aura farming, and Mlinar was the most badass. So, Insider has a Roblox face. I cannot take this. Actually, you know what? He wears a donut shirt. He has negative aura. I'm gonna trust the process. Mlinar is the I don't know who you are, but I'll find you and kill you. Yeah, but he does know who you are. He's already intimidating you. He's exactly what I think. He's a goofy goober who loves donuts. Okay, so my assessment was correct. He's goofy, but not Lee goofy. No, different type of goofy. Different type of goofy. He's a super average dude who happens to do cool things. Yeah, but I feel like his face and his donut shirt give him negative aura. Spurrier, I feel like Spurrier is normal woman. Hear me out. Spurrier, because of her goofy-ass get-up, has negative aura, but then she's batshit insane enough to make up for that. So I think she's halfway between minor aura and negative aura, which would make her neutral. Insider has some of the most hardcore voice lines of all time, but I have his donut skin, so I can't take him seriously. Exactly. Like, it doesn't matter how cool you are, if you're wearing a donut shirt, you are no longer cool. What does Spuria do? She kills herself. That's what she does in gameplay. She's peaked for that E2 arch. You just like sadists. Insider, I barely know her, for real, for real. But no, plot-wise, Spuria doesn't do much. Gameplay-wise, she kills herself. She's ACK, but she has no method of self-healing. And her buff is she gives an attack speed buff, but also gives all of your operators a chance to stun themselves whenever they attack. Where's Virtuoso? We're not up to Virtuoso yet. Sorry, Zyrus. Typhon? Okay, so, do I need to explain this one? I've put her between Utage and Wind Chimes. Do I need to explain why Typhon is there? Huh? Does anybody need to know why Typhon is there? Let's be real here. If it wasn't for Utage, Typhon would be the bustiest character in the game, despite being like 4'2" with her horns. It doesn't matter that she's a badass legendary hunter of Sami when she is maybe 100 centimeters tall and 30% of her body weight is her tits. Typhon is not cool for two big reasons. Look, it's not her fault that she is not cool. If she was taller and had a more lithe build, she would be peak. But she is being held back by her genetics. She got to see God die. No, look. The 50-50 doesn't specify where the 50% cool is. Typhon's cool is absolute peak. The problem is, much like Utage, it doesn't really matter how cool you get if there are things like that holding you back from looking cool. She got held back by the artist Babyface? Exactly. She's got Babyface and like Q-cup tits. She's so cute, I love her. Yeah, she's very cute, she's got a goofy accent, she's got a baby face. And she is the second bustiest character in the game. She has a lot of cool moments, but she's held back by things outside of her control. I love how this tier is 50% cool, 50% Crown Slayer, and Crown Slayer isn't even in it. It was designed for Crown Slayer, but then I thought about it more, and Crown Slayer is just way too badass. Her EP is cool, I agree. It's wonderful. I've pot 3 of her and never tried to pull her. That's hilarious. Sintala's just neutral. She looks too much like a mummy. Let's be real, she just has mother energy. Oh, actually maybe. Hang on. Her E2 does have a little bit of aura to it. Two big cool things about her. Her bow and her professionalism. Sure, Dwight. Neutral and gets an aura farmer killed. That's kind of hype, though. I do actually think because of her E2, she gets minor aura. She can look cool when she chooses to. She just usually doesn't. Like, it's very low minor aura. But I'd forgotten about her E2, because I don't think I've E2'd her yet. I use her skill. Oh, no. I have her E2'd, but I use her skin. Her E1 and skin both look just normal woman. E2 has a little bit of cool, just barely enough to get her out of the neutral tier. Because she's definitely cooler than Mellow Knight and Black Knight. It's not by much, but she is. Her murder hobo tendies got us IS4 ending 2. That's fucked up. We have very different tastes. The point's its opposite. You prefer badass while I adore cute. Oh, no, that's absolutely fair. To be fair, Sten, I also really love cute. But this is just basically a tier of how badass the character is. Welcome in, Sayo! How are you going? It's lovely to have you. And no, Sten, we definitely do have diverging tastes because, again, like, Jessica is basically the antithesis to what I like, and you really like Jessica. It's not that I hate Jessica. She's just the exact opposite direction. Lapland and Spectre are basically peak what I would like, and W. I am the target audience for those characters. It's going well, how are you? I'm going very, very well, and glad to hear you are as well. I haven't done much today, just a bunch of chores. But hey, they needed doing, so that's what matters. Are you truly an aura farmer if you choose not to aura farm? Well, Helliger doesn't aura farm, and he aura farms anyway. She is cool lore, but why'd they make her a 5-star? She was just a filler character. Why is Ansel so high? Oh, no, he's not high. The gauge tier isn't like a mark of high or low. It's basically, there are other factors to your personality that completely nullify your ability to aura farm either way. Like, Spectre Alta could be as peak as normal Spectre if her entire personality wasn't flirting with Irene. I also simp people like Spectre Alta and Wishadel. I feel like we simp them for different reasons, though. That's the problem. I know, it's wonderful to hear you're doing well, Baron. That's really well. Oh, sorry, Sayo. That's wonderful to hear. Are you doing a tier list of characters with existential dread? No. Next up, I'll probably do the most Guna characters tier list. By the way, Golden Glow gets her own special tier. She's number 1. Hodora gets dumped in Gauge. Yeah, pretty much. Actually, no, I think Hodora's 50-50. Because he does still have some really cool moments, despite everything. Aggressively flirting with Irene. Yeah, exactly. Ansel's Gauge because he made people question their sexuality. Yeah. There is passive aura farming and active aura farming. Helliger versus Flamebringer. Exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Helliger is passively aura farming. Flamebringer is actively aura farming. Mlinar is doing both. That's why he has that tier to himself. Consider him a suzerain fanboy? Why so? Number 1, you say? For real, for real. Okay, Valakvan. I feel like Valakvan's minor. Part of that's just she's so tall, but at the same time, there's not much else to her. She just kind of has a generally slightly... No. She just looks like normal woman outside of her E0. Her E0, she has the tiniest amount of aura. Hodora looked so good. How do you look better as an NPC than playable? Yeah, he did get a bit of a glow down. It's kind of tragic. Hodora's entire story is underscored by how much he's mud running from Manfred. Yeah, and also how much he wants to build his school, but he does have some really cool moments. No, Velarquin's just got to go in normal-ass woman. I'm sorry, Velarquin. I was trying to consider you for something else. And while we're discussing Hodora, let's actually grab Hodora now. Hodora is a 50-50 for me. Where is he? Where might be that this might be a one chance you can withdraw, man? Did Hodora come out after Ulpianus, or am I fucking blind? Oh, there he is. Look, Hodora has a lot of moments like the Manfred thing and the wanting to build the school thing that just give him negative aura. But then he also does have badass moments, especially in the first arc. Up to Chapter 8, he's this cool spy master, leader of mercenaries, double crosser, all of this other jazz. So he does have some cool moments, it's just then he also has some really lame moments. And yeah, it's you official, not Suzerain. I was confused by that. Top row, thank you, Angel. Then the streamer thing, exactly. I don't think he's quite you've got to consider that yes, he likes you official, but that was also an April Fool's event. That's not a core part of his personality. I could see the argument for him going in the gauge tier though. Much like Elysium, some of the gauge tier is up to personal preference. For me, Elysium is not in the gauge tier, for example. Why don't you put him at peak? Because he's not peak, as much as I love the guy. He's simply not peak, as much as I love him. Okay, the core part is him dodging Manfred to the point where that's his module story. Yeah, but he does have some cool moments before then. Now, is anyone going to object to me putting AR in negative aura? I was going to put her in normal woman, and then I realized she's much more like Muelsis. Aya Alta is just too cute. Much like normal Aya, she just... Even though she summons a volcano, she's not intimidating. There is no, let's put her next to her normal form. It doesn't really matter what she does, she's not scary. She's adorable and a child, I know, right? Despite being like 28, she's just a child. Exactly, Rosen, she's blind and deaf, and not in the Akafuyu way. Swire Alta... Swire Alta doesn't meaningfully change from Swire. She doesn't really accomplish anything. Her personality is very consistent, she hasn't undergone any character growth. I feel like she also just has negative aura. Maybe I could see her being more normal woman, because she's less obsessed with Chen. Nah, it's just her entire personality is just getting angry and throwing money at things. She could easily get aura, but it's more like she chooses not to. Swire could have aura, she just isn't interested. And also, okay, I love my girl Pensiris. We know this. I've made plenty of Pensiris propaganda. Pensiris does not have a single iota of aura outside of the hammer she carries. I know a lot of people did not read Pensiris' event. But the entirety of Pensiris' story is her getting catastrophically unlucky. Like... She will walk onto a worksite and 20 minutes later, there'll be 17 dead, 9 orphanages set on fire, and the buildings collapsed. And she's just so flustered and terrified of it, so there's nothing much she can do. The hammer has a lot of aura though. Yeah, but It's everything else about her personality drags it down. The hammer is the only cool thing about her, and she just carries that. Briar Fighter's just normal-ass guy. He does not have any aura. Like, let's be deadass. Look at this guy. He does not have any aura. Even when he's pumping his fist, this looks like you're at a summer camp and he's cheering you on in the middle of a race. Congrats on your Pensiris propaganda video. It worked on me. Let's go! Hey, I love Pensiris. I didn't really care about her, and then I made 3 propaganda videos for her, and now I really like her. That's just someone's camp leader. Exactly. This is just like summer camp counselor. There's nothing else to him other than that. Jessica. Okay, so. It is very funny to me that Jessica Alta is just Jessica, but like 0.2% less terrified of the world. but she is still absolutely negative aura. I'm sorry, Sten. I like Jessica as a character, but she is still way too much of an insecure crybaby to actually look cool. Jessica Gaming, yeah. I love Jessica, but she does not have any aura, even in her alternate form. Let's actually take a look at Cold Shot, though. I have kind of forgotten Cold Shot, outside of her being a MILF. Does she have personality? I feel like she's got minor aura. Yeah, she's got a little bit. It's nothing super special. But she looks like kind of cool, only very vaguely. I could see her potentially being cool in the future. But because she's a 5-star, she doesn't really have any story beats. Cold Shot is awesome. Yeah, she does have a lot of vibes to her. I think she's a minor. I think she's a work in progress. Much like Totter, she could become really cool one day, but she just has no feats, so it's hard to judge her. Sag? Yeah, it is Sag. Yeah, look, hard to judge her. She hasn't really done much. She looks kind of cool, but alcohol? Yeah. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Old veteran at the bar vibe? That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Time to give cold shots, back shots. Look. Do what you will. Do what you will. Vendella, despite being a sad girl, has... I think she's just normal woman. Hot Sip has no aura. Yeah, the inverse cold shot would have no aura. If she was not a veteran and underaged, I would agree. But no, I feel like Vendella's just normal woman. She has an edgy color scheme in her E0, but that's more the art style than anything. Yeah, it's just... The art style makes her look kind of edgy, but that's all. She's just normal woman. I just really like the art style. The art style's very edgy. Delphine, though. Delphine aura farms. Despite the oh no mum dej in the background, Delphine massively aura farms. Negative and normal is so bloated. It does make sense that most characters would be in normal. That means I'm doing the tier list well. Why is she wearing Civilite Eterna? I have no clue. Look, I don't think Delphine is quite peak. I think she's inconsistent badass. I might be misremembering her story, though. From memory, Delphine has a lot of really minor cool moments rather than any super cool moment. Am I misremembering that? If so, please do let me know. My recollection of the story is that she has a lot of minor moments where she looks somewhat cool, rather than one really badass moment like all of the other peak characters. So I feel like, same with Irene, she will eventually, once she's older, become peak, but I just don't think she's quite there yet. Oh, mum dies in... Oh, right, you're right. I forgot she fought right after her mum died. No, you're absolutely right. She does have that defining moment. As a very young child, her mum dies in front of her, she picks up her staff and keeps fighting. Yep, you're absolutely right, Fractor. Thank you. I'd forgotten about that. Because I'd made jokes about dead mom earlier, I was kind of blocking that out. Delphine will be getting an altar. That's mild copium, Silent. Silent, there are like 6 members of the Glasgow gang, and one of them already has an altar. That is mild copium. Vedant has negative aura. Why did I not already rank him? Like, deadass. Do I need to explain myself? Pull this man up. He looks like he's 3'0". She has a mum's sword too. It is very cool. Vedant exists? Exactly. He's just a less cool version of Winflit. And Winflit was already only barely cool. Like, look, this is him trying to aura farm. It doesn't work. His skin is him trying to aura farm, and it just fails. And no, I do really love that Delphine has her mum's sword, even though she doesn't use it. So yeah, Vedant, no aura. Virtuosa. Okay. This one is actually kind of difficult. Okay, where do I put Virtuosa? Bro, look like a lover boy? Exactly. He does not look menacing at all. Okay. Oh shit, this one's actually really hard. Passive aura farming? Yeah, she does kind of passive aura farm, but she's also constantly whispering ASMR into your ears. And talking about music. So actually, I think that's a good way to put it. She's a consistent badass, but it's not really because of her actions. She does have a major buff from being a villain. I don't think she's quite peak, though, because her voice. It's hard to say. She has an aura people can feel and make them want to commit suicide. Okay, actually, no, you're right. Her presence makes people kill themselves out of fear. She's pretty peak. Everyone likes her because she's crazy. Exactly. She just has that villain buff. It's very hard to rank her anything else. It's passive. It's similar to someone like Helga, where it's not really her doing it on purpose. It's just kind of how things have worked up. She farmed so much aura in the Eku trailer, she absolutely did. Straight peak, matter of fact, give her her own tier. No, she's not Mlynar level cool. Mlynar passively and actively aura farms. He is the only peak character who does both. Because Calzi does actively aura farm, but she does not passively aura farm. Her passive is her yapping. Helga has to at least stab people to make them die. Yeah, Virtuosa just stands there. Her music is a passive lethal serenade. Yeah, but she doesn't actively aura farm. Viviana is 50-50. Actually, no. Viviana is Gage. If Viviana wasn't busy basically flirting with Nerl, she could be incredibly peak and, well, not even necessarily peak. She would be a consistent badass if she wasn't busy flirting with Nerl. But Viviana is just too soft-spoken and writes poetry to Nerl. She spends a significant chunk of her time writing flirty poetry. Biggest glowdown after NPC, for real, for real. Also, she lost her entire ass kit. She had nothing resembling her boss fight. Lessing. Lessing I'll need to think about. I don't know much about Lessing. Arturia just stands there menacingly. Yeah, and then you kill you kill yourself to savor the effort. Okay. Lessing looks like a generic paladin NPC with a greatsword you'd get for a mission. I think he's cooler than normal, but only barely. Lessing has a very emo song, that's all I know. That's basically all I feel. Actually, wait, no. We've got to take into account his twink vampire skin. If he didn't have his skin, I would put him in cooler than normal. Cooler than normal. But this is making it a little bit hard. Let's be real. Let's be real. He's way too twink. I hate those pants. They're so goofy. I agree. I feel like he's 50-50, but 50% cooler than normal, 50% negative aura. Like, he does, despite being a twink, manage to kind of look cool. His skin is just not helping. Lost his Zweihander for a weird stick. He did. He lost his fucking two-handed sword. That's actually embarrassing. Lessing's skin gets me harder than Diamond and would get me to build him. Yeah, his twink tier loses all of his aura, but at least he's hot. Okay, okay. Who's up after Lessing? Diamante. Diamante dresses like a stage magician. Does Diamante do anything? He just seems like a normal-ass guy to me. He does not have any aura. Like, even in this, he just looks goofy. He's cool in the event that suffers from twink face? Yeah, Lessing definitely does. But no, Diamante... He's just normal dude. Unless someone can remind me of something he's done, he's just normal dude. Only skin that makes me harder is Lumen, which legit makes me achieve a higher level of gay. Let's go! Yeah, no, look, Diamante's just normal dude. Baseline, I would put Baseline in negative aura because of his baby face. Baseline eventually might have aura, but he currently does not. He's got the boy shorts. And unlike Mizuki, he doesn't have any feats to back it up. His weapon is a tuba, which is just way cooler than Zerny hitting people with a piano. So yeah, unless his skin really sells me. Nah, he's negative aura. He looks like an arrogant a friendly young master from a Jansha novel. Yeah, sorry, Baseline. I could see you maybe being normal, but that's once you lose your baby face. Yeah, exactly. He's got the twink debuff. So does Pepe. Pepe just looks way too young. Let's be real. Only thing cool about Baseline is he worked under Hildegard. Yeah, that is cool. That's a cool story. But no, Pepe also looks too underaged. Whoever this lady is, she looks too underaged. Let's get a few of the negative auras out of the way first. Let's just see if there's any other easy ones, now that we're here. This guy is, once again, like Hummus. I don't know who this guy is, but same as Hummus, he goes into negative aura because he is just from Barra. This guy is in a yaoi hentai. Pepe at neutral, she has some cool CGs. Does she? Let's actually check that one. One of my friends believes he'll get an altar. I highly doubt that. I would too. Are you sure Pepe has some cool CGs? It doesn't always show the CGs, to be fair. But I don't remember any. I just remember her looking goofy and happy. Part of that's just Nami's way of drawing faces, unfortunately. She has that one scene where she came to Rhodes Island with a royal procession with a lot of aura. No, but then she still has the Harmony-style smug face. DM you some? Oh, please do, please do. I'd love to see him. I'll pull him up, I'll pull him up. If you have any, please do DM me. Let's look through while we're waiting on that and see if there are any... Yeah, like Techno, 0 aura. Again, it's just the Durin debuff. It is what it is. Brigid, Is anybody gonna disagree with Bridget having no aura? She is just a vapid puppy dog bimbo. She forgets what her job is. Her recruitment line is going, I'm Bridget, what's the word? Catastrophe messenger. No shame against it, but it does not look cool. She's adorable. Yeah, she's a cutie patootie. Bridget is so cute. Yeah, but she is not cool. Bridget had some cool moments. Yeah, but like, her personality massively weighs it down. Grainbuds, I feel is the same. Grainbuds' face massively holds her back. I wish I could forget my job. Welcome in, GG. Me as well, man. Me as well. Okay, looks like we have some Pepe CGs. Let me check this bad boy out. Let me pull this up for all of you. Yeah, I feel like even then, she still just looks goofy and teen. She still just looks way too happy and hopeful. Adorable? Exactly. She still looks adorable. That's the problem. Even when she's being serious and summoning the ghost of her ancestor, she still just looks way too cute. I would put Pepe 50-50. I just don't consider this cool enough to make up for everything else. It's just so goofy for me. There's too much light in her eyes. Exactly. She feels like a Sailor Moon character. Fair, she's too cute. Yeah, that's just how I feel about it. If you disagree, that's fair. A will to live? Yeah, how can you aura farm if you have a will to live? Papyrus has negative aura. That is absolutely true. Papyrus has no aura whatsoever. I would also say Contrail. I'm sorry, I love Contrail, but let's be real. Contrail is a diminutive small child, and not even like Choo Choo. Where do we put Red Horse? We haven't done this yet. We're just getting the really easy, indisputable, no aura out of the way. I would say Rose Salt also has no aura. She's very sassy, but she's like 4'7". I'm just getting some very, very easy ones out of the way. I think that's it for the really, really easy ones, where you can just tell at a glance. I think everybody else is worth some consideration. So, let's go Dagenbrecher. Any questions? Any questions for where I'm putting Dagenbrecher? Outside of someone arguing she's as cool as Mlynar, which I would disagree with personally. She was okay in the Thorn's Altar. Yeah, but she's just, she's got the baby body proportion, same as the Durans have. Even if they're intimidating, they're too small. Contrail has Dominion of the Sky, but no aura. Exactly! Marcial has negative aura. Yeah, but it's at least worth talking about for her. Dagon may be near Helliger. Oh yeah, this is not like ordered in tier for the most part. Dagon should have her own tier. No. She's not Mlynar level badass. None moving on. Yeah, you all understand me. And that is actually a good point. Marcial does have negative aura. I forgot about her personality. Marcial has some aura until she opens her mouth, and then it is gone, and it is never coming back. Dagon should be with Mlynar. I don't think Dagon is as cool as Mlynar. She's too serious. She's too involved in her job, if that makes sense. Marcial is a girl failure in the anime. I only watched like 3 episodes of the anime, but I agree. Dagon is the legendary pro wrestler you meet out in the boonies raising cattle. Exactly. She's better than Mlynar IMO. I would disagree with that, but that's a fair argument. The Desire Sensor. That's why, Shadow. Oh, wait. Here's another easy one. Yanqing. Yanqing has negative aura. He's too small. He has baby face. It is unfortunate, but he has baby face. No one's same level as Mlynar. That's just how I feel. Like, Dagon actively aura farms incredibly well, but she doesn't passively aura farm like Mlynar does. How many subs to move Lapland up? What, move Lapland up from top tier to Mlynar tier? You know, Adalom 2. I will compromise my morals for 2 subs. Jula is in Mlynar tier. Not quite. Jula doesn't passively farm to the same degree. Degen practices uses avalanches. She's honestly near Mlynar. She is, but she's just not quite there. I would say she's the closest to Mlynar. I just don't think she's quite in the same team. Mlynar tier, I mean, pause. Yeah, I get you, don't worry. Is 70 early? 70 is slightly below average, but not too bad. Lapland is too much like Majima to aura farm. Lapland kind of passively aura farms through being batshit insane. Like, Lapland doesn't intentionally aura farm, she's just insane enough and confident enough that it becomes aura. I do get what you're saying, though. 70 is early if you get rate up. Nah, average is 68. The average to get a given 6-star is 68. Oh, on Linar's level? Oh, yeah, no, I agree. This is someone offering to bribe me. Miss Christine has aura. I disagree with negative. Look, the reason she's in negative is because she's a cat. It doesn't matter if she has aura. You wouldn't take her seriously because she's a cat. Oh, sorry, oh, no, okay. No, I'm skipping Yang King. Alrighty, let's get on to Harold. Let's keep it moving. Is all her aura from Tradogia? Yeah, Tradogia ate all of her aura. She gets up to sus stuff, but she is literally a cat, guys. Stalkers, she's just a cat. Okay, Harold, I feel like he is just... Oh, thank you very much, Adalon. That's very sweet. Oh, wow. You know what? Sorry. Real quick. I gotta consider something. I actually think Lapland might be on Linar's tier. Because she is kind of batshit insane. Like, when you really think about it, every time Lapland shows up, everyone has to respond to Lapland at every instance. So Lapland becomes the center of the show. So when you really think about it, when you stop and think about it, Lapland is kind of like Linar, where every single moment she's on screen, she's aura farming. Look, I don't make the rules. It's just facts. British Helga with less aura. I think he's got significantly less aura. I think Harold has minor aura because he's too happily married. Yes, he's kind of menacing, but he's sipping cocoa. He's calmed down. He was definitely consistent badass back in the day, but now I feel like he's just cooler than normal. Not even minor. I think he's cooler than normal. I think he's up here with Surya. Damn sellout. Hey, are you really saying that I would ever, under any circumstances, compromise my rigid morals for a few dollars? How could you accuse me of such a heinous fact? Obviously, the reason I put Lapland into top tier was I was thinking about it more. And I came to realize, actually, yes, Lapland is peaker than peak. Bro got bribed, cucked, and absolutely dominated. Just like me, for real, for real. The fun part is you're not incorrect. Oh, yeah, I'm very good at immediately coming up with justifications. Oh, thank you so much, Bientons. Huh? What's up? Sorry. What's that one for? Thank you. That's very kind. South, how much to put Lapland above Linar? $5. I'm very easily bribable. Your morals evaporated? No. You're thinking about it the wrong way. I came to my realization. I was assisted in understanding what I actually thought. When I just stopped and actually thought about it more. Obviously, Lapland is a tier above Dagenbrecker. How could she not be? How much can I bribe you to put Godera into Gage? $5. Or 1 sub. That's the bar for bribery. Okay, no. Let's move on. And Bientoots, if that was a bribe for something, let me know. I'm not 100% positive if that was a bribe or not. Let me know if it was. I will absolutely fold under no pressure. Okay, Leto. I feel like Leto is a work in progress. How much to put Twinks above Linar? 5 per. It has to be character by character. I feel like Leto does have a little bit of aura. I think it's only minor. I think it's work in progress, because she is still a schoolgirl. She's definitely not as cool as Zima. We can all agree with that. She's not quite as cool as Zima. But I do think she's cooler than normal. Because Zima was consistent badass. I think Leto is actually cooler than normal. Actually, no, she's way too happy. Never mind. Minor aura, work in progress. Maybe when you're older, Leto. Maybe when you've somehow been worn down of your childish happiness. Okay. Hey, Angel. Sorry, Angel. I'm currently thinking of... I was just thinking about something. Shit. Someone needs moving. It was the guy. Dagon, that's right. Yeah. Sorry. Now that I think about it, Dagon is really If Lapland has to be in the Mlinar tier, then obviously Dagon is. Because she does, like, she spars with avalanches, she wrecks Sharp, who's a badass in his own right, she breaks into a burning building, very casually dusts herself off, constantly wearing a suit. She does have a ridiculous amount of passive aura from all of her past accomplishments and nonchalance. The fact that she just stoically proceeds to do the job, never bothered, never doubting herself, it is pretty badass. When you really think about it, she's right up there with Mlinar. And thank you very much, Angel. That's very sweet of you. Leto Metal Gear Solid her ways out of the Lord of the Flies. Yeah, she's way too happy. Her being happy despite being in it when everyone else gets PTSD is pretty cool. Yeah, but it does hold her back a bit from farming aura. Worth every cent. Yeah, look. $5 to sell your dignity? What about this is undignified? How dare you insinuate that I would change my opinion for a mere $5? I will have you know that this was my baseline opinion. They will like this the whole time. You're mis- Thank you very much, Kingsman. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of... who is the character? There's another character I really should be reconsidering. Oh, when I think about it. Damn, who was it? Oh, thank you very much, Adelon. Oh, that's crazy. Wow, actually, yeah, you know what? When you think about it, Mlinar only has one event where he's aura farming, but Lapland is constantly aura farming, and she has like 5 different events. Jula has his own tier, the honored one. Sure, let me find Jula real quick. Shit, which tier? I'm shocked that Jula... Have I not ranked Jula yet? Oh, no, I haven't. Okay. Unironically, I would put Jula in peak. He's a standard Jancha protagonist, but he's also very, very badass. So let's put him between peak and consistent badass, and he can be the honored one. The honored one. Alright, it's 11 AM. Good night. Sleep well, UI! Thanks for coming. No, how dare you imply this is an auction, Ancient? When have I ever been inconsistent or bribable? Okay, so yeah, when you think about it, Jula is peak, but at the same time, he's peak in his own unique way. Isn't Jula's whole thing stalking? Yeah, but okay, look. Unironically, genuine rating of Jula. Story-wise, he shows up, he's badass, he's important, and he's very respectful and competent. He is a genuine badass, and he's constantly aura farming. Like, legitimately, let's look at Jula for a second. All memes aside, I would still be putting him in peak. The aura tier list, but you can change it by throwing money. Hey, look, I am easily bribable. It is what it is. Oh, thank you for the 4 cents, Mickey. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. But no, look at this man. This man is absolutely aura farming. This guy is peak. Welcome in, Kai. How are you going? Most brave thing about Jula is trying to stay near Amiya daughter. It is funny that people have started shipping him with Amiya. Maybe I yeet some money to bring Ablana into Blind tier. Sir, how dare you slander me like this? I have thoroughly considered everything Ablana has done in the story. She is a definitive peak. To even insinuate she could be considered from Linar tier, that's crazy. That's messed up. Dogshit work week, slept until 11:30 to recover. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you're at least having a decent weekend so far. Sorry. I'm taking a sip of water. While I'm sipping, I'm thinking of someone. El Banana, you say? Okay. Oh, thank you, Bientuts. Wait, Bientuts, are you reconsidering bribing her back down? Wait, Bientuts, are you cancelling out Warzone's bribe, or are you backing it up? Just to clarify. Irene Inconsistent Badass when her whole first event was her losing? Oh, welcome in, Ambria. Lovely to have you. Just to clarify. Irene started off very low aura. After her mentor died, she massively stepped up. She will eventually become peak, but she's not there yet. That is my opinion of it. Irene has had major character growth. Backing it up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. When you think about it, Ablana is kind of batshit insane in a very aura farming way. And thank you so much for the follow. Don't make me double down. It would be funny to cancel. Oh, thank you very much, Marshu. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. She went from girl failure to consistent badass? Yeah, exactly. Irene was not a consistent badass, but she is now. She's one of the characters who's had very definitive character growth in the glow up between her events. Oh, I forgot to anon it. Time to fix the funny number. What do you mean, time to fix the funny number? Oh, 303. Okay, I was gonna say, please do not gift 99 subs, you psychopath. Thank you, Marshu. That's very, very kind of you, man. South realized El Banana is rich. Yeah, look, when you actually stop and think about it, El Banana does have a legion of dead under her control. Like, legitimately. I was thinking El Banana by herself. She has a legion of the dead. Every single time you lose a soldier to her, she gains a soldier. When you actually stop and think about it, that's pretty badass. This stream may be slightly devolving. How dare you insinuate I would ever, under any circumstances, suffer even the slightest indignity by not standing up for my true beliefs. I have the most aura in the game. I disagree with Ambriel having a lot of aura. I feel like Ambriel Alta might, but Ambriel drops her ice cream in her skin. I like Ambriel as a character, but aura-wise, I don't think she has much. Welcome in, Joseph! Elgin Wu, that's the guy from Solo Leveling, right? I'd rather be dead to be with her, literally based. Or Song Jin Na, sorry if I'm not remembering the right characters. How I need to put Lapland in her own tier above. Okay, let's make it 3, because this is getting a bit out of hand. 3 subs. This is getting a bit out of hand, sir. South, your dignity is already 6 feet under. Actually, you're right. Let's make it 1 sub. Let's bring it back down. I gotta respect you, Adlom. It is 1 sub for Lapland to get her own tier. You're absolutely right, Platypus. I apologize. I was being too proud of myself. Righty. Let's move on to Ray. I gotta be real. Ray is Executor level autistic, but without the things that make him look cool. She is just normal-ass woman. Okay, Adalom. Hypothetically, what am I thinking of naming the tier? You're inside my brain right now. What am I thinking? How many to put El Banana and Reed into a column together? Well, that would be 2 adjustments, so that would be 2 characters. That would be 2 subs, rather. Ray hijacked a truck. That is actually fair. I'd forgotten about that. I would consider Ray to be minor aura then. I'd forgotten she hijacked a truck. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Cozy. I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far. Okay, let's just make it named Lapland then. I was gonna name it Lap, and then I remembered that's a slur, so let's not do so. Now, this is integrity. This is true integrity, when you actually stop and think about it. Being Australian, insta-aura loss, right, South? She does definitely lose some aura for her general outfit and demeanor. Like, just to remind people what Ray looks like, let's actually pull her up real quick. She looks goofy, she's got a weird stomach bulge, and she's very girly pop. So despite that, she does manage to look cool, but it's only a minor amount of aura. I'd forgotten the truck stealing. Without that, she'd be normal-ass woman. Lapland farming her slur aura right now, for real. Gotta sleep now, sleep well, Jester! Can't wait to see Suzerain being bribed to our light tier above Minard here in the VOD. No, that's not gonna happen. Hello, welcome in, Lasiris! Lovely to have you. How's your day going, man? I didn't know Adlom is a telepath. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I got gifted while I was walking around. Hey, I'm happy for you, Josh. Yeah, that was Kingsman the Giga Chad. Okay, let's get Sure. Now, hear me out. If Sure ever had an evil moment, she would be absolute peak fiction, the coolest character in the game. Imagine evil, traumatized Sure looking at you with borderline hate and just disgust with life as a whole. Suddenly, that is legitimately peak aura. A character like Sure, if she ever becomes edgy, instant peak. However, that is a hypothetical. As it stands, Sure is the epitome of normal woman. Just waking up. Well, I hope you slept well, Lasiris. She got upset at dusk putting ink in Yan's drink. Yeah, but like, that is just her trying to be a mother for everybody. I'm talking actual psychopath level. Oh, and thank you all for the hype train. That's very sweet. Thank you all, that's very kind. Level 4 hype train. We got a new emote. I hope you all enjoy it. That was very surprising how quickly that got out of hand. IS6 evil Dommy Mummy Shoe when I would be so happy. I'm 20 away from getting Bagpipe. Should I go for it? Maybe. There are a lot of amazing characters upcoming, so that depends. Think about what characters you want in the future. If you want Monster, I would say no, because Monster's in 2 weeks. If you don't want Monster, maybe. We gotta get South to get more money from streaming than his job again. That only happened 1 month. She threatens to bury the doctor at its peak. Yeah, but that's like... That's the thing. Current Sure, even when she's threatening you, you know she's too wholesome, mother. Monster what? Oh yeah, Monster's been announced for September 16th. We're skipping Icebreaker Games. They've delayed it. There was a bit of a data mine. They preloaded the update of Monster, so we have some of the Chapter 15 files already. Did you get a Blana? Welcome in, passenger! I did get a Blana, and it only cost me 170 pulls. What about yourself? How'd you go? How'd you go? How? Right before I got the pity, I got a random Irene. I got it for 30. Yeah, point and laugh, okay? I was making fun of someone else for getting an off rate. I was laughing at them, and then I got punished for it. I spent 100,000 Arundum and 150 OP. I was saving for a pot 6 monster, but now that dream is dead. I had to go to 40 because I wanted Wolfenite. Oh, wow. Oh, you had to go for 40. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Oh, that's so tragic. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Klutzkopf. Wow, that's going to 40. That must be really rough, man. That's all my savings. Yeah, well, hey, hopefully you get Monster as well. Ep 15 is apeshit. I'm looking forward to specifically Priestess. Don't worry about it. Only, yeah, look, I know I'm huffing mad copium. Karma, yeah, it was deserved. I did a YOLO on Entelachia, got Mizuki. Hey, let's go. Karma spares no one, especially the streamer. It was funny. You fine, dude? It's not like everyone OP is after her. Oh, no. I have every character in the game. I'm planning to get every character in the game. I'm only disappointed because I was hoping to get Pod 6 Monster, and now it looks impossible. How many subs to get Texas in Lapland, dear? Well, 1 sub per Texas, because they are distinct characters. Oh, no, they're 2 tiers up, so 2 subs each. I got 2 bananas in a 10 pull after pulling 200 times. That is tragic, Shangri-La. At least you got 2. I got pot 6 Ablana and 80 pulls, but I'm still totally not bragging. Sorry, did anyone happen to catch the name of the guy who said that? That's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. Did anyone see the guy? Did anyone get the license plate to the truck that just hit me? Don't worry, by the way. You are back. You are back. I immediately untimed you out, Warzone. You're fine. It just didn't give me the option to time you out for 1 second like it usually does. I did 3 pulls, didn't get Wolfenite, so I stopped. It is what it is. After, After Exusier, Altaris, Tradogia, and Leiji, we do have a lot of great characters. Oh, wow. You know, there's this crazy thing when I actually stop and think about it. The fact that Lapland is so pivotal to so many events, it really does mean Texas is as well. So when you really think about it, Texas is also in the Lapland tier. They're basically the same character. Texas is the badass sole survivor of the Texas Familia. Hunted down, killed all of her relatives. Stoic, badass survivor. Has a full-on harem, including Lapland. And well-adjusted stoic. She is pretty badass. Oh, you want him sandwiched? Of course. Thank you for the follow, passenger. Lovely to have you. Welcome in, unknown! Why is there another tier? Bribery. Hey, look, this reminds me of a certain Dojin. I'm drunk, that doesn't excuse my actions. Oh, okay, sorry, Adalom. I'll stop responding when you ask to bribe then. Please don't spend money you'll regret, okay? Sorry, I wasn't aware you were drunk. I wouldn't have offered if I knew you were. Thank you very, very much. That's very sweet of you, but please do be responsible for the rest of the night, okay? Wouldn't it be funny if both Texas and Lapland were in a tin in Exusier? Yeah, how about that? Yeah, you know what? That feels better to me. That feels much better to me. Fitting how you put her next to Lapland for real. What do you mean the honored one? Oh, I mean, he's literally Satoru Goju when you stop and think about it, according to Kingsman. Why is Jula, Buddha, or Goju? I got bribed by Kingsman. Martial's in a special tier, not because her aura is special, but because she's special. Yeah, she's in massive negative aura due to her personality and everything about her. I never thought that Degen and El Banana are Mlinar. Yeah, I know, it's this crazy lore fact. Anyway, as a streamer of absolute, unquestionable integrity, let's get back to the tier list. It is actually 9 PM. I need to go through some of these pretty quickly. Kestrel, she is negative aura, and that is solely due to her stupid haircut. If Kestrel got a new haircut, she could absolutely go back to being cool. But this haircut is so fucking stupid. I cannot take anyone with this haircut seriously. I understand entirely if other people have a different perspective on this, by the way. But for me, legitimately, this is not biased. This is why I am biased against Kestrel. For me, I cannot take her seriously because of this. Might as well make another tier, make a princess tier. For real, for real. This is faster than I expected. I know, right? It's been fucking 4 hours. That's crazy. Cyberpunk haircut. Yeah, but it doesn't even look good like it would in Cyberpunk. It's just so fucking goofy. I just hate it. Like, it's just really not my cup of tea. Ella. Surely Martial is the one above all. Okay, how about this? Thank you, Remedy. That's very, very sweet. Remedy, hear me out. Hear me out. How about this? How about we... Because Martial is nice and special... How about this? Would you be happy with this? Because I feel like this is much more fitting for Martial. The one above all, but we never specified in which direction. Are you happy with that? I'm not going to scam you. If you would like her above, I will do so. Okay, no, you're not happy. Where do you want her there? Where do you want her? Above everyone else. Okay, but I'm naming her special then. I'm naming her special. Wait, no. How about this? Wait. Since the whole honored one is a Jujutsu Kaisen reference, you are the special. How about that? How about that? How about that as a compromise? She is the special with the least aura. She has so little aura, it loops back around to integer overflow. She has integer overflow level of lack of aura. Not my special, just the special when you stop and think about it. Kind of funny how the side of the hair is the one without the pan. Oh yeah, that's intentional asymmetry, but it's still just not my cup of tea. Okay, Ella. Ella is just Ash but cooler. Let's be real. She is absolutely cooler than normal. She is a consistent badass. She's not quite peak. None of the Rainbow Six Siege squads are. But in my opinion, she is just a directly cooler version of Ash. So she fits right in with there. Finally, the tier list is good now, for real. What the fuck happened to the tier list while I was AFK? Bribery. Yeah, Martial is minus 2,147,483,647 aura. It loops back around to peak. I wanted to get it back down to negative, but that's legit. Yeah, look, I think clarifying that this is stack underflow makes it based. How many subs to get above? Adalom, if you put them above Martial, that means they're going into negative. That means I'll need to justify them having negative aura. Just to clarify, that is what you're asking. Because this is stack underflow error. It's so low, it put her at the top of the tier list. So wise, it loops right back around to being stupid. Exactly, exactly. If we involve her from story, from R6, she's kind of peak. I won't consider outside of Arknight stuff. So with R6, maybe, but I would feel Ash as well then. Wait, so where's underflow? No. Underflow is not underflow error. Make Ella the honored one. No, I'm ranking, unless otherwise bribed, I'm ranking everybody legitimately. I'm too drunk to calculate that. Basically, if you bribe them to be above Martial, you're saying they have 0 aura. Negative aura, even. Ella's peak. Look, I might be crazy. I do actually feel like Ella is a cut above Ash. I do actually, like... I'm kind of biased here, because I mostly know her for her appearance. But Ella's appearance is just way edgier. It's just her skin that holds her back. I can't do that. Exactly. In this case, you actually don't want her to be above. Doc is peak. Nah, Doc is kind of lame. And by kind of lame, I mean consistent badass. Actually, I'd put him in cooler than normal. I think he's more in line with Rathalos Noircorn. Personally. Let's actually take a look-see, though. Let's grab Doc, just to be sure. Because... Okay, never mind. He's... Nah, actually, you're right. You know what? Shit, you're right. He's peak. You're absolutely right. No. Looking at this man, he's absolutely peak. Look at that smolder. Holy shit. No, Panda, I didn't respect your game. Whereas Lord Tachanka, he is in peak as well. So Doc and Tachanka are the current peak from the Rainbow Six Siege collabs. He's the man he is. I haven't looked at his art other than this bad boy and his skin. I haven't seen his E2. The E2 is so fire. That's a Doc, but it isn't a doctor. No, his name is Doc. He's a collab character from Rainbow Six. So it's relatively common for characters to be named Doc, and it gets very confusing very quickly. Fuse is just a lamer version of Tachanka. However, war crimes. Hear me out. Yes, Fuse is lamer than Tachanka, but Fuse's entire personality is he sets off explosive charges and doesn't bother checking for civilians first. Like, genuinely hear me out. I think he's lamer than Tachanka, but it's made up for by the war crimes. Legitimately. It gives him... There is so much aura in a man where you know that they would stroll up into a hostage situation and just throw a grenade through the door, not caring if it hit the terrorists or the civilians. That is such a ridiculous amount of aura. Fuse just below the Lord. Yeah, he's not as cool as Tachanka, but the amount of aura of just a complete lack of regard for everyone else's lives is pretty hilarious. Love how Warcrime became an argument point. That's the thing though, Platypus. Am I wrong? This is my genuine explanation of it. The fact that he is just so willing to execute random civilians for basically no reason. He's the Spetsnaz, he really is. Welcome in, Rathalos! Focus on the task at hand. Exactly. Who cares about the hostages? We're here to get rid of the terrorists. Alrighty, who's up next? Iana. I feel like Iana's just consistent badass. Nah, she's cooler than normal. She's definitely a tier below Blitz and Ashe, in my opinion. I like Iana, but her whole thing being hiding with clones, illusory duplicates, it just kind of makes her slightly less cool. She's still badass. It's hard because all of them are kind of consistently badass. I feel like she's definitely lower than Ashe and Blitz, though. But she is kind of consistently badass. Can you put Lapland above Texas, or do I need to sub more? You specifically asked me to sandwich them. So yes, if you want to change that, I'll swap them around. Special X. Yeah, they are special forces, so it makes sense that they're really cool. This is the Aura tier list, not Dateability tier list. Wait, no, that would also work with War Crimes. Look, War Crimes do kind of give you aura. The fact that Fuse would just outright execute someone... Oh, thank you for the follow! That's very sweet of you. I'm glad you're having fun, and it's lovely to have you. Special Ed. Based. He saves them from suffering by killing them. For real, for real. Iana's badass, her skin isn't that bad. No, it's definitely not that bad. She has the best of the skins. How much to bring Blitz into a Blitz tier? 1 sub. Of course it's 1 sub, sir. You are the special... Yeah, you are the special Ed, for real, for real. In one update, Tachanka accidentally had a TTD voice. I remember that! Firing grenades. LMG, mounted and loaded. People didn't know what it meant. Thank you, Adalom. That's very sweet. Okay, you know, I do really feel like we need a Blitz tier. When you actually stop and think about it, is any tier list correct if you don't have a Blitz tier? Blitz emoji. Like, genuinely, stop and think about it. This just makes the tier list make more sense. Give me your best Blitz emoji. Anyone who has one, give me your best Blitz emoji to celebrate the creation of the Blitz emoji tier. Blitz tier, exactly, exactly. This is morally consistent. If we're talking war crimes, wouldn't Podenko be up there? Podenko, despite being really underaged, does have minor aura because of her war crimes, yes. From memory. I believe I put her in minor aura. Yeah, I did. She's right here, right by Spot. Podenko does have some aura because she throws poison at you. Blitz aura comes from the Blitz emoji. Yeah, without that, he's just consistent badass. With Blitz emoji, he's in Blitz tier. What the fuck did Potenko do? So, Potenko's attack is to throw a vial filled with spores that attach themselves to your lungs and melt you from the inside. That is why Potenko has some aura. That is what Potenko's S2 does. That is not 4-star energy? No, it is not. Also worth considering that outside of that, Potenko is just a very wholesome gardener. She works under perfumer. She's very sweet. Ascalon, let's be dead ass. Ascalon is incredibly peak. Yes, she has a lot of L's story-wise, but everything about her is designed to be edgy. She is peak in the sense of the absolute embodiment of the Crouching Dragon. She is supposed to look like generic, normal person. She never uses the same voice twice. Her arts slowly kill her and are agonizing every time she uses them. So even though she utterly fails to assassinate every single person she's sent against that we've read about in the story, she's still incredibly awesome. She's still incredibly badass. Because once again, competence is not necessary for aura farming. Man, I really did add like 5 tiers due to bribery. The skin is beautiful. It is. It is. But no, Ascalon is incredibly edgy, incredibly peak. I love her. Lutinata. Lutinata has some aura. She's a young girl who tends to the dead, and the solemn nature of what she does, despite being very young, she does have a little bit of aura. It's not much, but she's a work in progress. She's cooking. This is a great tier list with integrity and justification. Then we get money for real, for real. Ascalon deserves that ranking with how much she trashes on Manfred. She does fucking demolish him. She just uses Ebola. Yeah, she does. Ascalon gets aura for plagiarism. She is canonically a monster hunter enemy in her skin. I'm outside EN? What do you mean by outside EN? Oh, you're outside right now. How fun, Shadow. I'm responsible for that and I don't regret it. It is pretty funny, though. I need a percentage of War Criminal in peak. Yeah, War Criminal is pretty baked. Her skin is adorable. Yeah, her skin is very, very cute. But even then, she has a very solemn atmosphere to her. Oh, welcome in, Mistima! How you been, man? It's been a hot minute. A Japanese restaurant is playing KPTH. Let's go. Ascalon's scene at the end of Babel was amazing. It really was. It's just a shame that her story is her as an assassin failing to kill Teresus over and over again. In 7 minutes, Arknights Daily Reset. Yes, if you haven't already, please do consider doing that. Next R6 event, if we get Mountain Dew Man, Capcan, and Meatball Maestro, that would be pretty hype. She deserves to be in Blitz tier. No, I'm not putting Choo Choo in Blitz tier. Okay, Wishadel. Now, this is not bias talking. I think normal Wishadel is normal W is drastically cooler than Wishadel. However, Wishadel's entire plot is that she steals a terrifying ancient weapon, effectively containing the souls of the dead of her own kind, and uses it to launch explosives at people. So, she still has the same level of aura, just for completely different reasons. She does still manage to maintain a lot of aura. The roach hath cometh? Yeah. And the roach is smiting you with divine weapons. She shoots a nuke. Exactly, like, she's lost most of her story-wise aura. She's had a lot of lame moments, but then she blows everything up. I still think normal W is cooler. However, Wishadel still has the same level of aura. Wishadel needs her own tier. No, no. I can't just add personal tiers on request. Wishadel is W's unprocessed feelings towards Teresa whenever those are getting resolved. Yeah, so the gauge tier, right? I wake up crying because I know I can't put my hands in W. I don't blame you. In her music, she literally won't change her ways. Her ways are explosions. Of course she won't. War crimes tier? Not quite. Now, Logos. I don't actually think Logos is peak. I think he's consistent badass. I don't quite think he's peak. His stoicism and general demeanor and powerful arts are incredibly awesome, but he's also a twink. How about Tin Man? We're not quite up to Tin Man. Logos is peak. I just don't think he is. I don't think he has enough feats for us to judge that yet. He could easily become peak, but outside of having really good art, we don't know much about him. You can, but you have to bribe him. Look, we've moved on from that, right? We've moved on from that. He's just Death Note, but not insane. Yeah, but he also gets dressed up, like, in dresses by his mum, so... Exactly, Knight. Young Logos lost him a little bit of aura. Did you know there's a piece of furniture that says Logos likes reading bad joke books? Yes, I did. Logos' peak, he gained respect from Nezzel-Halam, which not even Alana could get. You know what? You are correct. Okay, look. Logos has a couple of really goofy moments, but it's not enough to offset how much of a Giga Chat he is. You are right. You are right. I just am very biased because I can't really unsee young Logos, but he has, by definition, grown up from that. He'd be peak if he had a wizard beard. No, I love his twink face. I really do. Okay, shit. It is already 9. I need to start getting through these relatively quickly. Civilite Eterna. If this was Teresa, she would be peak. Civilite Eterna is badass. In my opinion. Civilite Eterna is not as peak as Teresa was. Even though they're functionally the same person, the lack of a physical body is a minor downside. Yeah, exactly. She's hologram Teresa, so she's slightly less peak. She's still badass because she has all of Teresa's feats, but she no longer has a physical body and can't gain any more. So she lost a little bit. I don't get how she became an operator. Yeah, I don't either. Too nice to be badass. She wiped Doctor's memories. She's definitely not too nice. You're saying I have a chance. Oh, you twink, darling. I see, I see. Let's think. Fang. I actually do think Fang is cooler than normal. I think she's actually on par with... No, she's not as cool as Serta. She's absolutely not as cool as Serta or Red or Mountain or even... I think she's more on par with Vermeil. Okay, so I would put a low tier cooler than normal. Fang Alta is actually kind of cool. I mean, that wasn't memory wiping. It was basically an act of mercy. Yeah, but still. Civilite Eterna is a manifestation of the previous Crown's owner. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Fang Alta 50-50. Actually, I do feel happier with that. You know, I do feel happier with that. Fang Alta's a 50-50. She still has all of the problems of Fang, she's just now cooler. So I feel... nah, look, we've got to make a distinction. It's the same as some characters being cooler when they're older. It's the same as the distinctions between Lapland and Lapland Alta. Fang Alta is older Fang, where she's gotten rid of all of those cringe parts. Welcome in, Choice! Lovely to have you. What am I looking at? A very normal and legit and unbribed tier list of which characters are cool. Aura farming, sir. Aura farming. That's what you're looking at. Okay. Fonor. I feel like Fonor actually does manage to have a little bit of aura. Mainly because it's Logos' mum. Alright, I guess. Either way, it's lovely to have you. How's your weekend going? Wonderful to see you, Choice. My spinny chair has a little friction that my desk fan has the power to spin me. Oh, that's hilarious. Ulpianus is Mlinar without depression as motivation. If Skadi died, he'd reach Mlinar tier. I agree. Ulpianus is a step down from Mlinar, but if Skadi died, he would be Mlinar. That I totally didn't bribe for real, for real. But no, I do think Fonor has just a little bit. I actually think she's more like normal. She has a tiny bit of aura, but at the same time, she's... No, she's glowing red. Never mind. I gotta trust my instincts. She is glowing red. She is intimidating still. You're saying we should kill Skadi? No, that's not what I'm saying, because then we get a Seaborn Goddess. Ulpianus is absolutely peak. He's not Mlinar level, but he is actively and constantly aura farming. This guy aura farms on purpose like Flametail. Ulpianus actively aura farms. This shit is not passive. This is a decision he is making 24/7. He is the Jotaro VA, king of all aura farmers. That bumps him a lot. Yeah, but even without that, he'd be peak. I think he's just really high peak. 21 4-stars left to E2. Yo, that's hype as hell. His skin is awesome. I am really looking forward to it. I do like his Kakashi style in his E2. I don't like his E1. It's kind of goofy. It's just a case of the silhouette's triangle-shaped, and it's a bit weird. Let's see. Who's after Ulpipi? Lucilla. I think Lucilla's just slightly above average. She's basically just crazy and a sadist, so it's sort of the same reason as Spurrier, except without the terrible fit. Let's check, just to be sure. I've come to play Arknights as a collecting game. No, that's fair. That's how I do it as well. For the most part. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's just slightly above normal. She's a work in progress. Damn, that is crazy high heels, though. He can't beat the shit out of people without getting closer, so he S3s. So true. Yeah, I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer. Casts S3. AK Dailies alive now? Yes, it is daily reset. Please do your dailies. Yeah, I feel like Lucilla, she's just crazy enough. She's just batshit enough to have mild aura. Only slightly more than normal. Not enough to be fully more than normal. E1 Ulpi really shapes like the cultists from Dusks. They are. They're fucked up. Underflow. I feel like Underflow is just cooler than normal. She has the Abyssal Hunter buff. It's so hard to go wrong with the Abyssal Hunters. That's why it's so notable that Kirara is so fucking bad. Lucilla's a sadist? She is. It's incredibly, incredibly based. Underflow gets stack Underflow? No, she's not in Marseille tier. Yeah, good on you, Soup. Good on you. Self-restraint. Do you think S3 was like that? Do you think... Do you think Ulpianus's S3 was different, but when they got the VA for Jotaro, they changed it? But Lapland? What do you mean, but Lapland? Lapland's already in the top tier, sir. You already bribed it. But no, I do think Underflow is cooler than normal. She's nowhere near as cool as the other Abyssal Hunters, but she's still an Abyssal Hunter, and it shows. Look at the... Okay. This skin by itself is peak. The others drag her down. I think she might be a consistent badass, actually. I forgot how peak her E0 is. Nah, I'll leave her in cooler than normal. I think she's slightly less cool than Irene. Underflow is Aga Irene, but slightly less cool. Get out of my head, Stem! She's an Abyssal Hunter? Sort of. Not really, but she has the buff in the sense of she's from the same area. Yeah, they're just Aegis. Sorry, wrong terminology. She's not an Abyssal Hunter, no. She doesn't buff them. But she has the same vibes as them because she's also an Aegir. Okay, now let's go with Nymph. I gotta be honest, Nymph does not have any aura. This is not necessarily Nymph's fault. Nymph does important things. But she does not have one iota of aura. Look at how fucking happy she is right here. Her looks kind of drag it down. Exactly, like... Actually, no, she's a 50-50. Her actions are incredibly aura-filled, but her looks massively hold her back. So, she's kind of similar to Utage and Typhon. Just more in a girly pop way, rather than massive tits. Pepe problem again. This is Pepe, but with a lot of cool feats. Pepe does not have nearly as many cool feats as Nymph does. Nymph does have a lot of incredible feats. It's just kind of held down by her appearance. A lot of people are scared of Nymph, which is aura. Exactly. Nymph is a better fit for 50-50. Because she does genuinely have aura. It's just hard for us viewers to experience. Because we just see her as a cutie patootie. This Hello Kitty looking girly pop can inflict fear on Patriot. Exactly. Check Nymph skills. Yeah, she does inherently inflict fear. I am aware. And then she's got Crumbling Heart, Fear Blast, and Strike the Jarl. She's happily killing you and eating your emotions? Yeah. Nymph is a 50-50. Much like Utage, she's held back by her looks, just for different reasons. But that is very fair. She has a lot of really cool moments. It's just a case of she's held back by her appearance. Tin Man. Am I crazy to say that Tin Man has no aura? Am I crazy? Because he should be so cool, but his E0 face is so fucking goofy. His skin, though, that is immense aura. This is insane peak. If we're only counting the skin, it is peak. Look at this shit. But the face normally is just so goofy. Big tits debuff aura since when? Okay, look. GG, let's put it this way. If Utage was going yandere and stabbing you, would you be running for your life or staring at her tits? It doesn't really matter how intimidating she is, it is undercut by her massive tits. Tin Man should be up there. He does have a lot of aura moments. I think I will put him in cooler than normal, but that's because of his skin. Actually, no. I'm gonna put him in Gauge tier. And this is because the only reason Tin Man is not higher is because of his appearance. Like, it is one specific thing about his appearance, and that is his default face looking so goofy. Actually, no, it looks goofy to us. That'd be intimidating as hell, IRL. Never mind. Let's put him in cooler than normal. Would he be a consistent badass? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Lovely to have you, Stockharts. Oh, don't tell me I can't do both. Exactly, that's the problem. South Real Talk, what's up, Silence? Tin Man is his ass, but the skin bump him. The skin massively does bump him. I do think Tin Man, like, he is kind of intimidating. I just don't know if he's consistent enough to be a badass. Tin Man and the robots are all clankers? No. And yeah, what's up, Silent? What's up? What do you got for me? I'm gonna grab some nudes. Do you mean noodles or porn? Have fun, Suki! Okay, let's think. Tin Man does get up to a lot of cool shit. I think I might have to put him in consistent badass. It's very low consistent badass, though. He does do a lot of cool things. And to be fair, his E0 would be utterly terrifying if you were in the world. That face would terrify you. That is incredibly unsettling. It is only goofy to us, because we don't have to interact with it, at full size, at a tall guy borderline towering over you. So let's go Narantuya 50-50. Does anybody need, legitimately, does anybody need exaggeration for why Narantuya is in the 50-50 tier? Literally anybody. Is anyone confused? Imagine you pull up a gun to Logos, he'll parry this, you filthy casual, and he slows the bullet by 99% and grabs it. Exactly. Exactly. She's so goofy, we love her. She alternates between looking incredibly cool until any event happens, and then she looks incredibly lame. She's so hilarious. Doesn't her recruit line say something about running off with your operators? Yeah, she's constantly trying to aura farm, and then she just completely faceplants. She really tries to aura farm, but she just does not succeed. Either goofball or badass as fuck. Exactly, exactly. She's either a goofball or badass. She's exactly 50-50. I've been crashing out for the past 30 minutes because YouTube will not accept my card for some reason. Oh, I'm so sorry, Silent. I'm so sorry. Who are you trying to bribe me? I'll give you a freebie, sir. I'll give you a freebie. Who are you trying to bribe? Who are you trying to bribe? I won't go, oh, you should consider donating to my PayPal. No, no, no. I'm not going to fuck you around like that. The goof for the Haunts is admirable. I love Narantuya. She's such a great character. Her PV event ends with her being smacked by an open window. Yeah, but like, that's the thing. She will drop the hardest line in the world and then get smacked in the face. You know who? Vina Victoria? Sure. I will bump Vina up one tier from where I was thinking of placing her. I'll give her an honest assessment and then increase it by 1. Okay, let's go Mittum. We'll get up to Vina when we get up to her. I do think Mittum is cooler than usual. Part of that, it's not even his fault or his face, his, like, decisions. It's his face. Glowing red eyes with cyan hair and his style of clothing makes him look so much cooler than he should. Even though he's a twink, he actually looks intimidating. If you met this guy in an alley, you would be afraid for your life. You'd be assuming he's some kind of pro-tag about to stab you. So, unironically, I think Mittum is cooler than normal. Outright all the way up here with Cantabile. He gives off the same kind of vibes as Cantabile, just to a lesser degree. How much would it cost to put Mumu in her own tier? Called Woodsteel Candy for Ifrit? You know the cost, wife. 1 sub. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's what it would cost you. I know. It would truly bankrupt you. It would truly bankrupt you. Sand Reckoner has the twink debuff. I wanted to talk about him more, because he tries to style, he tries to look cool, but he just doesn't. If I saw a dude like this IRL, I'd think he's a Miku cosplayer. Yeah, but imagine a world where Miku didn't exist. You would think he's intimidating. Yeah, exactly, Hiraeth. He looks like you would protect his life, you would give him $5, he'd protect your bike with his life, or if you slighted him, you would get stabbed. Because he has nothing to lose. I know exactly what you're talking about. Now, Sand Reckoner just suffers from the twink debuff. He tries to look cool and it just fails. Miku does exist, she's called Haruka. Haruka does exist in the Arknights world. Okay, now, genuine assessment. Vina Victoria. It's time. Let's pull her up. I'm trying to think of her feats. Look. I gotta be dead ass. I gotta be dead ass. Without the bribe taken into place, I think Vina Victoria is still in minor. I've gotta be real. I've gotta be real. Siege just has too much trouble with everything. The entire arc is her trying and kind of failing to accomplish things. She only gets aura right at the exact finale of the arc once she basically is queen. Up until then, she's just kind of fumbling her way through. 1 tier up, she's engaged. No. 1 tier up puts her in cooler than normal. Because these are kind of halfway tiers that are for special reasons. So as a result, Siege gets cooler than normal. South, stop thinking of Vina's feet. I'm not thinking of her feet. Is there something notable about her feet? Oh, because I keep saying feats. F-E-A-T, sir. F-E-A-T. She's so unserious for a queen. Yeah, and it looks so goofy. She looks like a cosplayer of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I knew you'd put her and was going to bribe you 50. Well, look, if you want to, you can bribe me via my PayPal or Twitch, but please be responsible with your money, okay, Silent? That's a very sweet sentiment, but please do be responsible. Look, I've already bumped her up a tier for you. That is my honest assessment. That is my honest assessment. I think she's still minor aura. And I've bumped her all the way up to cooler than normal. But she is not a consistent badass. She's barely ever badass, let alone consistently. Where's your PayPal link? Oh, sure. Sure. Okay, fine, I'll grab it for you. You don't need to do that much of a bribe, though, just so you know. You can still be responsible. Delphine getting her ass carried. Yeah, Delphine absolutely carried her ass in Victoria. 100%. 100%. Oh shit, where is my PayPal link? Oh, there we go. There you go, Silence. You do not need to do... Please be responsible, sir, okay? Please be responsible. Can we talk about Skadi being cooler than normal due to her passive aura farming with empty head? Yeah, it's more about her viewing herself as a walking catastrophe, but her just being stupid and super strong does absolutely lean into it. God save the Queen. Yeah, for real, God save the Queen. It's a banger of a song. You brought this upon yourself. I'm gonna struggle to justify this. The Fate Stay Night collab we never asked for, it is what it is. If Vina's looks matched to her personality, she could genuinely be peak. I know, right? It's so tragic. But, like, plot-wise, the entirety of Arc 2 is just Vina fucking losing. They try to give the Glasgow gang a cool moment versus Steam Knight, but all of them do physical damage. So you just have to stall him out and scratch him, and they had to give you an event mechanic. Because otherwise you couldn't kill Steam Knight. It was so fucking tragic. It was so ridiculously unfortunate. Oh, moving on. Catherine, I think Catherine is just cooler than normal. For a grandma, Catherine is incredibly cool. Let's be real here. Catherine is incredibly cool for a grandma. This lady still looks down to scrap. She looks retired. She's not as cool as Helga, but you can tell back in the day, this lady was a big deal. When you look at her, she looks like she still holds a lot of sway. Maybe it's just me. I might be just gaslighting myself. I might be wrong. You might disagree with me. Personally, I do actually think Catherine looks cooler than normal. She just has the kind of... Even though she's not a soldier, it's the old adage of fear the old man in the profession where most die young. She's not a soldier, it doesn't apply directly, but she just looks kind of cool. She looks like she's fucked? What do you mean? She looks incredibly fit. Oh, she looks like she fucked people up. Yeah, that's what I feel. Like, Catherine looks like she used to be an enforcer for a gang before she became a sweet old lady, but if needs be, she'll actually go back to cracking some heads. She has the badass moment of him and Stainless riding metal grab they made. Yeah, she does have a few badass moments too. A grandma in combat is by default badass. Exactly. Another retired aura farmer. She's not as Giga Chad as Helga. Few are, but she's definitely up there. I don't even remember this guy's name. I'm gonna be dead ass. Oh, it's bobbing. That's right. Bobbing up and down on that dick for real, for real. There we go. This is just a normal dude. This is just average. I'm sorry, Bobbing. You are just generic dude at university. I only know Bobbing because he's a ritualist person. Yeah, he is. He's just dead-ass he's just dead-ass normal. There's nothing you can do about it. Lapland altar.
You brought this upon yourself.
Thank you very much, Silent. That's very sweet of you. You know what? Now that I'm here thinking about it more, if I really stretch the definition of peak, when you think about it, Siege did in fact take over an entire country. Despite the many struggles along the way, when people tell tales about what she accomplished, they won't be remembering the details. They won't be thinking to themselves, oh, Siege struggled against Steam Knight. They will look back on the history books, seeing a storm through a previously existing monarchy, through all resistance, through everything standing in their way, to the mighty Vina Victoria, first of her name, ruling Aslan of Victoria. So, according to the history books, she has a lion as a pet, and she's queen, and she's badass. The lion does definitely help. The country already pretty much crumbled away. Yeah, but they can blame that on the past administration. They can blame that to the past administration. Don't worry about it. How much does that add to the timer? 90 minutes, so an hour and a half, because direct donos are treated as 1.5 times. Because there is basically no cut taken. She has true damage. That is true. And thank you so much, Silence. That's so much money. Thank you. That's very kind. People won't remember her for what she actually did and just be impressed. Look. I found a copium way of doing it. No, I found a copium way. Where is Bobbing? Bobbing is in normal. He's just a normal-ass dude. Look at this guy. He's just an average guy. So, there you go, Silent. There you go. That is my copium answer. That is the best justification I can give. She's someone in 1930s and 40s Germany. For real. Alrighty. Thank you. I got you, Chief. I got you. We are regenerating pot 6 monster funds. No, if I get at least one copy of Monster, I'm not gonna wail. I'll just be disappointed. And no, thank you, Silent. That's very kind, man. Okay. Lapland Decadenza. Decadenza is just as Giga Chad as Lapland, which is to say, she is peak. Decadenza's notable difference from Lapland is she spent 3 days kicking the teeth in of Zaro the Immortal Wolflord, who is an entire, continental problem for the previous event. And she beat him into submission. Then she showed up, threw a bunch of guns at an active riot, and said, "Shoot each other, pussies." Decadenza is insane levels of peak. The entirety of Decadenza's event, the gameplay was kind of bad, but damn, the story was just Lapland aura farming like absolute crazy. Even just pretending to be a taxi driver to get goss on all of the important characters was such aura farm. She has the most uncomfortable to use looking weapon. I would say normal Lapland is still worse. I can see myself dressing up as Bobbing Spit IRL. Yeah, it's a great outfit. It's just dead-ass normal. Lapland Dolls is so peak, she tested New Syracuse's ways while being a badass. I know, right? Like, genuinely. Lapland Alta, it's only one event away from normal Lapland, but holy shit, it was a great event. She aura farmed so damn hard that entire way through. It was genuinely impressive. The fact that her event directly counted her is so funny. I know. She was so bad. Let's go south with only ever getting pot 5 monster. Okay, listen. As a reminder, I have a pot 6 normal W. I have never pulled W. Okay? So I am sure I will eventually obtain a pot 6 monster. Let's not worry about the specifics. Okay, let's not worry about this. Don't worry about it. Let's just move on. Lap Alta, not an Exuzi tier. No, she gets a legitimate ranking because she was not bribed. Decadents are throwing weapons at the riot should make her Eku tier. It was so fucking hype. I could even legitimately see, actually, the more I think about it, I legitimately see Decadenza as being on par with Mlinar in terms of aura farming. Like, when you think about it, part of that is she is such a narrow focus where it is Decadenza rather than Lapland. It is only that one event. So genuinely, I do actually consider her as cool as Mlinar because it is such a narrow slice of her life and every single thing she does is such ridiculous aura farm. Maybe this is copium, maybe this is bias. She is either high peak or Mlinar tier for me. And that is my genuine opinion. Insane copium, it is what it is. Her kid inflicts fear, plus 20 aura. Hell yeah, brother. You're saying you had money at some point? Look, I'm a tech contractor, and at the time, when I got W, I was working 5 jobs. I could afford the money. Was it stupid of me? Absolutely. Do I regret it? No. I have a pot 6 Yato, come at me. Yeah, look relatable. I have a pot 6 Tex Alta and Penance as a free-to-play, I believe you. As a reminder, Soup, as a reminder. I did not pull any of the copies of my pot 6W. I did not obtain them through pulls. Are you understanding what I'm putting down? I'm saying I sparked her 6 times. Which Yato? Obviously not 2-star. 2-star does not have pots because they don't have any talents. Alrighty. Let's get a move on. Vulpus Folia, peak. Do we need any explanation on Vulpus? Even her flirting with Penance is absolute aura. I don't spend on this game and this scares me. All I can do is just get lucky. Oh, look. At the end of the day, I wasn't in a good headspace. So I would spend a lot of money on Arknights to just make the days more bearable. That's why I very, very rarely spend now. The last times I've spent on Arknights are for content. Are they worth it? No, but I consider them fun enough to be justified. Oh shit, welcome in Oyana! How are you going? Lovely to have you. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome into this very legitimate and well-studied and definitely not at all bribed tier list of how much certain Arknights characters are aura farming. How are you going? How is your stream? Lovely to see you. What time is your place? It is currently 9:23 p.m, so that's why I'm starting to move a little bit faster. Thank you so much for the raid. Lovely to see you. Washed streamer raid for real, for real. An actual clown, you'll fit in right perfectly here, because that is just like me for real, for real. How many subs to swap the top and bottom character? Well, Marshu, it would be 1 sub per character. So it depends if you're talking about peak or you are the special. Either way, it would be a shit ton. It is 1 per character, and look at how many there are in negative aura. Plan, why are you like this? Oh, by the way, we are not up to 138,000 points. I just saw that. That is a typo. We were up to... Oh my god. Oh my god, imagine if we were up to... No, we are not up to 138,000. Vulpus kind of abandoned aura? No. Vulpus didn't abandon Suzerain. Vulpus left Suzerain in the safety of Rhodes Island to hunt down who had gotten Suzerain infected. So it is kind of an L, but in a way it's also aura farming. It's an L as a mother, but as an aura farmer, it is insanely peak. She's like, hey, I've found a way for my daughter to be safe. I'm going to scour the heavens and the earth so that I can kill the person who did this to them. Stream is good, died a bunch of times trying to play IS-5 but about to go to sleep. No worries! Thanks for coming by. IS-5 is very, very fun. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much for the raid, Oyana. I really appreciate it. Since when did we get to 6 digits? That was a typo. Yeah. That was a typo. That would have been funny if no one had acknowledged it, though. Just, yeah, 138,000. That seems legit. And yeah, exactly. Her parents do still visit Suzerain. It was just a case of they hadn't finished her design yet, so we hadn't seen her. Out of all people, she chose Rhodes Island, where we deploy her in active battlefields. Yeah, look, it is what it is. We love child soldiers. Figurino, I'm sorry, Figurino, you have no aura. If you become an assassin, like your adopted dad, you would have a lot of aura. But as it stands, Figurino, all you do is get put in the jar. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. You're just a twink with a pair of scissors. Also, welcome in, Desta! How you been, man? Hold up, South Hung fanfiction. There is 0% chance we're gonna hit 20,000 points, given the subathon timer is down to like 8 hours. But yes, if we hit 20,000, I will have to write a fanfiction, a romantic fanfiction, between my OC South and Hung. You are correct. But no, yep, Figurino, he's got that twink debuff. Actually, no. I would say he's more of a normal dude. Because he does have that assassin's background, even if it's inherited from his dad, that does offset him being a twink a little bit. South Hung sounds like a Korean name. I wouldn't know, I'm not Korean. That is funny, though. Okay, Filet. Filet has some aura, but really not much. There is no way you can make a fashion designer cool. If they're an assassin, yes you can. The fashion designer, the expert tailor, who makes all of your suits. When given a name, they disappear by the next morning. Found dead in the streets. His grandpa, not his dad? Yeah, sorry. Adopted dad, I think is what I intended to say. His granddad. How much for the Hung fanfiction? 20,000 points total. South's Hung, why? Okay, first off, I shouldn't be answering that. Second off, as far as I'm aware, I'm average. I've never really thought about it. Or measured. I don't know. Okay? I don't care either. Up until last year, I was asexual. My VTuber isn't a Korean waifu? No, but I am learning to sing Villain, which is a Korean song, so I will finally know one Korean song. Not having aura doesn't imply someone sucks? Exactly. Filet, I think she's got a little bit of aura. I think she's a work in progress. Tiny amount of aura. Actually, no, she's... Yeah, no, I'd still say minor aura. She looks like a fighter, which not a lot of the normal-ass people do. Like, Sure doesn't look like she would fight. Filet does look like she gets into combat from time to time. Part of it's the shield, but also part of it's just the way her skirt is set. Up until last year? Yeah, up until last year. Average, huh? Proof? Do not ask for a photo of my dick. Don't worry, I'm not going to bonk you. That was funny. But no, I will not be providing any. Specifically, the shield is peak aura. Yeah, the shield definitely carries a lot. But just as a whole, something about her, she just looks like a combatant. The shield and the knife massively help. So it's only minor aura. She doesn't have any feats. She's a 5-star. But it's something. Okay, so, Thorns. Look, okay, Shangri-La, I would say I would measure it and tell people, but I'm not doing that. My first instinct was, okay, I'll measure it, but no, like, no, I'm just not doing that. I don't know or care. The shield looks like a weapon that leaves oddly specific scars. It really does. It really does. No, Soup, I'm not doing that. Thorns, my love, I do feel like Thorns aura farms. I think Thorns the Lodestar aura farms more than Thorns because he actually has some feats. I think he's cooler than normal because of the alchemy shit. I don't think he's a consistent badass though. As much as I love Thorns, he just hasn't gotten up to enough yet. The reason I started playing Arknights, he is very attractive. All my homies love Thorns. Just in terms of actual aura farming, I can't actually think of anything he's done. Like, genuinely. No, genuinely. Feel free to try and convince me. What has Thorns done? Will you rank the music collab characters? I don't think they're added to this yet. No, they are not added to this yet. So, no. The latest one added to this tier list is Hoshiguma and Haruka. You don't know, coward? Yeah, I do not know. They're not even in the game yet? Exactly, they're not in yet. Attracted lesbians. Okay, that is actually kind of relatable, because Thorns is actually Karen from Blue Archive, so that's fair enough. It is always hilarious when you have a character that makes you question your sexuality. Thorns, best girl in Blue Archive. Shangri-La, I beat you to that joke. Shangri-La, I stole the fucking joke out of your mouth. That is absolutely peak. Fun fact about you. You do not know what event Palace got added in. You are correct. I do not know what event Palace got added in. Okay, let's grab Surfer. My first instinct is that Surfer has absolutely zero aura. I am correct. Surfer is just normal-ass woman. She looks like the knives imply an assassin, but everything else about her makes me doubt that. Okay, shit, it's 9:30. I need to speed up. Blaze's sister, I do not know her name. She looks like a normal-ass woman. I'm gonna be dead-ass. She looks like average woman. I do not know her name. I know she's added in the game. It is what it is. Let me actually see if I can find her on the operator list. Xingzhe. Yep, Xingzhe just looks like an average woman. She looks amazing for her age, though. Doesn't that make her an assassin? The whole point of being an assassin is to show it off. You should be able to look at someone and tell they're an assassin. That's what makes me a professional. Surfer is just Timu Frostnova. She is, and it's absolutely tragic. Xingzhe, she's okay. She looks just dead-ass normal woman. Blaze Alta is just Blaze but lame. I'm sorry. Blaze Alta is just Blaze but lame. It's crazy to me, but I actually think Blaze Alta goes in the normal tier. She's a little younger than Blaze, which is around 40. Yeah, she looks great for 40. Ex-assassin that ditched her past job for a life in the calm-ruled areas. Yeah, but she just doesn't look like it. South is a spy and assassin, for real. South doesn't know the basic of assassination, what a surprise. Okay, look. For legal reasons, I'm not going to get into them. I do know the basics. Also, welcome in, Snuppy! Lovely to have you. How's your day going? I don't think she's quite normal. Never mind. She does still look kind of imposing. I would say she's still cooler than normal. It is still a massive downgrade, though. Blaze Alta is a massive downgrade. But she is still cooler than normal. She doesn't look like it, meaning she succeeded. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that hiding yourself is lame, and you should be a loud assassin. Blaze with no aura, her second skin is better designed than her Alta. I was excited for Blaze Alta, but by the time she came out, we had already seen Monster. And Monster is just Blaze Alta, but better. I'm not bald, Marshu. No, how dare you. Do it, pussy? What do you mean, do it? Do what? Bald assassin? No, I'm not an assassin IRL, believe it or not. That's only lore. He has absolutely zero aura because he is a male wife twink. Look, even you fans, you can all agree he has no aura, right? Haha, you fools, it's a toggle. If you all spam bald, you cancel each other out. Oh, proving my point that I have hair. Damn it, foiled. Noel. Let's be real here. Noel goes into the gauge tier. Much like Midnight, Noel is much too busy looking hot to give a shit about looking cool. Blaze independent girl boss, but God, Blaze Alter indeed the twink chief to be good. Yeah, it is what it is. Monster's not Blaze, the comparison slandered at Monster. Monster is everything I liked about Blaze done better. We need 100% build uptime? No. I'm not giving you that. But no, yep, okay, I'm actually quite confident in that. Noel, oh, actually, no, if this was a sword, he would go in the cool tier, but because it's a staff, he goes in the gauge. He's too busy looking hot to care about how much aura he farms. But he does still farm a lot of aura. He looks a bit pathetic and that adds to his charm. It really does. Somehow he manages... Okay, look. I've got to be honest. Him looking pathetic, giving him aura, makes him a casual badass. We have our individual strengths and weaknesses, and I'm okay with Scene ranking lower, but you have to give credit to her when she was so dedicated. No, absolutely, Desta. I love Scene. She's incredibly, incredibly dedicated. It's just she's also too slow to have aura. Okay, bye. No worries. Thanks for coming, man. It was wonderful to see you again. He's literally immortal, that's aura. He does have aura. Look, the more I think about it, the more I realize this man does absolutely have aura. He's so unaffected by what's going on that he's focused on looking good instead of caring. And thanks for coming, Testa. Have a lovely rest of your day, man. But no, look, his E0 is pretty peak, so I'm gonna give him a badass. Even though he doesn't have any feats at all. Because of course he doesn't. He's a fucking 5-star. Alright, enter Lakia. You know where she goes. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. This time, it is not for her boobs. It is for her hair and her thighs. Each of her thighs is the same thickness as her fucking torso. Legitimately. Look at this. Each thigh is almost as thick as her entire torso. So despite her best efforts to look incredibly edgy with a scythe that is a man catcher, it doesn't matter because she has a stupid haircut and ridiculous thighs that at the very least she is willing to expose for all of us. Bottom half peak, top half crown slayer. No, the bottom half and the hair is what detracts from peak. She has aura. She does have aura, but at the same time, you won't notice her aura because you're looking at her thighs. 2/3 of her height is legs. Yeah, and I'm all about that. Okay, now, monster. This is not even me being biased. Entalad is cool. I did like her after the event, but I really love her face and hair. I personally find her hair very goofy, but it's grown on me with the E2. I love Entalakia as well. It's just her thighs are so ridiculously massive that it is genuinely difficult to take her seriously. What does it matter? Still 10 out of 10 would let her crush my skull, just like me, for real, for real. Why do you think I did this? Why do you think this is my model? Coming back from my phone, Noel is so badass he crashed my PC. Welcome back, Angel. Welcome in, Nirat Nash. Lovely to have you, man. How's your day going? We've just had a little earthquake. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything's alright, Mickey. Okay, now Monster. Monster is definitely... Monster's 50-50. She does have some really, really cool moments. Mostly as her monster form rather than her human form, but even as her human form. But at the same time, she's an absolute lovable, cute goofball. So it's hard to take her seriously. Which body part would exude the most aura from an operator acid peak? Mika Sparado's 3-foot-long penis. That's what exudes the most aura, for real, for real. I'm sorry, Nirat Nash, I can't actually read much Russian. M3 is a dork? Yeah, but she's still intimidating. She has inherited aura? That's a great way of putting it. She's way cooler as an actual monster? Yeah, but she's inherited some of that aura. Her aura is downgrade, the spine form is peak. The spine form has a shit ton of aura. The new form does still have some aura because of the spine form. So, like, she's not top tier, but she's 50-50. Because there is no alternate version to rank. So half of her is the spine form, half of her is a cutie. I would say normal monster has minor aura. As in, like, human monster has minor aura, normal monster would be peak. Together, they are 50-50. That's why I'm rating her that way. Monster is peak and I love her. She's so cute while being badass. Why do you think I want a pot 6? I agree. Boobs too big, downgrade aura, that's how it works. I am saying that for characters where that is a massive extreme like Utage, who would look relatively busty for Azure Lane, yes. Forgot to change languages. Oh, no worries, no worries. Would hug while getting stabbed? Same, absolutely. I played Satisfactory. Hey, let's go. Not as much as a spine form? Oh, absolutely. Human monster only has a little bit of aura. I'm teasing. No, you're fine, Gigi. Don't worry, I'm not actually offended. I was just playing along. Now, Alana. Let's check out Alana. From memory, she just has minor aura. She's just a slightly intimidating-looking engineer. Never mind, I forgot how ripped she was. She is absolutely cooler than usual. Her upper body definition and ab definition absolutely bumps her up the tiers. She looks like she could kick the shit out of you. That is genuinely some aura. I have not seen her E2. I only knew her E1. That is actually some aura. Alana's a single mother while looking like a bodybuilder. Yeah, that is fucking crazy. Brother almost forgot the abs. I had not seen that before. That takes her all the way up to fucking peak. And let's give her consistent badass. I wouldn't say peak. I wouldn't quite say peak, but definitely consistent badass. I hope you'll be able to pot 6 her. Oh, thank you, Cozy. I really hope to. I want to lick him so bad. She is covered in sweat right now. She's glistening from sweat. I'll make her a mother of 4. I feel like I should be bonking you all to kick chat right now. She adopted Warmy. Yeah, but she's still really hot. I hope you take 170 pulls per pot. If that's the case, I'm only getting 1 pot. I'm not going to wail for Monster if I get at least 1 pot. I'll only wail for Monster if I don't get 1 pot. Salty snack. How do we sell how? Okay, how about this? How about this? During the monster pulls, I'll do something like, if you give a sub, I will do 1 additional pull. After I've already done my pulls and gotten my monster. Or if you stack it ahead of time, I will go to 1 monster and then continue. Basically just, I'm not sure how I'll do that yet. I'll decide closer to the time. But sure. Damn, you do this after the subathon ends? What, you want to preload pulls in now? Sure. If you want to, you can preload pulls in now, and after my usual stopping point, which would be after a 6-star, I will add them as well. Sure, you can do them now to contribute to the Subathon if you want. Because there is no shot the Subathon makes it to the 16th. 2 more full weeks. That's like fucking 32 hours of streaming. Can we pass on Amazon getting a cut? Yes, absolutely. Anything worth 5 points. Let's just call it that. Anything worth 5 points. Or any set of 5 points, or whatever it be. So, like, if you do 10 points, then that's 2 pulls. Don't dare us. Look. Why is anybody considering whaling but on my account? Don't you have your own accounts to whale on? Will you whale for Monster Pot 6? No, I will not. Unless I get really close. If I get Pot 5 Monster, maybe I would consider it. Maybe. With the power of malice and disposable income, we can make miracles happen. Yeah, for real. Watching South commit his worst mistake? No, I'm not committing my worst mistake. My intent with Monster is that I will go until I get 1 Monster. If I get her early, I will go for more copies. And I will probably spend basically all of my savings. But if I get unlucky, and let's say it takes 150 pulls to get 1 Monster, I will stop there. But yes, any individual sub, I will do 1 extra pull from my stopping point. And I would like to think I've proven myself trustworthy with this stuff. I will be sincere. And when I reach a, oh, I would stop here point, when I'm dead ass like, hey, I would 100% stop here, that is when I would start them. I will not scam you out of that. In the same way I did actually shave myself bald IRL. You've seen my accounts, wailing on others is just flexing, Giga Chat emoji. You deserve the $5 more than the homeless man I rubbed. Aw, that's very sweet of you. I want Monster, but I'm so gay for Lemoen. I do not blame you. Lemoen's very attractive, but I very much want Monster. Hi. Welcome in, Shadow. Welcome back. And no, as you can see, Platypus, 0 people have subbed. 0. So no one is pre-booking that. Last night was so exhausting. I'm sorry to hear that, sire, but it's lovely to have you. I feel so guilty. What for? There's nothing to feel guilty for. Okay, now let's grab... I'll open Kisache so I remember to grab her later. Let's grab Lemoen. Or Exusier the New Covenant, rather. Lemoen after. I do think Exusier New Covenant actually has more aura than normal Exusier. Oh, thank you very much. I assume Marshu. That's very sweet. +1 pull just for the funny. Yeah, +1. 1 extra pull for Monster. South is bald all this time? No, I have hair. Chase Apple. How about this? If we get at least 100 pulls, I will shave myself bald again. Don't be, there were ulterior motives putting Ablana in line art here. Yeah. Don't worry about... Oh, yeah, no, Shadow, don't worry. It was a spray and pray gifted. I'm glad you get no ads, and I hope you enjoy the emotes, though. But don't worry, it was spray and pray. And no, it hasn't started. Eku so fucking peak character design. I don't think she's peak yet, but she is just Eku better, which I really love. I really do love Eku. I think she's consistent badass. I don't think she has enough feats to be peak, but design-wise, she is fucking awesome. Her name is the New Covenant. It is really cool. Wait, have I done a daily check-in? I'm not sure. Still skinny legs. Yeah, but not as bad as Saria. If I can ignore that, I can ignore everything. I'm so biased. I want to put her in peak, but I'm so biased. I just love her face. She's so pretty. She's so damn pretty. Lemuel, our beloved, is back and she's a badass. She is. She's so fucking cool. She's peak. Yeah, but she just doesn't... She's not... Look, when you actually compare her... Actually, she is kind... Nah, she's not as cool as Delphine. She might be as cool as Doc, though. Might be. She revives you in battle? Yeah, but that's more of a gameplay thing than a lore thing. Her hair is neon red, I know, and it's really cool. I can't quite justify it, unfortunately. Yay, Terraria. I do love Terraria. Okay, let's flip a coin. I will flip a coin. If it's heads, she's going in peak. Peak. Flip a coin. If it's heads, she's peak. Ah, tails. Okay, yep, RNG agrees with me. RNG agrees with me. She's not quite peak. She's just a consistent badass. Thoughts on the new Ian for VA? I prefer JP to both of them. I think it's a slight downgrade, but look, sometimes things happen. Someone gift a sub if she doesn't get into peak. You can bribe me if you choose to, but there's no reason to. Now she won't come for you in your banner. No, look, Lemuel respects me. Unlike Ablana, where I was just lusting after her thighs. No video scam. What do you mean no video, Hiraeth? I didn't want to accidentally reveal my search history. Not peak, but she would be dumb to pass on. Yeah, she's not quite peak. I think she'll get there eventually, though. Okay, let's take a look-see. Who's up next? We do need to wrap this up. It's almost 10. Lemuel. Now, this may be Lemuel. This may be controversial. I do not think Lemuel is peak, but I think she's consistent badass. And this is not just because of her wheelchair. It's more about her outfit. She's very goofy, but I don't think she's quite consistent peak. Ablana is cringe evil woman. I want cute and adorable women. So true, bestie. I want both. She does get peak for her inhuman wheelchair skills. No, sorry, I forgot to finish. The reason I'm putting her in peak anyway is she climbed out of the wheelchair. She got her wheelchair on top of a light post so she could snipe someone. This is well before she became an operator, but she got herself in her wheelchair on top of a light post to do a sniping shot. It is unironic Hot Wheels gaming. No way, yes way, sir. Read guiding ahead. It was absolutely hilarious. So otherwise, she would be consistent badass, but for me, that is enough to take her out. Smash, welcome in, ya! Lovely to have you. Till this day, I have no idea how she got up there. None of us do. Okay, no, I've got to keep moving. I've genuinely got to end soon. Mika Sperado. Mika is consistent badass. He's not quite peak, though. And the reason for that is all of his fan art. Am I being biased? Absolutely. I cannot Okay, no, he's peak. Look, the fan art is separate. He's absolutely peak. Look at this motherfucker. He's dual-wielding miniguns on his arms. Never mind, he's peak. I gotta be honest. He's absolutely peak. Look at this motherfucker. He's so cool. He's so cool. His background is just another set of guns mimicking what he's already doing. He's up there in the story, he just comes off as a goofy grandpa. Yeah, I'm aware, he's such a badass in the story, and he's so badass visually, I gotta give it to him. I haven't read the story, but I am aware that he does become a genuine Giga Chad. He would definitely say, "What the fuck is a kilometer?" Bro got traumatized by the cock drawing. I was, yes. I fucking hate that cock drawing. He's still kind of a goof. He is, but he's an old man. He can afford to be a goof while also being badass. Okay, who is this depressed lady? Shit. Okay, I just need I need to speed run this shit. I'm not doing another stream for like 3 characters. Grace Bearer. I would say I would say cooler than normal. Yep, she's got a halberd axe, she's cooler than normal. She's not quite full-on badass, I don't know anything she does, but aesthetically wise, she looks pretty intimidating. Read Fear Meta Trust Story, it's just them bonding, it's so wholesome. It was, I do remember that, it was so lovely. She's cool, she spins like Mudrock, let's go. But no, like, looking at Grace Bearer, absolute badass. Sancta Mika is the tallest top. Yep, finally above 2 meters. At long last, we have someone actually significantly taller than me. The armor should be heavy and he's dual-wielding mini chain guns. He is so fucking cool. She's breeding Sneck. Yeah, but she's also intimidating. She's basically Lutanada, except older and much more edgy. Let's take a look-see. Sorry that I'm speedrunning these. I do kind of need to. I want to get all of them done today, so I'll need to make snap judgments. Confess, 47. This is just neutral. If this wasn't a Sancta thing, this would be a little bit of aura. But for Sancta, this is just normal. Given where it is, given it's from Lateran, this is neutral. This is the closest to neutral Lateran could possibly get. It's giving reverse 99. Yeah, it is. Shotguns though. Yeah, but this is Laterano. They blow up buildings for fun. A confession booth loaded with guns is hilarious. It is, but at the same time, it's just so goofy that I can't take it seriously. The first Primal Guard she spins, she's so cool. I'm really looking forward to her. I don't know what she does, but she's a new archetype. Confession booth as a robot. It is pretty funny. But the thing is, it's just funny enough that I can't quite take it seriously. Tragodia, let's be real. Obviously, he goes in peak, right? Much like normal Phantom, he is such an edgelord. Obviously, he goes in peak. He's immense edge. Despite being a twink, he's badass as hell. I was referencing her race, just can't spell it. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. I was under the impression Holyak is the last one. I know, right? It's so goofy. Lazy yapping her way to Yap tier next to Shongwa. I think Lazy Alta is a consistent badass. I don't think she's peak, but I could be wrong. Let me actually pull up Lazy Alta. Let me look at her art. I don't know anything of her story. I know, like, the very, very vague gist. So let me pull her up. Let me give her a fair crack. I can pull up basically everyone. She floats in aura farms. Yeah, she does float on aura farm, but her hairdo makes her look like Sailor Moon. His EP also added a point. Not for me. It reminds me too much of Hamilton. Literal aura farmer. Lazy is a literal aura farmer, but she's not as good at it as Flamebringer. That's what I'm saying. I think she is close to peak, but I think she's just a tiny bit below. Genuinely. She tries slightly too hard while taking herself slightly too seriously. Okay, look. If we're counting gameplay and the fact that she floats, yes, she is peak, okay? You know what? We counted it from line art. Fine. She floats. She does actually float. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Who the fuck is this guy? Record Keeper. This just looks like a normal dude. Yeah, his face is too neutral, even though he has a knife. He's just normal. Radian, 50-50. Do I need to explain why Radian is a 50-50? Do I need to walk anyone through this? Because I would completely understand if people don't understand why that is such an instant thing for me. Yes, please. Okay, so while Radian is a mummy tan tomboy with 4 arms that people use for fan art reasons, she is also really cool. However, her really cool comes in the form of goofy-ass animated fish with guns. So, Radian is either cool or not cool, solely depending on your personal level of looking at porn of Radian and personal level of willingness to look over goofiness. So that is why Radian is where she is. Next up, we have Hoshi. I gotta be honest, new Hoshi is just slightly less cool than normal Hoshi. No, only Hoshi's skin. Normal Hoshi's first skin is cooler. Outside of that, this is cooler than all of the others. Let's just put her next to Hoshi. She's a consistent badass. She hasn't changed much. From my understanding of the story, it's just Hoshiguma continuing to be a consistent badass. Looking at what of Radiance? Radian. The Arknights operator. Radian's really silly and a mother for Rhodes Island children, so she's not aura farmer but adorable. Yeah, but at the same time, she's also fucking menacing. What if I knowingly and consistently look up porn of her, then put her in the gauge tier? But yeah, look, new Hoshiguma gains and loses aura at an equal level for me. She's so much cooler in some ways and so much less cool in others. I see you like this music a lot. Glad we share taste. It is a banger. This one is a banger. I do like structures. An Adora farmer, if you will. Exactly. Radian has, like... Radian is the meme of the former SSS soldier now being a loving mother. You know the one I'm talking about? Hoshiguma? Yeah, pretty much. Fucking Wi-Fi. Welcome back, Shadow. Apologies. Glad to have you. Okay. Now, Haruka. Haruka is just normal woman. Haruka is just normal ass woman. Yeah, I do. A-based. Advocating for Haruka in peak for literally no reason. She is not an aura farmer. She's just a normal ass. She's normal ass rumor. Look, I like Haruka, but she is just completely normal. She's an exploded weight stage. Let's go! Did I come back way too late for Monster? Monster is 50-50. Here's the explanation so that you didn't miss anything. Human form of Monster, minor aura work in progress. She's too cute to be properly intimidating. Non-human version of Monster, absolute peak. And remember, this is just for aura. I do still like Human Monster a lot, obviously. I advocate for you official same level as Marseille. No, Marseille is a special level of stupid. Okay, now, who in the actual hell is this guy? He looks... Matsu Kiri. He looks fucking stupid. Yeah, look, he just has that face. He has oh, okay, no, he's built, he's built. He's got minor... he's neutral. His face is letting him down massively. Without that face, he would have some aura, but with that face, he's just so fucking goofy. Tea-shop owner, yeah, incredibly jacked tea-shop owner. Hi, South, what do you think of 718cc? I haven't seen that yet, and welcome in, Gavin! Lovely to have you! You official Met Lowlight? Hey, that's pretty hype. He reminds me of Shun Sui in Bleach. I haven't actually watched Bleach. I tried to watch one episode, but it was way too dragged out. Okay, and now lucky last Kichisei, I think is her name. Time for my doctor's appointment. Don't disrespect Walmart. Look, he's just Walmart version of Noel. He's less cool than Noel. And have fun, Angel. It was lovely to have you. Marcial is all in no win. Whiz, she really is. He's jacked, but not enough for aura farming. Yeah, his face lets him down aura farming wise. Okay. Kichisei. I think she's got minor aura. Oh, actually, no, you're right. Gamer girl. Her gun is painted with stickers. Never mind. If her gun was a normal gun, she would absolutely have minor aura. But the fact that it's neon blue and painted with stickers... I think she's still got a little bit of aura. Just a tiny amount. She's basically... what if Carrara was actually cool? It's a CS2 player. It is. And no, she's absolutely goofy. She doesn't have much aura. But her general aesthetic... and the way she's built, the way she's dressed, it gives her a little bit. I would say it gives her, like, I could see her maybe becoming badass if she got serious. I don't think she ever would, but she could. Alrighty. There we go. Every single character ranked. As you can see, there has been no bribery whatsoever. There has been no messing with the tier list. There have been no random unique tiers. Because I am a streamer of utmost integrity. The gun also has a stat tracker. That's hilarious. I am pretty happy with this tier list. I'm not gonna lie. No lobbying involved? Exactly. There is no lobbying whatsoever. So... that is my tier list. That was actually very, very fun. Alrighty, now I'm very sorry for the super abrupt end. It is 10 PM in 2 minutes, and I feel like my neighbors will not be happy with me. What tier is Fiametta's grandpa? Peak. He dual wields massive tank-sized miniguns. I wanted to put him below peak, and then I looked at his E2 and just disagreed. Goodbye, South. Have a good day. Thanks for coming. Oh, wow. Thank you for stream. Thank you all so much for coming. Okay, YouTube chat, if you haven't already, please consider liking the video. It would mean a lot to me. I'm going to go find someone to raid with Twitch chat. You are not missing anything. Thank you all so much for coming. It was wonderful to have you all. See you later. Bye-bye, Silent. Thanks for coming, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.